All right. Whoa. That was a serious pandemic hair situation. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. This is day 2 of Empire in Crisis, a teaching and symposium on U.S. imperialism today. And before we get started with our first panel this morning, I just did want to take a moment to once again thank all of our co-sponsors at the Colombe Foundation, the co-presenters at Justices Global, Verso Books, M+1, Veterans for Peace, the DSA International Committee, the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, If Not Now, the National Lawyers Guild, and the Cost of War Project. So thanks very much. And thanks also again to all of you who are watching now and are participating and are going to ask questions and comments in the chat channel on our Facebook stream. I know some of you have read material in advance, and we'll go over some of that in this session. And we're just really excited to start this conversation. And just to give you an overlay of the day before we get started, This first session is called Empire of Capital, Policing Global Production, but we're actually sort of talking about a lot more than that, and I'll say that in a moment. Our second panel of the day, our second, these are both sort of learning sessions. They're sort of mini seminars, something we like to do at Brooklyn Institute. The second learning session at 2 is called Interrogating Endless War, Violence and Great Power Politics with Suzanne Schneider and with Nara, Roberta, Silva. And then finally, we have our closing panel for this whole event, American Imperialism, Present and Futures. And that features Jeanne Morefield, Tobita Chow, Sara Salem, Laleh Khalili, and Vijay Prashad. Susie and myself will also be there, and our colleague, Rebecca Ariel Porte, will be moderating. So please, stick around for this, I hope, and stay through the rest of the day and tune in for all of this. And to sort of get us started, actually, I am going to share Nara, sorry, one second. I know Nara and Susie are sharing materials later, and Susie shared materials yesterday. And so Lygia and I have also prepared a pretty extensive sort of slide deck to help us through what is a really, really complex topic. So let's do this. Okay. Is that visible to everyone?
Yep.
All right. Thanks, Mark. Oh, yes. And Mark is here as well. Oh, so yeah, my name is Ajay Singh Chaudhary. I don't know if I said that, but if I didn't, I'll say it again. I am an executive director, but I'm also a core faculty member specializing in social and political theory. And with me is Lygia Sabbag, who is a core faculty member specializing in economics and political economy. And Mark DeLucas is here to sort of act as a kind of operator. So he will be monitoring the chat channel and sort of conveying your questions and comments and ideas to Lygia and myself for response. And so please do put those ideas and those questions in there. So today's first session, this session, it really stretches back, all the way to many of the things we were talking about from the very beginning yesterday. And we did think it was so important to sort of start yesterday, perhaps, as sort of came out, I think, over the course of the day, with sort of, I don't know how you want to say it, empire at home, right? The ongoing colonialism that happens, especially here in the United States as a settler colony, but also all the ways in which we might think about different kinds of technologies that are enhanced or intensified, different kinds of techniques and powers of empire here in the metropole, as it were. However, we also want to situate this globally, and really our second day, and then this is in some ways, as so many people point out yesterday, it's a blurry line. It's almost a facetious line between the sort of domestic and the foreign, right? The local and the global, especially today, and we'll talk about why that is, I think, over the course of this seminar. And but yeah, today we really wanted to start not only talking about this question of policing global production, which is the sort of center of this seminar, but also just sort of both sort of framing this within classic theories of political economy, and at least 3 ways of political economy of imperialism, and at least 3 ways of thinking about how empire and capital work today. One through the dollar system, one through production, which is really the sort of centerpiece, as I said, and one through demand, right? Well, all the things that capital loves that empire helps provide for it. We'll see, I think, throughout this, how certain aspects of what we talked about yesterday really do resonate across so many of these areas, which might seem technical or far away from the kinds of nitty-gritty, like friction life on the ground that we were talking about yesterday. But I think Lygia and I both hoped that we can sort of put some meat on these sort of theoretical and technical bones. So without further ado, let us begin. Okay, it's very funny. I can't. Oh, there it is. Very good. Okay. So I'm just trying to find a good place to put this. So there is sort of classic definitions of both imperialism and militarism, particularly in terms of the modern forms of these. We're not talking about the Roman Empire here. We're not talking about the ancient world. Rather, we are talking about modern capitalist empire. And one comes from Rosa Luxemburg. This is all over her great work, The Accumulation of Capital. And she, one of the sort of key quotes here I sort of wanted to highlight is the other side of capitalist accumulation consists in a process which takes place between capital and non-capitalist forms of production. Its setting is the world stage. In this case, the dominant methods are those of colonial policy, the system of international credit, the policy of spheres of interest, and war. And all of those things, just to sort of give a gloss as we're going through, are going to be things that we're talking about today. Here, right here in the colonies, violence, fraud, oppression, and plunder are displayed quite openly and without any attempt to disguise them. And it requires a lot of effort to uncover the strict laws governing the economic process beneath this turmoil of political violence and trials of strength. So again, something to really highlight as a connection between yesterday and today is the sort of transparency, the unmediated quality of violence of imperialist violence, of militarism in the colonial situation, which also does, of course, and Luxemburg herself talks about this, Marx talks about this, does, of course, also occur within the, whatever you want to call it, the center, right, the metropole. As sort of forms of, as Luxemburg will say, as a sort of correction to Marx, as like ongoing forms of primitive accumulation. So she's also pointing us out here, though, something that's going to be, I think, our challenge for this session, which is it is hard to get past, right? Like see what's happening economically, right? See what's happening in the world of political, sort of politics beneath this turmoil of violence and trials of strength, right? Underneath this are structures, and something we really want to highlight are the structures of this global system. And some of the basic arguments that Luxemburg puts forth as a definition of imperialism, or as part of the sort of structure of imperialism, is that capital has an ongoing need for new and captive markets. Right? It's always got to be incorporating new non-capitalist forms. I would say even you could extend this today, not only in terms of geography, you can extend this in terms of time, in terms of like things like, intensity of labor and speed up and things like that. And you can also, of course, think about this ecologically, right? The incorporation of more and more nature. Quote unquote nature, right? The imbrication of nature and society, but the sort of colonization of our own ecological niche. Luxemburg also argues that capital needs geographies for the export of surplus or overproduced goods. The basic argument there is that if Marx was sort of in the model he gives you in volume 1 was totally 100% correct, the system would seem to fall apart really quickly, like maybe 1 or 2 sort of cycles. But if you sort of have this incorporated and subordinated colonial space, you can keep it from becoming a competitor, like a bourgeois competitor, right? Another form of capitalist competition, and a place in which overproduced goods, all right, that are produced in the center can be dumped, to put that in modern terminology, and from which you can extract natural resources and labor power. Lygia, I don't know if there's anything I missed in that quick one, but or you want to add there?
No, I think it's great. It's just like, yeah, she's talking about the realization of production, right? First, getting raw materials, getting labor, and then also the realization of surplus, and then through markets. So captivating all these 3 things. I think, yeah, that's pretty much
Right. And and one of the things I think that's really important to highlight, I know this is just, we're still introducing ideas here, is this is really switching from thinking about capital just in one state or just in one place. It's just like, right, just local, as a local struggle, to really a very complex international struggle. Okay. Luxemburg also gives a definition of militarism. She writes, militarism carries out a very determinate function in the history of capital. It accompanies the progress of accumulation in each of its historical phases. In the phase of so-called primitive accumulation, i.e. at the origins of European capital, militarism plays a decisive role in the conquest of the New World and the Asian spice-producing countries, right? This is, of course, yeah, right, the conquest of the Americas and the colonization of South Asia and East Asia. Later, it plays the same role in the subjugation of the modern colonies, the destruction of the social forms of organization of primitive societies, and the appropriation of their means of production, right? Anything that is non-capitalist will be incorporated into capitalism. The imposition of commodity exchange in countries whose social structures constitute an obstacle to the commodity economy, the forcible proletarianization of the indigenous inhabitants, and the imposition of wage labor in the colonies. Similarly, it plays a decisive role in the formation, oh, why did that happen? So sorry. Formation and extension of the spheres of interest in European capital in non-European regions, in the extraction of concessions for the construction of railways in backward countries, and enforcing the claims of European capital as an international creditor. Finally, militarism plays a decisive role as a means of competitive struggle between capitalist countries over areas of non-capitalist civilization. These are supplemented by another important function of militarism. From a purely economic standpoint, militarism constitutes a preeminent means for the realization of surplus value, i.e. as a sphere of accumulation. So I know that's like a big lot of words, and there are some long quotes we're going to be doing in this session. I actually find a lot of these sort of works of political economy from this period actually be very rich as texts. And I highly encourage people, if you've never read Luxemburg's Accumulation of Capital, I feel like people don't often read her economic works, even though she was a great economist. I encourage you to read it. It's a fantastic book, and I think you'd be surprised by all that's in it. But what we get here in this text, right, is a sort of now looking more specifically at the role that, or a way we can understand what militarism is, right? Not just this sort of the broader system of imperialism, but right, an ongoing process of what Marx called primitive accumulation, right? We're constantly, violently incorporating more and more into what even in, I forget what year she published this, early 20th century, but even in the early 20th century, we could already call global or nascent global capital. And Lygia, I'll ask again if you feel like if I've missed anything on this one. Yeah,
I think that's it. Like how war and violence in the colonies help to assure markets, labor, and inputs, right?
Yeah,
I think that's.
So all of this is sort of like, again, many of the classic sort of definitional ways in which, not all Marxists, certainly, Lenin has a theories of imperialism, Hilferdink has a competing theory of imperialism. I happen to like Luxemburg, so, there it is. But this is sort of, roughly, a lot of these are sort of many of the classic ways in which people from a Marxist perspective were understanding how imperialism worked. In the sort of, especially in the run up to, let's say, the First World War. And there is a real way, and this is maybe a side comment, which I don't know, maybe you can pick up on discussion or something, at which World War I really does mark a change in a lot of processes. Because really, if you follow the arguments that Marx and then someone like Luxemburg makes, you really do expect that there will be, as she says at some point here, a competition or a military competition between great powers. that looks an awful lot like World War I, once the sort of total colonization of the world, or at least the large colonization of the world, has been complete. So let's bring this closer to the present day. And I quoted some of this actually in our opening yesterday morning, but some of this I'll say again. So Samir Amin was a late, as in he unfortunately died, I think, in 2019. But a great thinker of sort of the ongoing processes and the changing processes of imperialism over time. And there have been a lot of people who have tried to sort of rethink this. This seemed highly relevant for what we're talking about today. So he says, contemporary capitalism is a capitalism of generalized monopolies. What I mean by that is monopolies no longer form islands, important as they may be, in an ocean of corporations that are not monopolies, right? This is sort of a different vision of the world, right? Monopoly capitalism, people had already been talking about that by the mid 20th century, right? This is a different world than maybe the sort of idealized imagination of sort of competitive markets and all that jazz from, say, the 19th century. Small and medium-sized companies, and even large ones that are not themselves formally owned by the oligopolies, are enclosed in networks of control established by the monopolies upstream and downstream. Consequently, their margin of autonomy has shrunk considerably, right? There's more and more consolidation, more and more power. These production units have become subcontractors for monopolies. The systems of generalized monopolies is the result of a new stage in the centralization of capital in the countries of the triad. When he says the triad here, he means what he thinks of as the sort of post-war classic imperial triad, which is principally the United States. I'm pointing at myself because I am an American citizen. And also sort of Germany, and more broadly Europe, but that's a sort of more complicated question, and also Japan, right? These sort of three very key centers for imperial centralization and control. Simultaneously, these generalized monopolies dominate the world economy. And I really want to underline that word, dominate, because we're going to come back to this quite a bit, how much power capital wields in the world economy. Globalization, right? This is a buzzword. It's a good word, and we're going to talk about it a lot today, is the name that they themselves have given to the imperatives through which they control, the imperatives which they exercise their control over the productive systems of the world capitalism's peripheries, the entire world beyond the partners of the triad. This is nothing other than a new stage of imperialism. And this is from an article in 2019 that he calls the new imperialism. We'll look at another version of the new imperialism at the sort of end of our discussion today. And finally, and actually, I think this was from the last thing he wrote, he writes just quite simply, some 1,000 giant corporations and some hundreds of financial institutions. And this is pretty accurate if you want to get into like empirical detail, which have formed cartels among themselves, have reduced national and globalized production systems to the status of subcontractors. Right, so we really do have a shift here from something that is predominantly like, or it's complicated, state-led, to something that's different. So there's continuities and differences, right? In some ways, this is ongoing, right? States still exist, right? The sort of myth that the states were going to like vanish into thin air and there would be no more imperialism. I often associate this. I have a lot of prop books with me today. Oh, but where is my prop book? Oh, there it is. Often associate this with arguments you might find in something like Hart and Negri's Empire. Seems hard to sort of square with the empirical realities of what's happening in the world today. And we'll look more at that in a moment. So it's not that we have, right, that as many people may recall, or some people may recall who were alive then in the 90s and early 2000s, it was very sort of popular, especially in that sort of immediate post-Soviet era and then onward, to think, oh, wow, like this nation state has been supplanted. There's no more state. And now there is either some super state, which is kind of what Hart and Negri offer, and this is not the United States, it's kind of this big nebulous super state, and I don't really understand it, honestly. And there's many people who to argue this way. So that doesn't seem to be true. At the same time, there would be a sort of counter argument that like the exact world that we see in, for example, someone like Luxembourg, it's exactly the same, right? It's still the same processes. There's nothing new under the sun. Globalization hasn't changed anything. Financialization hasn't changed anything. And like that doesn't really seem to be helpful for us, especially to answer the kinds of questions that we want to answer here, which is how does imperialism and militarism function today for these, for capital? And it's not the same as it was in, 1850 or in 1950. So I put a little asterisk next to Amin's use of the word island, because there's another way to think about sort of transcending an island model today, which is, and this comes from Adam, I'll use another prop book. Adam chooses, it's a doorstop, but it's fun to read if you're into sort of economic history and finance. But his 2018 book, Crashed, How a Decade of Financial Crisis Changed the World. And I've sort of, I've used actually a summary here from an article that I wrote that I might talk about a little bit later, which I wasn't going to do, but Lygia encouraged me to do. I get very hesitant about assigning or even talking about my own work on these things. But anyway, he says, and I'm probably going to butcher this name, it's a very prominent and very, South Korean economist, as Hyun Sung Shin, chief economist, it shouldn't be economies, at the Bank for International Settlements, and one of the foremost thinkers of the new breed of microfinance. It should be actually macrofinance. Boy, there are a lot of errors that I put in this. I apologize. We need to analyze the global economy not in terms of an island model of integration of of international economic interaction. Oh man, this copied totally wrong. I'm so sorry. National economy to national economy. And right, this is a classic model. If you're thinking back to like, if you pick up a textbook, right? Pick up like Paul Samuelson or something, and like these classic textbooks of sort of econ, they will often sort of paint the world in this way, right? There's sort of like discrete GDPs. Things are really easy to understand in that thing. And those measures are important, and we're going to talk about them today. But Shin suggests that we should think differently. He says, but we should think through them rather through the interlocking matrix of corporate balance sheets, bank to bank. In previous eras, good economic policy was what was good for GDP growth. Questions of distribution, the politics of whom, it's actually like a bit of a paraphrase of Lenin, could be weighed up against the general interest in growing the size of the cake. Now, what on earth does that mean? If you're thinking about this in terms, I'll just use the sort of two countries that are most obvious here, which is one's the United States and one is Korea, right? Where Shin is sort of, I think from a developmentalist perspective, you might think of GDP growth as sort of the total story, right? If we can just get GDP growth up, everyone does better, and this is great. And this is sort of like an ugly truth, but a real one. In the United States, especially in like the mid-century or so, for what some people think of as like a golden age, it wasn't very golden for a lot of folks, first of all. But second of all, it did in fact, like empire sort of paid off for Americans in a broad way. Even including in a sort of class compromise, in the sort of post-war class compromise, which did bind a lot of workers and their interests to the interests of American capital, and through them, and in that moment, to the interests of the American state. So by contrast, the new macro financial economics, with its relentless focus on the interlocking matrix of corporate balance sheets, where the real action in the financial system is. This is hugely illuminating, but it exposes something that is not deeply digestible in political terms. The financial system does not, in fact, consist of, the financial system does not, in fact, consist of national monetary flows, right? We often think about this, right? One country to another, and we'll look at some of these in a moment. Nor is it made up of tiny, anonymous, microscopic firms, right? The ideal of perfect competition in the economic analog to the individual citizen. The overwhelming majority of private credit creation is done by a tight-knit corporate oligarchy, the key cell in Shin's interlocking matrix. At a global level, 20 to 30 banks matter, allowing for nationally significant banks. The number worldwide is perhaps 100 big financial firms. And, you know, this can seem wild, like again, sort of pushing us back into that ethereal realm. But as we sort of want to, as we go through this seminar, and as we talk about these things and think about them in terms of some of the readings that we've done, I hope we can sort of connect this to, you know, again, to the sort of what's happening on the ground, not only in the world of finance, the way in which Chew's phrases, or it's very much about finance, and that's in fact what his book is about, but very similarly in the world of production. These things are very, very closely intertwined. Okay. Oh, sorry, one second. And I'm just going to pause for a moment. I know I'm saying a whole lot, and Lygia is going to say a whole lot. We're going to do a lot of stuff. So I do want to remind folks, you know, if there's anything, you know, something I always say in my classes actually is like, don't like, it's like a hard thing to achieve, but like, don't be anxious. Like, do feel free as we are going through this. If you have questions, whether they're of a technical nature or whether they're of a speculative nature or even of terminology or anything, to put those questions and comments, reactions, thoughts in the chat channel, and Mark will Mark has helpfully reminded me that he will be collecting those. So he's already collecting those, and we'll collect more, and we'll sort of stop as we go along. So the first way in which we want to talk about contemporary, so that was like all our intro, right? So the first way we really want to dive deep into contemporary, the world of contemporary, the political economy of contemporary imperialism. I thought this article, which some of you probably read in advance of this, which is called The Dollar and Empire. It was done in July of this year by Hermic Mark Schwartz, was very helpful. You know, it doesn't have everything maybe exactly perfect, but it is extremely, extremely helpful in understanding the principal nature of the dollar both to sort of US, as he's going to say, sort of elites, essentially, basically to US capital, or to capital that is located in or near the US, as it gets complicated. And how much geopolitical power is invested in making sure the dollar stays where it is. So he says global use of the dollar largely benefits the top 1% of wealth holders in the United States, while imposing job losses and weak growth on much of the rest of the country. This situation flows from the structural requirements involving having a given currency work as international money. Okay. So what does that mean? If you look over here on the right, you'll see a 2015 adapted in 2017 map of sort of basically swap lines. What do I mean by that? I mean lines that the US Federal Reserve has to other central banks around the world. This has actually been incredibly intensified during the pandemic. Sort of to stave off what would be otherwise. It is, in fact, a depression. We just don't call it. It's very interesting. If you look at it, it's sort of this K-shaped economic structure, right? Where some people are experiencing really basically depression. Like I don't know how else to frame that. And Lygia, you can say if I'm overstating the case as like my dirty political theory way from a more technical perspective. But yeah, many people, huge swaths of the population here in the United States, and of course across the world, experiencing actual like deep depression, and some people actually doing extremely well, which of course there's always people who gain profit during a recession. That doesn't mean there isn't profit, but the degree of the distinction, this sort of K-shaped curve, is pretty unique to this moment. In any case, so this has been intensified now, and you do have the US Federal Reserve pumping money out, pumping dollars out to keep financial systems stable and central banks pretty much all over the world. Principally, this is to places like Europe, Japan, Switzerland, Canada, and Britain, but you can see there that like it sneaks its way then around to the rest of the world. And there are new, sort of competitor currencies that we'll look at in a moment, but as you'll see in a moment, they're not that much competition. Mostly this is a system dominated by the US. And now it won't change. Okay. So he writes later in his article, the dollar functions not only as a currency of a specific nation, right? It's not just American dollars, but also as the currency of a global imperial state centered on, but not exclusively limited to, the United States as a formal legal entity. What the fuck does that mean? That is not an easy thing to understand. I mean, part of what's going on here is it's very difficult to find this kind of language. And it's something that interests me very greatly for understanding what states are today. That isn't just kind of, again, this sort of like states have vanished into thin air, but also that states aren't exactly what they were, you know, again, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 150 years ago, 200 years ago. And this distinction, we're going to see he uses it a few times between on, but not exclusively limited. He later say on, but not in, is a way of describing what is a fairly empirical phenomenon, which is that global capital and sort of in transnational corporations are transnational. They often organize, what we'll talk about later, you can describe as global production networks or as global value chains. But we call them transnational doesn't mean they aren't anchored anywhere. And even in their sort of financial form. So this is in some ways decreasing or spreading. It's not spreading evenly, but the US is still one of the dominant places in which this occurs. I believe that, oh dear. If you want like a reference point of this, right, the G7 share of world gross domestic product. This is from an article that I wrote called Toward a Critical State Theory for the 21st Century in this book, The Future of the State. G7 share of world gross domestic product peaked at 67% in 1988, right? That was sort of the peak of a kind of classical model. And although this is still quite disproportionate to population size, as of 2012, it is less than 50%. So this is spreading. Where is it spreading? How is it spreading? That's a really important question. However, it is still centered largely around, right? If not in the American state, largely around, let's say, the American geography or the geography of the United States is where a lot of this, the money is, a lot of the capital is. So he says, as in the 19th century, the lines between the imperial core and its dependencies are blurred, right? So there is continuity here as well. Those dependencies have differential status in the imperial hierarchy. I would actually call this different degrees of sovereignty. Challengers reside inside and outside that hierarchy, and a single currency is an important bulwark of that empire. There are four important aspects to this role for the US dollar. And before we reach into these four aspects, I want to pause for a moment and let Lygia sort of explain a little bit more that sort of data side of this. So Lygia, you want to walk us through this?
Sure, wow. This chart here just shows us the net exports of the United States in the last, from 1999 to 2019. And the idea here is just to actually comment on his previous, on our previous slide, because there we say that there are job losses, right? And why, because the US owns the international currency, why that leads to job losses in the country. So the point here is that because we have negative net exports, which means that balance of good and services is below, I think you can see here, is below the zero line for so much time. This means that the US is importing more than exporting. In a way, what I normally say is like when you import some good, you are exporting jobs and you are exporting GDP. So that's basically what I think helps us to understand from the US point of view, and of course, especially from job losses, that job is being transferred to other countries because of the empire of the dollar.
Yeah, and in fact, I don't know if you want to also extend into these ones as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, this just adds or complements that explanation. The first one here, we see that the manufacturing share of GDP is decreasing because, well, it's not that you're consuming less manufacturing goods in the US, but because you're importing more than producing inland. And consequently, the jobs in manufacturing are decreasing as well. And of course, I mean, we're not here to say, wow, factory jobs are perfect and are great, but they are better paid jobs. They are jobs that are more secure. And when you just don't have these kind of jobs anymore, and then you start having more service jobs, more, less secure, less stable jobs, worse paid jobs. And yeah, of course, that harms the majority of the American citizens.
And I'll probably mention this author again later it's in my notes. It's not actually in our slides, but if you read recent work from Aaron, I'm going to say his name wrong, so I apologize, but I believe it's Aaron Benayev. One of the interesting aspects of this sort of deindustrialization of the United States and this decline of manufacturing is that, right, normally, or in popular discourse, I would say, especially from like pundits and politicians, right? It's like, oh, like X country took our jobs or something like that. And while there is this there is in fact, right, a rise of a manufacturing sector in so many other parts of the world, and we'll look at that a little bit later. In fact, it is not exactly it is not weirdly the same kind of industrial sort of, let's say, model as you would have found in the mid-century in the United States. Does not lead to necessarily the same kind of prosperity. And it does not appear that you can actually just sort of like do global development. It's just, we are at capacity, basically. You cannot develop your way 100% out through sort of like, let's say, like every country industrializing the same on the same exact model. So just to sort of bring home this point, though, that Schwartz is developing over the course of his article, in many ways, empire is not paying off for Americans equally anymore. It never was, but you could roughly say, I mean, in like 1945 to 65 or something like that, right? Somewhere in that period, from the early 50s, late 40s to the maybe the late 60s, early 70s, you could make the case that empire was paying off for for a decent section, especially of sort of industrial workers in the United States. With the switch to a service economy, this is largely not the case, and it's not only because of the switch to the service economy. Okay, so the next, too much. Okay. So from there, oh my God, so sorry. Okay. From there, Schwartz moves into these four sort of reasons, right? That basically, my glib paraphrasing of this is why capital loves the imperialism of the dollar. So first, and we talked about this yesterday, and we're going to talk about it again today, the dollar partially frees the US state and allies from resource constraints. This is sometimes popularly talked about, even on left, as like kind of like a good idea. Like, sweet, we have sovereign money, we can just print all we want. Basically, the world is forced into using it. I'm not so sure if that's a great idea from a sort of political standpoint, and maybe we'll talk about that more at the very end. But most importantly, for our discussion of militaries and militarism and imperialism, dollar debt funds U.S. special forces who train local militaries today as auxilia, right? So we have this sort of metastasization, right? Not every troop that is fighting, quote unquote, for U.S. empire is actually a U.S. soldier, right? We have lots of local divisions. This came up in yesterday's discussion of for example, like in the British colonization model, you would have often like British officers and native sort of enlisted people, right? Sometimes conscripted people. But here you actually have a slightly different relationship where sometimes post-colonial states, sometimes weak states, sometimes what people refer to sometimes as failed states, will have large presence of US military bases and large presence of US special forces, training local militaries as sort of extensions of American military power. And we also, I think, want to pay attention, and we'll come back to this later, to the extension of this in private theaters. I know that my colleague, Suzanne Schneider, will be talking about this later today, I think, and has already mentioned it yesterday. But there are many theaters of, theaters of war in which private military contractors are in greater number than even state forces. So again, we get this kind of reversal, if you will, of a very let's say a modestly state-driven system from the sort of post-war onwards, like working through the Bretton Woods institutions, et cetera, to a largely market-driven, right, a market-disciplined deployment of imperial forces. Okay, second, right, so right, the dollar. Why the dollar? Second, all 5 Anglo countries are tightly tied geopolitically to the United States through some combination of intelligence cooperation, alliance-based joint exercises, actual warfighting, and a dense network of circulating elites. The integration of military and intelligence organizations is every bit as dense as with finance. And as with finance, there is a hierarchy of privilege and access that radiates out from the center. These military ties run parallel to the financial ones. And the only thing I'll add here, I think that's pretty straightforward. I think we can sort of picture that, and also this sort of revolving door. And again, it's not just between state actors, but also between private actors, NGOs, all kinds of places. It's not just that they run in parallel to financial ones, they also, of course, run in parallel to production ones, and in the enforcement, especially of trading certain kinds of commodities. I'm particularly going to point out oil here, both as it has been a sort of a heavily important organizational principle for American military policy for a while, but also it is basically the lifeblood of the modern global economy. Which has implications, of course, for everything from climate to inequality and so on. Third, and I'm just going to sort of plow through these because we have to go into the next bit. The Federal Reserve Bank is de facto the world's central bank. By acting as a lender of last resort in global crises, right? That's what happened in 2008, and that's what's happening right now with the pandemic. The Fed has structural power over almost all of the global financial system. Access to the Fed is a life or death issue for non-US banking systems, right? If you don't have dollars, you're fucked. If the US turns off the spigot, you are almost basic. Think of the situation of Iran right now, especially after the conditions that struck them during the pandemic. Being cut off from the US dollar system, from global trade, is actually as much of a, maybe I'm overstating the case, but not too much, has been as much of a death blow, not a death blow, that's the wrong word, but has done as much violence as the actual virus itself, has reaped as much destruction. And it is extremely hard when you are sort of cast out of this system to be able to operate in this global system that is so dominated by capital and centered, right, not in, but on around the United States, especially its military. In other words, they globally non-US banks generate almost all of the 60% of cross-border lending that is US dollar denominated. In other words, they voluntarily, he scare quotes this in a moment, create the dollar liabilities on their balance sheets that make them ultimately depend on the Fed in a crisis. But voluntarily here needs to be understood in the context of societies whose exports to the United States transform stagnation into merely mediocre growth. And I think the thing that's really important also to sort of frame here about our discussions of globalization, about imperialism, about financialization, and so on, is that they're all propping up what is globally a flagging growth rate. Again, even on the left, there are many who will often say like, oh, well, we just got to pump that growth rate back up and everything's going to be good. There's a lot of reasons to be like queasy about that, both ecologically but also politically. Growth as it exists right now really kind of is another way of saying profits. And I mentioned the Beneev before piece, and I think he has a book coming out about this as well, where it doesn't actually seem we're going to be able to sort of grow our way to prosperity. And especially when we're thinking about a country like the United States, especially the level of inequality in a country like the United States, the idea that we distributional questions or even basically ownership questions, right? Public property or democratically controlled property versus private property actually seems to be of more importance to what some people would call an overdeveloped society than necessarily, as Shin said before, growing the pie. Right now, growing the pie is just growing profits. And you could, if you want a really good example of this, think about sort of the way in which sort of tech titans in the past year, people like Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, et cetera, choose your poison, have been making out like bandits, especially during the pandemic, right? This like does, even though in fact we are not growing, let's say, at a strong rate. And Trump did try to do a kind of shitty version of Keynesianism during the first couple of years of his regime or government, I don't know, however you want to put it, with the sort of absurd tax break, but also the really high spending, especially defense spending, which was supported by both parties here in the United States. And we'll talk about that more later as well. But even as such, I think at best we got up to maybe 2 to 3%. If you look in general growth trends in the mainstream literature, this is called sort of the productivity crisis or secular stagnation. And there's a lot of other ways, Bob Brenner has written about this and others, to talk about the sort of way in which this really does seem to be this version of global economy, whether you like it or not, seems to be at an end. One of the best ways of putting this comes from a book that we actually did an event on last year from Oliver Noctway. He writes, it's really quite beautiful because he does bring the ecological back into the picture. On the other hand, the ecological critique of growth sees continued economic expansion as fatal, right? And that's actually largely agreed upon in actual sort of ecological circles. If unrestricted growth continues, say growth critics, everything in the future will be worthless as the planet will no longer be inhabitable. That's a little bit of an overstatement. It'll be inhabitable for people, just not for everyone. Champions of a post-growth economy attack the wastage of resources and call for a society without economic growth. Both positions, however, miss the nub of the problem, right? The anti-growth and the pro-growth positions. Post-growth capitalism is increasingly a reality, albeit not in the ecological variant that critics desire, right? We do not live in a sustainable paradise. I don't know if you noticed this, but it's something I did on the way to my computer this morning. Sorry, that's glib, but this is dark stuff. Instead, everything is done to generate new growth, including the continued depletion of natural resources, right? And with today's post-growth capitalism, questions of ecological sustainability, qualitative criteria of growth, and the good life are not obsolete. On the contrary, efforts made in all industrial countries to generate more growth generally contradict the growing awareness of the need for sustainability. What is rarely emphasized in the policy debates, however, is the social question. In the past, growth provided the key resource for moderating structural inequalities, right? If the US was growing a lot, you could in fact give in just enough to labor demands to sort of keep everyone in a similar ship. And he's writing about Germany, so we can see a very similar model in Germany. In the absence of growth, though, social tensions increase as the process and distribution of income and wealth becomes a zero-sum game. And that, I think, is a very vital observation when we're thinking about the sort of shift of imperialism and the shift of, and maybe some of its political implications in this moment. Mark, should I pause or should we finish this section out?
We do have one question coming in. You mentioned earlier that global production is kind of at capacity, or there's some kind of limit on industrialization globally. And the question is, are we somehow past the point of substantially improving living standards worldwide?
That's a great question. And I'm happy for Lygia, if you want to answer these as well, please do. I will take a stab at this one first, and I would say no. And I'd say it's both like there are geographies, of course, in which growth must happen. So like, I think that when we have sovereign demands from the global South for some kinds of growth, like it is unquestionable that this sort of like must happen. The idea that you're going to consign people, or that frankly, it's not even just a justice point of view. It is like a mere fact. The idea that people will settle for indefinite poverty or whatnot is just seems likely, very unlikely. That said, in a lot of global South political movements, at least that I've been studying, especially because I've been working so much on this question about growth and climate and its politics, you do see a lot of people being like, yeah, but we don't want to fucking live like American. Like the ideal of American life, the sort of globalization of the US way of life is not like universally, I think, held. And there is productive capacity and resources already created across the world. They're just very ill distributed, particularly when we think of these things both monetarily and ecologically, right? Economically and ecologically. So again, and this doesn't have to be a bad thing. Remember, empire is not really working for most Americans today. Well over 50%, easy. It's a majority, possibly even a super majority, who would benefit far more from the distribution of existing productive capacity within the United States, then they would benefit from like some kind of propped up growth rate. So I think, and in fact, there is a really good article, has some limitations, and I'm happy to follow up on this with anyone if they want. I'm never gonna remember the title. It's like Good Life Within Planetary Boundaries. It's actually a co-authored article by several economists and ecologists saying like, actually a lot of the things that people really want, like this is globally speaking, public services, like a decent, a decent livable city, education, health, et cetera, like housing, clothing, like these are attainable. Totally attainable in like a kind of really nice way, actually. Now they underplay it, I think, a little bit because they're using very standard models, and I wish they wouldn't have. But I think the underlying point is really, really important. That in fact, it doesn't have to be like a gray, bleak, horrible world that post-growth promises. What post-growth promises for me as a political theorist, and then I'll maybe give a moment for Lygia as well to give a perspective. As a political theorist, is political conflict. Growth in many ways was a way to, it's almost ideological code for profits. Like everyone is bound, especially in the imperial center, like really, really can be bound to the like profit of the firm they work for. If you even think of the way in which American organized labor is so sort of right, firm by firm, and so on and so forth, right? You can think about labor and capital in many ways, especially in that sort of 30 years after World War II, sort of walking hand in hand, right? And this is open, right? There was an expulsion of socialists and communists, and a post-war compromise. That doesn't stand today. And so the thing that Nachtwey ends on, which is sort of zero-sum game, to me is code for, it's not just code, right? It is in fact saying it's going to be a political conflict over a lot of these existing resources. And that must also include, and actually Amin, who I mentioned earlier, has written about this, ways in which space is made for the autonomous and sovereign development of global South nations. Lygia, sorry, that was a long answer to that question.
No, it's perfect. I totally agree. I think like, well, first, if we're talking about global production in terms of producing stuff, yeah, maybe like our capacity for inputs are like the environment doesn't allow us to produce so much more things. But I think, as you said, like in terms of services, in terms of creating like health, education, culture, all this, I think we do have space for more. And also regarding the point of improving living standards worldwide, I think there are a lot of countries that don't have like living standards that we could even, So then, I mean, I think is again is a question of distribution of the stuff we produce, and distribution of time as well, and what we want to do with the time that is left, right? Because more and more people are like, I think people have. Since the beginning of capitalism, people is working now more hours than ever if you count everything. It's just because we don't count anymore, because we are always working on phones and doing online things, and we don't count labor as we used to. But I think, this question, like, it's, for me, it's another symposium, because we do have a lot to talk about it. But
it's actually on these things. I will say that this is, it is one of my favorite questions, and maybe we'll come back to it later. But it's almost like we need a whole separate day to talk about it. I think it's one of the most important questions, honestly, like in the world. So thanks for posing it. And the only thing I would add to what Lygia just really helpfully expanded upon is, right, not just distribution, but control. Right, some kind of democratic control over these productive capacities. And also, I think it's also helpful to frame these things, as many of my colleagues and others have, in terms of sort of questions of like care economies, social reproduction, like valuing and remunerating things that aren't necessarily tied to the production of, I forget who uses this phrase, but technically, but of cheap crap. Like the plastic cup I was just drinking out of, and there almost certainly are, yes, whatever, however you want to phrase it. The general phrase with planetary boundaries on like universalizing the plastic cup economy. You might think about this also in terms of the world of small electronics, which I actually will talk about a little bit later, and things like that. Like the idea of everyone in the world. If your like global utopia vision like depends on everyone in the world having a smartphone, that's not possible in the actual planet we live in. So there is some shifts that happen here. And one of my favorite examples for this, and then I'll push ahead, is the sort of period of the very low growth but very high prosperity situation that happened in Kerala after the Communist Party took over that state of India in the mid, I want to say 50s or 60s, up through, I think that started to change in the 90s, I want to say, but I don't know if I have my dates exactly correct. But they were able to achieve essentially like standard of living levels that were comparable to Portugal, like basically a Southern European country. I don't know if you've been to Portugal; it's pretty nice. But on the GDP per capita of a country like Sudan. So there's a lot that can be done through social coordination and social action versus just pure growth. Okay, that's a lot, and then but it's a really, really good question. So fourth and finally, the widespread use of the dollar means that most trade and financial flows are settled through plumbing controlled by either the U.S. state or entities regulated by the U.S. state. And this I think is self-explanatory. The only thing I'll add here that we'll ask again throughout this lecture is like, what does state mean here? There are different kinds of states throughout the world, right? The American state and the Saudi state and the Mexican state and the Brazilian state and whatever, Afghanistan, like these are not all the same places, right? They are not exactly like, it's almost strange to call them all states in my mind. And I think we want to look more closely at that, especially when we're talking about empire, right? The US plays a central specific role in this in a way that isn't just the state. I don't think I'll spend too much time on this simply because this is just some sort of summation, right? But he says like, analysis like Fagan and I actually can't pronounce it, Lusters are correct, whatever. This is internal debates amongst economists. They're correct that, right, the dollar imposes exorbitant burdens on non-US elite US population. That's totally true and wasn't true 7 years ago. And I really want to think about the politics of that when we close. But that burden needs to be seen in the context of an overall system of power, right? It's not just about US elites and US like non-elites, whatever you want to call the US masses, is in fact global, right? A system of power radiating unevenly from Washington, New York, Silicon Valley, and so on, through a network of allied states, firms, and free-floating intellectuals that cross the permeable boundaries of formal citizenship and legal domicile. This is where we start to really see the transnational nature of transnational capital. Even if it is a system that is anchored in and funded by the use of the dollar as a de facto currency of a global imperial state centered on, not in, Washington. The exorbitant privilege is not it does not net out the exorbitant burden. It is the obverse of a coin held by much of the global power elite. And I really love this on, not in, because it helps us understand that, like, really American empire is almost less about the US like government, the actual sort of like, right, our elected officials and whatnot. And it's almost more closely aligned, frankly, and again, with the things we were talking today, with our military power, right? Military power connected directly to financial power, to the Fed. Which is a very strange thing. And the illustration on the right here, just very quickly, is a couple snapshots of how much of the world reserve-backed currency is held in dollars. As you can see, it is predominantly American dollars. There's a lot of talk of like, oh, there's going to be a new challenger to the dollar. And you can see, like, you know, people really, really love this new Cold War with China nonsense. And the Chinese correctly reject it. They're like, let's not do that. That seems dumb. But as you can see here, also, the Chinese renminbi is 2% of global reserve-backed currency. The US dollar still is the primary sort of vehicle for global finance and global production. Also, if you look here, you can see the decline. The Euro project has not turned out to be so jazzy. So you can see the decline of the Euro. It looked like it was gaining ground for quite a while, up until about 2007, then not so much. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Okay, so let's move to sort of the center of this talk. Talk is the wrong word, seminar, but I feel like I'm talking too much. I'm very used to always teaching with like a million students around me. So it's like, even digitally, so it's like hard to do this just, so I really appreciate Lygia and Mark being here. This section is why capital loves imperialism for production. So this, I want to switch gears here a little bit. We talked about sort of financial systems, swap lines, and again, it's can seem very ethereal. This is globalization in its most base and physical terms. Sometimes there's a couple different ways of talking about these things, global production networks. I like the global value chain phrase or concept, simply because it helps us not only think about production, but also about where value, to use the word that Lygia was using before, is actualized, which is uneven across these networks or these chains. What is a global value chain? I'll give you a quick definition. The value chain describes the full range of activities that firms and workers perform to bring a product from its conception to use and beyond. This includes activities such as research and development, design, production, marketing, distribution, and support to the final consumer. In the context, this is from Global Value Chains and Development. I'm not going to pick up the book edited by Gary Gareffi. In the context of globalization, the activities that constitute a value chain have generally been carried out in inter-firm networks on a global scale. By focusing on the sequences, I'm just going to leave off the rest of this. And essentially, these are governed, we'll talk about this more in a moment, by generally a transnational corporation, not necessarily like a single one, right? Like, again, you choose your favorite. I don't mean favorite here in an actual favorite way, but choose an exemplary transnational corporation. I don't know, Apple. That's a very good example, right? It doesn't mean Apple directly controls this, but they coordinate this value chain. And if you look here, we have a simple model. I took it, I think, from two books. One is Global Shift by Peter Dicken, and the other is some papers by an economist named Baldwin, who has first name I'm not forgetting, so I apologize. But right, if we have bundled production, we can think about this in a very traditional way, right? Think about this as like Fordism, right? Like if you imagine the sort of Fordist ideal, like everything is there or in the factory, sort of, right? The design unit, the construction unit, so on and so forth, marketing, everything is in-house, right? In a global value chain production, it's quite simply not, right? It's internet. It's not not within the walls of the factory. It's not within the space of the town. It's not even within the space of the national geography. Rather, it is across international lines. And of course, this is, and if you really think about this, I'll use the cell phone example in a moment. If you think about all the different things that go into building a cell phone, right? We're talking about a lot of tiny processes being moved across the world to take as much advantage of so-called comparative advantages as humanly possible, often understood as like low-cost labor, but it's not only that. It's also like access and proximity to resources. All kinds of things are very, very important for the geographies of these things. Almost 80% of global trade, so like of stuff, basically, of commodity stuff that is produced, happens this way. So not very much the other way. Far from some kind of free-floating ethereal sense that is sometimes invoked for this kind of thing, like globalization, it's all in the cloud, right? Cloud computing or like whatever. GVCs are anchored in specific geographies and sites. Okay. So these are facilitated by financialization, particularly the free flow of global capital, which is pretty new. The sort of frictionless flow of capital, which is highly dependent on high-speed communications technology, and this whole process is highly dependent on fossil fuels. Again, I'll bring that ecological framework in there, is relatively, well, the fossil fuels part isn't new, but the other part is. That is really sort of new to the last 40 or 50 years. And again, this is a way in which tiny growth rates are propped up. This is a way in which the military, and we'll get to the military's function in just a moment, facilitates ever increasing inputs, right? This is that old Luxembourgian argument. But at the same time, there's two things I want to caution us on. First, this does not mean that there's necessarily some good model to go back to, right? It does not mean like, let us, and this is, again, an argument you will often hear, for example, made in some circles, again, progressive left-wing circles around like labor and things like that. Like, let's go back to the good model of the post-war when it was the Fordist plant. Like, that's going to be great. Not necessarily. There are probably things we want to be doing locally better, like agriculture and all kinds, and probably some manufacturing. But the post-war model was predicated on value extraction from the global South. And that is one of the things that we must understand from the sort of study of imperialism. It's also not obvious that you could even go back to it. Again, thinking about the now sort of overcapacity situation with manufacturing. The other thing to sort of note here is that these things are not easy to govern, and that's part of the point. There's a lot of examples that we can have of this, and maybe I'll just skip the next slide to sort of talk about them. GVCs are right, gold value chains or gold production numbers facilitate lean production, right? These are all good business buzzwords. If you ever go into a business meeting or want to read like Financial Times, you'll get a lot of this. Just-in-time production. In this sense, globalization as we currently understand it, including financialization, is integral to propping up growth rates, again, profits. But they also are meant to get around, for example, local regulation. One of my favorite examples of this comes from Anna Singh and her book, The Mushroom at the End of the Universe, where she talks about sort of like Japanese furniture companies like outsourcing to loggers who are explicitly doing illegal activity. And like that is part of the model of how these things work. They are meant to be non-governable and to get around states. And this is sort of weirdly, like, it's very funny. If you open up the literature that is on this stuff in that is like for it, that it says like, hey, this is great. It is often said like, yeah, and one of its great advantages is that it gets around state power and state restrictions. And we might want to look at this more closely or think about what this means in a moment. But it helps us think about, I call here a super sovereign sort of, I'm not sure if that's the right word, but nature of GVCs or of global capital in these. And along the side here, I had assigned for folks who did read for this, this national security document from 2012 from the Obama administration for global supply chain security. And also over here, this is the logo of Academy, which is the third rebranding of Blackwater, a private security company. Because we want to be thinking about not only sort of the official military, but also private security. which again, private military corporations are ever more present across the world. So I'm not going to read all of this. Do read this document for yourself. I think it's a fascinating historical document. But one of the things that the Obama administration sort of sets out in this national strategy document is sort of that national interest. Again, not something I'm like particularly in love with the old idea of it either, but is being reframed as the security of supply chains. Now, what does that mean? I just said that these are meant to get around military services. Well, it can be the enforcement of certain kinds of border restrictions, certain kinds of containment for forms of production, the enforcement and safety and security of certain kinds of key infrastructural and capital assets. All of this is actually mentioned here. But once we see it with this other frame, it's like, oh, fuck. The military is actually playing a vital role in facilitating the free movement and backing up transnational corporations, much the way, again, thinking back to the earlier material, the state stepped in to back back up so much private finance in the 2008 financial crisis. So we see here the state sort of acting at the behest of transnational capital, largely that is, and it's like, I could make some kind of horrible liberal, sort of liberal nationalist argument from like 1955 or something that like, right, the national interest will benefit American workers, yada, yada, yada. Like with this kind of like empire will benefit everyone. But again, we just saw through all this evidence from before and through all this argumentation that actually that's not the case. Right. So literally, we have here a document outlining how national security strategies, including there's this sort of like even here is talked about sort of subsidiaries to the military and things like this are going to be part of helping facilitate these global production networks or global value chains. And just like one key example, it came up yesterday in our discussions, and I think it really can be very Lygia was saying I should 100% mention this, and I think she's right. Like if you want like a really concrete example to take this somewhat like legalese, policyese document and make it real. When you think about these transnational flows of capital, right, they're very frictionless. They do in fact happen often without government even knowledge. There's something we might talk about later, like literally 40% of, I think, global profits are, governments can't even account for them anymore, right? This is how much of the system is opaque to political authority. But if you think about something like the intense militarization and policing of the US border for human migration, you get a really key example of where the military plays a role in this, right? Not just like, again, to put this in sort of far-flung things about logging in Indonesia and its use in Japanese, furniture manufacturing, but rather to sort of bring it really home. The US loves, right, this right here, the free flow of some goods. It loves the frictionless flow of capital. It does not love. In fact, I would say it's probably harder today than it has been for a century for most people, not all people. Again, this is real sort of differentiation between classes or elites and however you want to phrase it, in moving across borders, right? So the US now operates the world's largest detention network of migrant detention, what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I think, correctly called concentration camps. I have no trouble with the extension of that language. So like, when we want to think about this in concrete terms, what does it mean to protect the supply chain, to protect capital through military use? Think about that, right? Think about the prevention of people crossing borders that might, in fact, alleviate, right? There's always an interest, right? There supposedly within sort of neoliberal doctrine is this idea of the free movement of peoples, free movement of goods, free movements of capital, but somehow people and labor always gets left out of this. And that is not by accident. The free movement of labor actually is a power for labor. And if it was possible, it would decrease the power of capital. Mark, should we pause again or should we keep going for a moment?
Let's just keep going for a little bit and
okay.
We'll assemble some more questions.
Okay, so another example I wanted to use of this sort of production, policing and production, it's one of my favorite examples. I hate to pick on this company. I don't hate to pick on any company, but kind of hate. There's this company, I believe they're Dutch, called Fairphone, and they wanted to make a quote unquote ethical smartphone. What did that mean? They meant that there wasn't going to be like horrible labor conditions. There wasn't going to be, it was going to be ecologically sustainable, all this kind of stuff. It's actually, again, as we said before, it's not possible. One of the things that made it particularly impossible is that about 67% of all cobalt mined in the world is from the Democratic Republic of Congo. And cobalt is a key component in the batteries of all these things. Like I'm looking around my apartment for like other battery run electronics, but if you have battery run electronics, it's probably got cobalt in it, especially if it's small. For people who don't know a lot about the DRC, it's a pretty rough scene over there in terms of conflict, and a lot of this mining is straight up done by modern day slavery, at best by child labor. Interestingly, at one point, I believe it was the British government tried to pass a law against this and saying like you would get fined or something like this, or sanctioned in some way if there was slavery in your supply chain. And one of the funny things that, funny here is not the right word. I use funny just to mean interesting or sort of horrifying. It's my deflection tactic. Things that happen is simply insurance markets were created to deal with the risk that is generated by having slavery in your production network and your supply chain. Because in fact, there is not, and I'm not trying to make you feel guilty about smartphones. Like that's not the point. The point rather is to understand that these are intrinsic to these production processes and they are being enforced. So two ways in which it's being enforced. Think back to auxiliaries. So the Congolese military has intervened to shut down some of these mining practices. Which ones? Not the transnational corporate ones, the ones that are being done sort of in local competition by quote unquote artisanal miners. All right, they say this is for the safety of the miners, yada, yada, yada. But in fact, it does produce the function of protecting the transnational corporate mining, and the very small percentage of mining that is sort of domestic, let's say, is in fact stymied. And then who is enforcing the sort of really, really, frankly, just slave-like or slave conditions in these mines? Often private military corporations. So I have here G4S, which is the largest military corporation operating in the Congo, which is a transnational corporation centered not only in the United States, but also, I forget, it's a bunch of places, several European countries, Israel, I think Australia as well, sort of putting forces. I think they have 8,000 boots on the ground, to use that terminology, in Congo. And we can think about this, right? So again, this is militarism in the supply chain. This is like where the rubber meets the road for this. And you can think about this also in parallel with Afghanistan, which also has a lot of rare earth metals and gas, and it's a whole nother discussion. But in that theater, private security does in fact outnumber regular forces, even with the sort of huge amount of American forces. And again, my colleague, Suzanne Schneider, I think will be saying more about that later. Okay, so that sort of is the end of our production section for a bit. We're not like trying to be too like everything is separate. They're not. They're all actually a nice big circuit. But we also wanted to finally talk about demand. So I'm going to hand it back to Lygia for a moment. Who's going to walk us through the sort of more technical side of what we might think about as why capital loves imperialism for demand.
Thank you, Ajay. So if on one hand, military assures low-cost global production, in the US, it helps assuring effective demand. So here we have that, so GDP, the gross domestic product, equals effective demand, right? And you can, I hope everybody's sort of familiar with this equation, but means that effective demand is actually a sum of your consumption plus investment plus government spending plus net exports. And here in the table, we see how it's divided in percentage shares. So personal consumption, which is the C in the equation, is almost 68%. That's going to be done basically by workers. And as Khalili says, workers consume all or almost all their income. So with that part, you don't really have to worry so much about it in terms of actually having demand for what was produced. But we have two other points here that are actually very important for deciding whether what was produced is actually going to be consumed or not, which is investment and government spending. So investment depends on expectations. We see here in the table that for the United States, 17.5% of its GDP is actually was in 2019 consumed by investment. So a firm will invest if it thinks that whatever it's being produced is going to be sold, is going to be demanded. And G, which is government spending, is currently very much questioned by mainstream economics. So you have on one hand investment responsible for 17.5% of your GDP that depends on the willing of investors, capitalists to produce. And they will produce if they think they are going to sell. And you have, again, 17.5% of your GDP depending on government spending, which is questioned by mainstream economics. Mm-hmm. Ellen Wood was in our readings, she mentions the war without end. And here, what would be important if she's actually correct, which we think she's actually on a good path there. She says that you don't need to justify war anymore. So then war can happen at any time. It's always in the horizon. If that's the case, then investment on military will happen because you always can have a war to consume what was produced.
Right.
So this is one point.
Right. And thank you. And we'll look a little bit closer at the wood in a moment. But actually, I pulled out two quotes, again, for people who got the readings in advance. You got that very short article from Michael Khalili from 1943 called The Political Aspects of Full Employment. And this article is great, I have to say. Whenever I have only a chance to teach, someone's like, you can teach 5 pages of econ. This is what I often give them. It has a lot packed in here. Not every bit of it maybe holds for today, and not, we can talk about that as well. But there are some key arguments that that help us understand the questions we're asking today about about capital, empire and capital. So just to walk us quickly through Khalili's arguments, and then I'll look at what we have on the screen here. Right, he says capital is against full employment, except for fascists, basically, except Nazis. Why? And if you are interested in, I'll give another reference to something that I have done with another Brooklyn Institute faculty. Me and Raphael Schaap wrote an article called The Supermanagerial Reich that did do a sort of comparative political economy of fascism and neoliberalism for today. And so if you're interested in that part of this, check it out. It's interesting, but maybe not. I'm trying not to focus too much on the fascism word here and more on the argument about armaments. But okay, so why is capital against full employment? Right? It seems counterintuitive to Khalili from a purely economical point of view. Why? Because and very much following the logic that Lygia just laid out for you, if we have full employment and there's a lot of money in circulation, a lot of money in worker hands, a lot of money in consumer hands, then therefore there should be a lot of purchasing going on. People are going to spend that money down. This should drive profits up. Everything, right? This should be awesome, right? Shouldn't capital love full employment? That should be great. Well, not so much. So first, Khalili points out, capital doesn't love the idea of the government investing tot court, So like this is why? Because public investment can compete with private investment in a nutshell. I'm really sort of, what's it called? Reducing this so I can get to the key point. Next, he says, spending on social services, like public investment, also can sort of can reduce profits through public competition as well. Then he also says, right, the other thing that governments could, of course, do, this today is talked about as like universal basic income, things like, right, could straight up just subsidize consumption, right? This is something the United States did kind of in a weird way, and Europe has been doing very constantly during the pandemic, right? Just straight up mailing money to people. Why is this? I mean, again, that makes a lot of sense for sort of keeping capital circulation, keeping demand high and all that stuff. It makes a lot of sense. However, Kalieki notes that whenever businesses or capital is faced with this kind of proposition, they object to it on moral grounds. They say, you know, people have to earn their way. You can't have free handouts. You recognize this language. It's both the sort of Protestant work ethic language you might see in someone like Weber, and it's also the language of like, it's just the language of neoliberalism, right? Like we're not going to be dependent on the state, and it has racial overtones as well. Certain kinds of people are dependent on the state. We don't want to be like those kinds of people. We want to be good, productive citizens, right? There's a real moral weight to this. But Kalieki doesn't buy the moral case. He says, that's kind of horseshit. That's got to be a lie. Instead, he says, this is actually about political power. If you were to have full employment, or if you were to have public spending in those kinds of ways, these investments, or in these social services, or in these just straight up funding consumption, if you were to do any of these things, it would make people more secure in their lives. And you'd lose a lot of power, literally through the ability to, for example, fire people or discipline within your workplace. Right, again, this is like, maybe seems ludicrously obvious, but Kalieki puts it in a very, very straightforward and helpfully compact manner. Like capital as a class interest, right? Capitalists, like either intuitively or sort of just know that like actually this disciplinary power is fundamental to their ongoing ability to generate profit. Because what would happen if people were more secure, workers were more secure in their jobs and in their workplaces? Well, they'd probably demand more. If I know I'm going to fall back on a very healthy social safety net or subsidized consumption, I might take more risks. I might organize more strikes. He goes through all these things that people might do, labor actions, but also political organizing, all kinds of things people might do. Lygia mentioned this sort of time bind that people are in. Well, there's a lot less time bind in this situation. But finally, and most interestingly for us, he says there is a way out of this bind that has happened. And he cites fascism as one of the times that it has happened, which is military spending. And he says here, large-scale armaments are inseparable from the expansion of the armed forces and the preparation of plans for a war of conquest. They also induce competitive rearmament of other countries. This causes the main aim of spending to shift gradually from full employment to securing the maximum effect of rearmament. An armament economy involves in particular the curtailment of consumption as compared with that which it could have been under full employment. Why is this so interesting? You can spend and utilize. You can spend money and utilize productive capacity at almost the max level for warfare. Because it doesn't affect prices, consumption, it doesn't affect labor power. It doesn't do any of these things that these other versions of public spending do. One of the things that I found fascinating when I was putting this together, and something I've thought about before, is that if people may have encountered this argument in a very different place. And it came up obliquely yesterday at the end of our panel, the question of aesthetics, because this same argument is made by Benjamin in his 1930s article, The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. And he says, the increasing proletarianization of modern man and the increasing formation of masses are two sides of the same process. Fascism attempts to organize the newly proletarianized masses while leaving intact the property relations which they strive to abolish, right? That's the whole game here with the armaments. It sees its salvation in granting expression to masses, but on no account granting them rights. I'm going to ... this. The logical outcome of fascism is an aestheticizing of political life. And we talked about that just briefly yesterday with the sort of like depictions or the celebration of militarism. And I think it's much more complicated simply than like, oh, violence in media. Much more like the cult of the soldier, which is so far detached from the actual political and policy realities that exist for American military personnel, especially below, let's say, commissioned officer ranks. So Benjamin then says, all efforts to aesthetize politics culminate, right, make politics beautiful, culminate in one point. This is to rebuild a kind of national project. The one point is war. War and only war makes it possible to set a goal for mass movements on the grandest scale while preserving traditional property relations. You can get a lot of people moving for a war. You can do all this production, you can do all this spending, but it doesn't change property relations. That is how the situation presents itself in political terms. In technological terms, it can be formulated as follows. Only war makes it possible to mobilize all of today's technological resources while maintaining property relations. And it's really just wild to see, again, two different thinkers from very different disciplines coming to the same point around this question of just how vital the production and then the use, right? The sort of burning up of this kind of resources into armaments is so sort of perfect for the maintenance on the demand side of capital and its power. So Lygia, so I just gave you a broad theoretical portrait. So Lygia is going to take you through some of the, I was shocked to see some of the stuff, I have to tell you.
So yeah, I was too. And so this is just the budget for 2021 for the US. So $740 billion in they want to be approved. It's not approved yet, but I'm sure if it's not that, it's going to be close to it. And yeah, this is just for you to have an idea. I kind of would like to look at the next one.
Sure.
Yeah, just to say that yeah, one before that.
Oh, sorry, this one?
Okay, yeah. So, and okay, you have a lot of spending, government spending. And again, if war is always a possibility, then this government spending is justified, even for mainstream economics, right? So, and it's not any government spending. It's in nuclear, in cyberspace, hypersonic, development, machine, yeah, microelectronics, artificial intelligence. So what does it mean? It's not any kind of spending. It's very high tech. And that means that the quality of this demand, it's really important, because it not only generates profits, but it generates technology, research and development, supports the US companies in developing what's like in the top of the field. And it all has like high value added to it. And it has very low growth in terms of jobs. Like you don't need a lot of people to do that. You just need machines.
Right, and so, I think you illustrated that on your next slide, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, why can't I do it now? Oh, there you go.
Thank you. So yeah, here in the slide, we see that even though the manufacturing share of GDP in the US is decreasing, the GDP per capita is increasing. And of course, we don't have like the time and the data here to show all of that. But this is like per capita, but like, where is this money going to? Because it's not going to jobs, as we saw before, right? It's not going to workers. So where is this money going to? So this jobless growth and very, very high tech, it's going to probably profits.
Right, and not just profits. If
in general,
yes, again, yeah, I was going to say to use some of that sort of very simple economic history stuff from like Piketty, right? Also going into like extraordinarily high, income for certain kinds of workers, for a very small number of certain kinds of workers. Workers here being used in a very, very broad sense, I suppose. The other thing I'll mention here is that one of the reasons why I like that global value chain literature is it actually helps us understand this, right? There's this concept, I can't remember if I introduced it before, but of a thing called a smile curve. If you think about all the different things, I'm not going to do the phone again, but whatever. If people want to ask about phones, I'm happy to answer questions. But like, if you think about all different things that go into a commodity, now I really do want to do phones. Often the services, often those parts of the production process that are most remunerative, i.e. they pay a lot, are located within a quote unquote headquarters economy or largely within a headquarters economy. Again, this is stuff that is now spreading transnationally more and more. And the realization of that, the sale is going to often be frankly, in a global north, in a first world, whatever language you prefer, a developed market. Whereas most of the labor, a lot of the construction, a lot of the resource extraction, et cetera, is going to happen in between. And that's the bottom of the smile curve. Why is it the bottom? Because these are the most low remunerated jobs. And this is also a place where you can understand why there is this capital interest in using the military to prevent migration. To really, really fight against the mobility of labor. Okay. I'm going to pause on this slide because Mark, I think you said there was another question.
Yes, there is a question that came in just now. Adam asks, I'm still puzzled about the role of states in so-called globalization.
Yeah.
I think it's often said that globalization is supposed to transcend states. But it seems like organized state violence, that is the military, is really essential to extending and maintaining a globalized world system. Does globalization foretell some kind of dissolution of the state structure, or is it actually strengthen it?
So yeah, and this really goes nicely with this slide, and it might help me actually answer. And I'm happy for Lygia, you have things you want to add here, please. But one of the things that's really helpful from that Wood article that we assigned, or Wood chapter rather, and I think she overstates the case a bit. And I did much against my own thing, quote a little bit of myself here, but I'm not going to actually read it. But it's not that states go away. Again, I do think that that's sort of like Hart and Negri kind of argument that like it's not just like sort of people like that, right? It's also like Thomas Friedman, right? The world is flat, right? This kind of like, national, like boundaries don't matter anymore. Actually, we've just been seeing boundaries matter a ton. We might say, I think, and differently maybe than what Wood points out though, is that actually capital in new imperialism needs states. Right? It needs those Congolese troops that are trained by American troops, right? It needs the private military corporations that are working hand in hand with the US military. It needs all kinds of states, I would say different kinds of states. And I would say, I put an asterisk here on Wood's more or less, because I actually think she's using it as a figure of speech, right? She says more or less sovereign national states. But actually, I think it's really precise. They are more or less sovereign. And I think that's actually really beautiful without going into all the like nonsense detail that I've actually put from my own stuff here. Right, states haven't dissolved. They are vital, especially in their coercive capacities. And when people talk about the sort of like hollowing out or the diminishment of the state, often this is, I think, a little bit confusing. Another book I will point to that's a little heterodox but fun as hell is Philip Murawski's Never Let a Serious Crisis Go to Waste, where he says like states didn't really go away, but they changed quite a bit. So and especially if you're talking about sort of like yeah, what we want to call them, global North welfare states, right? A lot less public investment in things like social services, extraordinarily expanded investment in things, for example, like not only military spending, but in the US, like let's talk about the prison system and policing, right? And like these forms of, stuff we were talking about yesterday, right? Militarism and imperialism, colonization at home. So states are vital there. I think the thing that can be tricky here is the sort of question of sort of like, it's almost like a who calls the shots. And, you might say a semi-sovereign. I really like thinking about the global system in the way that the old critical theorist of political economy and law, Franz Neumann, does, which is as a kind of like semi-chaotic, semi-lawful, not really either a state and not really either not a state. This kind of just amalgamation, right? He coined the term, he used Hobbes's term behemoth to describe this kind of thing, where states, and a lot of the mainstream literature talks about this as well, states are sort of negotiating. They're not important. This includes the United States, are negotiating with transnational corporations and are often disciplined through some of the same processes we've been talking about: investment power, denial of investment, right? Denial to market access. Like some of these things that might seem like, oh, sweet, you got the like capitalism out, can be death for especially developing countries in the global South. So I think it's like the question. It's like one of the most important questions. And if you want to think about this in sort of like brass tacks terms, if you think about something like the competition that Amazon ran in the US to see who would be the offer the biggest public subsidy package to host like tax-free their headquarters. This is like a version of sort of, and you do have of like special economic zones, but actually sort of within the United States. And you also have actually special economic zones, like things like urban redevelopment, things like this, zones that are also done within the United States. These are ways in which we see this reversal of maybe a more state-led strategy or a more state-led power relationship following the Second World War, reverting into a more classical relationship. No, that's not going to, reverting is the wrong thing. Developing is actually the right word. Progressing even, using progress in the critical sense. Progressing into a form in which the market is dominant. The market is somehow disciplining. And if you think about not only that Obama document we looked at earlier, but the 2008 financial crisis, you really see the state stepping in like vitally, but to bail out the interests, not of like all people, but really of the interests of private financial institutions. And the example in the quote from the thing that I had written on this, and I do actually write more about this. So if you want to look at that article, I'm happy to share it. And that book, this book in general, Future of the State, is I think a pretty important book, a good one, at least I hope, when you think about also like the creation of like tax havens, again, missing profits, again, I'll use the example of Apple, companies like Apple that are able to sort of, Ireland, right, like has these super low tax rates. This is kind of an international disciplining by capital of a state like Ireland, right? Like they get some subsidiary like slough off benefits from hosting Apple. And I quote here Neumann, right? He says profits, again, he's talking about Nazism actually, are above all salaries, bonuses, commissions for special services, overvalued patents, likes, connections, and goodwill. Apple Ireland gets those things. Irish elites at least do. Irish capital in some sense does get those things from Apple, but the Irish state doesn't really get like tax revenue. It doesn't get the ability to do a lot of these things. And these are all good examples of the ways in which you can think about capital disciplining states. Does that sort of answer that question, or is it still too oblique? I don't know if he's going to be able to, or he or she are going to be able to respond in real time.
Oh no, it was a good answer. And hopefully Adam, if he's still watching, is feels enlightened.
One of the thanks, Mark. Like one of the things that Wood writes here that I'll just quote before we go to the very end, right, is that globalization, the economic imperialism capital, taken to its logical conclusion, has paradoxically required a new doctrine of extra economic and especially military coercion, right? She calls this basically surplus imperialism, or as is the topic of our next panel, endless war, right? And she says it's the endless possibility of war that imperial capital needs to sustain its hegemony over the global system of multiple states, right? So again, we even within, and I do think we need to modify the framework that Wood is using here, but even within this framework, you can see, right, that capital is sort of maintaining hegemony over a system of states, that these things are not incompatible. I will say the political implications, and here I invite questions to close out our conversation, questions and comments as from whatever people are thinking about. The political implications for renewed popular sovereignty, renewed decolonization is what I would call it, especially thinking about a lot of things we were talking about yesterday, are really profound. And I wanted to cite two bits, one from the Wood that we assigned and one from Ruth Wilson Gilmore that we were talking about yesterday. So first, Wood says, one significant, if not immediate danger is the popular struggles for truly democratic states, for a transformation in the balance of class forces in the state with international solidarity among such democratic national struggles might present a greater challenge to imperial power than ever before. And she goes on to say, right, growing disparities, neoliberalism, all over the world, connections grow between North and South. Like the US-led global capital cannot welcome even the kind of electoral change. Lygia, I'll give you a chance if you want to comment on this, that took that as this book was being completed occurred in Brazil. I don't know if you want to comment on that or not.
Well, I mean, at that point, we were at a better place in Brazil, of course. And I think that's what she's talking about. Yeah, but that didn't last much. So yeah. I think the imperialism
reasserted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. This is basically like imperialism reasserting itself against movements for greater popular sovereignty and democratic control at the local level. And if you read histories of sort of the modern economic world, like Quinn Slobodian's what's called Globalists, this twin project of sort of dismantling democracy and stymieing decolonization has always been at the heart of really maintaining capital and empire. And I won't read the whole of this Gilmore clip, but I do think it's super helpful in that she is helping to think through, you know, what we've been describing here is really, in some ways, aspects of the imperial condition, aspects of what was in Luxembourg's time, a totally different world, kind of, at least for her mind, thinking about Europe and thinking about the colonies, that now is more and more present in the center. And, you know, Gilmore writes, or answers, this is a verbal, this is an interview, about the possibilities that I would say are of a new like subject or a new form or a new political project that is explicitly anti-capitalist and explicitly anti-imperialist, and that is explicitly it's a positive project as well. It is a sustainable project for a kind of decolonized world. And she says here, I'm talking about, for example, how she talks about racialization from Cedric Robinson, right? This idea that capitalism has always been racialized. And she uses this and extends it in a really interesting way. She says, I'm talking about, for example, how unions that represent low to moderate wage public sector jobs, which have a high concentration of people of color as current and potential members, might join forces with environmental justice orgs, biological diversity, anti-climate change orgs, and immigrants' rights organizations. It is worth pointing out that most people in the world are not formal employed people, like are thinking about class has to kind of change about these things. And others to fight on a number of fronts, which against group differentiated vulnerability to premature death, which is what, in my view, racism is. And if that's what racism is, and capitalism is from its origins already racial, then that means a comprehensive politics encompassing working and workless vulnerable people and places becomes a robust class politics that neither begins from nor excludes narrower views of who or what the working class is. And I think that's a really wonderful place to sort of end this, because all throughout this, we're seeing a realignment of interests that can lead to this, not just a kind of coalition here, but a new understanding of class or a new understanding of a political subject that really can have the power the numbers and the power to achieve victories over globalized capital and empire. So that's where we were going to stop. Do we have time for any more questions, or should we stop and hand over to the next session?
It's a big question. We have one question.
Okay.
I'll just kind of address it quickly.
And this stuff will come up during the panels later as well.
Or maybe we can push it, to the panel. But someone's asking, Carrington is asking, how can we understand interstate rivalry in a 21st century global capitalist system? Are other powers, particularly Russia and China, content to kind of circulate dollars as we discussed, or are there real sources of tension that might eventually erupt in war?
Oh, wow. Going straight for the hard one. So first, I will say that I do think Susie and Nara are addressing this in the next session. I will say a quick comment on this, which is that as we saw with that chart with the sort of great, like the U.S. currency, global currency reserves held in dollars, the U.S. is still unbelievably dominant. Furthermore, while Russia certainly has its, it's like since the fall of the Soviet Union, or the collapse of the Soviet Union, I should say, has declined in its sort of power overall. It still has some, it can flex a military muscle, and it can flex some international power. But the idea of Russia as a sort of global imperial leader, especially in the economic sense, is kind of not credible. To me, at least. I think Russia does play a very important role as a kind of center of a resurgent kind of like authoritarian right-wing nationalism that you can see here in the United States, examples of, and you can see in places like Brazil, and you can see in places like India, and you can see in places like Israel, and you can see in places like Turkey, and you can see in places like Hungary, and I could keep going. You get the picture. I do think Russia plays a kind of like ideological role there, or maybe like a helpful, a helpful communicative role. But like I neither see Russia as this sort of boogeyman that is portrayed in the liberal media, nor as a kind of geopolitical threat in a sort of serious way, other than that it does have at least a large amount of aging weapons. China is, I think, the more interesting case. China has shown very little interest. So China does want, I think, geopolitical power. Yanis Varoufakis had a wonderful video about this. I wish I had it like at hand just to drop into this presentation. But like where he said like, yeah, they are extending soft power and all kinds of things around the world. They're doing some gnarly things at home for sure. But like that, like, don't worry about that. That is just kind of like the normal state of affairs. And I do think something that will hopefully come up later is like, a Cold War or a hot war with China is possibly one of the most dumb things I could possibly imagine. A Cold War with China or a trade war as we are currently fighting with China is idiotic. Idiotic from every point of view. And strangely, the Chinese leadership seems to understand this far better than American or even European leadership does. Maybe we should leave it at that. And I will also say that China's recent commitment to it's not a great timescale for decarbonization, but it's a better than anyone that any other major power has signed on to, certainly. Really, I think it does stake out that they are trying to assert some kind of global leadership, but it is, I think, qualitatively slightly different without trying to whitewash, some of the really gnarly shit, as I said, that goes on with China. But like, is, I think, qualitatively quite different than the kind of imperialism we've been talking about here today. I don't know, Lygia, does that code or?
No, that seems perfect. I mean, I couldn't agree more with your view on China specifically, and like the relations with the US. I think economically it doesn't make sense, politically it doesn't make sense to, and I think China is holding, like, even though Trump did this push for several times, like, but now I think, let's see what's coming next. But I think China is doing well.
Yeah, and actually one thing that would actually really helpful in that Wood book. So go back to that reading. It's free. And we distributed it. I guess we shouldn't be saying that on the internet live, but whatever. go get that book and read it.
Just excerpts of chapters.
To
our friends at Verso,
One of the things she does, in fact, point out there that is super helpful is that sort of whatever you might want to call China, do we want to call it like post-socialist, or do we want to call it? I actually think when people call it like neoliberal, that is actually glib. I think that's incorrect. But what do you want to call it? It's a very complicated question. But whatever you want to call it, it is engaging in global capital, engaging in capitalism, and benefiting to a certain degree from it. They're trying to do a growing Chinese middle class. Part of the transnationalization that we've been talking about of capital here is in fact because of these new centers of gravity that aren't only based in the US, even though they're predominantly still based in the US. But like one of the things that Wood points out is that there's very little incentive in the new imperialism, unlike in the pre-World War I, for a kind of Great War conflict between capitalist powers, or between powers engaged in capitalist capitalist dominance. It's sort of like mutually assured destruction. Again, doesn't mean it's not going to happen, but I see the Chinese as being as not inclined for that option. And perhaps the US, which I think everyone in our panel yesterday sort of concluded on, is an empire in decline, perhaps more desperately holding on to a bit of that fantasy. And that's a whole nother topic about like post-colonial melancholy, and I'll just leave that there. And I think we're out of time, right, Mark?
Yeah, no, I mean, we could talk about this for ages. It's great.
Yeah, no,
we're running up against the next session, so we should probably leave it here. And yeah, so join us at 2 o'clock or maybe a little bit thereafter for Suzanne Schneider and Nara Roberta Silva, who will be interrogating Endless War.
Thank you.
So join us in a bit.
Thank you.
Do you want to use my comp?
No. Hello.
Hello.
So are we good?
Hello, hello. Hi, Cora. Hi, Nara.
How is it going?
Good.
So are we all good tech-wise, Cora?
Yeah, we should be good to go, y'all.
Okay. So let's get started. Everyone, hi, good afternoon, you all. Thanks to those who stuck in, who are following like the long haul for the day, and thanks to those who are just tuning in. So we are going to start our last teaching session of our 2-day Empire in Crisis, a teaching in a symposium on US imperialism today. So yesterday we considered more closely the militarization of life and different aspects of social control. And today we want to focus more on the globe, even though I'm sure that my colleagues are going to agree with me that there is no such broad, thick separation between foreign and domestic affairs. So for today's session, I have here my colleague, Suzanne Schneider, and my colleague, Cora Walters. So we are going to do this session here, Interrogating Endless War, Violence and Great Power Politics. So Suze is a core faculty member at the Brooklyn Institute. She's also our deputy director. So she specializes in political theory and history of the modern Middle East. She's going to be leading this session today. I'm going to be here her second faculty. I'm also core faculty at the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research, and I specialize on global Marxism, social movements, and post-colonial studies. And we have here our operation director, Cora Walters, who is going to be actually our producer in this in our show here, in our online environment. So to those who are just tuning in, you can post your comments and your questions in our Facebook chat, and Cora will be managing them and sharing them with us so we can address your questions and concerns and whatever else you want to say. So yeah, I think for the tech is logistically, in logistics, we are good, right? So we can get started. So I'm going to give it to my colleague, Suze. Thanks for leading the session. Yeah, let's learn about, about this whole thing. You are muted.
Thank you, Nara. Thank you, kind of Cora, for kind of moderating this. It is a kind of a massive question that will kind of, again, kind of force us to both discuss the question of the global war on terror and endless war, how these projects are related, and the way in which the global war on terror gets kind of fit into older frameworks for thinking about war and conflict, and kind of we're trying to also interrogate the type of work that the idea of a global war on terror continues to do, even at a time where even the Department of Defense has will recognize that terrorism is no longer the kind of principal threat. And so there are kind of a few broad, portions of our presentation today. One will be kind of a review of the kind of history, the origins and the structure of the global war on terror, and looking at kind of some of what I would call like the founding documents and pivot points. Second, thinking about a little bit about the kind of both the costs of this global war on terror, and again, the type of like political and strategic work it does, and how global war on terror interfaces with other types of military and imperialist engagements. And then third, we're going to look a little bit about the kind of role of capitalism, of kind of defense and private military contractors in propelling this war. What are some of the features of this war? And finally, if we have time, we're going to speak a little bit about some of the kind of ways in which the effects of this war are felt domestically, in kind of both in ways I think that have already been touched upon in some of our previous panels, but in some additional ones as well. So it's kind of our plan for today. So I guess in order to even jump into this question, we have to acknowledge that there's some ambiguity about what a global war on terror is. Is it this boundless war against an abstract foe, or is it a more limited engagement in places like Iraq or Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, that attempts to make the world safe for democracy or perhaps safe for capitalism? And we'll kind of talk about the ways in which those projects have been conflated. But the global war on terror is somewhat of a shapeshifter that's assumed different forms over the last 2 decades. But all that said, there's a kind of consensus, I believe, among leaders and policymakers since the outset that this is a different type of war. And it's worth kind of taking a moment to ask, well, in which way is it different? I find it kind of useful in my own work to kind of draw upon that of a scholar by the name of Mary Kaldor, who has a kind of very influential book called Old Wars and New Wars, that talks about the kind of the distinction between the types of wars that came to occur in the end of the 20th century and kind of through to the 21st, and the ways in which they differ from those which we now call conventional wars, which in short are those kind of great 19th and early 20th century face-offs between separate nation states on the battlefield that kind of so much of our like military theory was originally built upon. New wars tend not to only involve states, but increasingly separatist factions, militants, a wide variety of what political scientists call non-state actors. And these include private military companies operating in kind of conflicts of war as well. It's perhaps worth noting that the very first private military company, Executive Outcomes, was founded in 1989 by a former lieutenant colonel in the South African Army who had previously worked as a commander in one of the apartheid government's death squads, which was incredulously named the Civil Cooperation Bureau. The Executive Outcomes is described as the world's first fully equipped corporate army and plays a pivotal role in civil wars in both Angola and Sierra Leone, while also servicing corporate clients in the oil industry in particular. But the kind of real important point about kind of new wars is that boundaries that are treated as well-defined and maybe even sacrosanct by conventional military theorists. So between the civilian and the combatant, the battlefield and kind of like an urban center, indeed between wartime and peacetime, that these are dissolved. And mind you, we should kind of avoid thinking that this is a wholly new phenomenon that only begins at the end of the 20th century, right? The kind of shift to total war, to targeting civilian populations, is already part of kind of, Allied strategies in the Second World War, for instance. But in kind of my own work, I argue that the Islamic militant groups that align themselves in opposition to the existing state system and that attack the legitimacy of states in both Muslim majority countries, as well as kind of launching attacks on Western targets, that these are very recent creations. I mean, we can see this empirically, that most of them date to the kind of, at the earliest, the late 1970s, and they really proliferate in number and type throughout the last 25 years in particular. So while kind of our pundits and leaders often give the impression that groups like the Islamic State or Al-Qaeda are this kind of holdover from a less enlightened past or the residue of some sort of medieval barbarism, it's important to note that they are in fact wholly modern and just another type of new war combatant. So American presidents, of course, have spoken frequently about 9/11 as America's like rude awakening to this new world of new wars. And I think that one of the best ways to kind of, get a sense of this is to look at some of the, speeches that are given kind of in the aftermath of 9/11. So I'm going to just be sharing my screen a little bit throughout the presentation so that, we can kind of follow along as you'd like. So let me actually just get started here. Okay, this first document that we're looking at, which is in that Google Drive, for any of you who are able to do some of the reading in advance, is George Bush's address to the joint session of Congress from September 20th, 2001. And the, can you guys still see that document? Yeah, that's it.
No, I actually see. I see your outline.
Let's see. Okay, so we're going to stay here for a, let me see, we'll stay here for just a second so we're going to look at a few of these passages, and I'll turn off my screen so I can actually go back to my notes. Okay, here we go. Right, in this kind of, this speech, which both kind of announces this kind of global war on terror, and also announces the creation of course, of the Department of Homeland Security. There's a sense of the kind of unprecedented nature of what has just happened. So look, for instance, this paragraph that I'm highlighting right here, right? On September the 11th, enemies of freedom committed an act of war against our country. Americans have known wars, but for the past 136 years, they have been wars on foreign soil, except for one Sunday in 1941. Americans have known the casualties of war, but not at the center of a great city on a peaceful morning. Americans have known surprise attacks, but never before on thousands of civilians. All of this was brought upon us in a single day, and night fell on a different world, a world where freedom itself is under attack. So there is this, of course, this dramatic kind of presentation here that references exactly those kind of like breakdowns of traditional barriers that we just mentioned before, right? Between the city and the battlefield, between the civilian and between the combatant, and again, between war and peacetime, where those kind of like things that were regarded as kind of sacrosanct suddenly have broken down. Nara, did you want to add something here?
Yeah, so I was wondering, so I was going to mention exactly that I got this sense by reading this speech that this type of war, this war is very much new, right? So then you saying that there is no, that the boundaries are, the traditional boundaries of war are dissolved. I think that could be a very good example of that. And I also, it caught my attention also how the idea that, okay, so can you come back to that same,
Yep, sorry, I'm was already teeing up the next, but yeah, it's right here.
So if you think here, so Americans have known the casualties of war, but not at the center of a great city on a peaceful morning. So the idea that, well, I mean, it's right here and we are not isolated anymore. In this sense that, for example, let's consider other wars were fought elsewhere in another territory. And right now there is something going on here, and we, like the American people, are not isolated, are not insulated, let's say, from these casualties.
And we should note, of course, that these types of new wars that kind of blurred those distinctions between war and peace, between civilians and combatants, and between even where the field of battle were, these have been happening in the rest of the world, and particularly much of the global south, but not just there, right? We are just like a few years beyond kind of the dissolution of Yugoslavia, and the kind of ensuing like decade of civil war between kind of these like newly emergent states in the Balkans. There's some sort of like a sense of like indignity that this kind of situation, which is actually was becoming almost routine for many conflict zones across the world through the end of the 20th century, is now kind of being felt on American soil.
Yeah, I mean, maybe telling, and then we can definitely question if this is like a new war, but it was told to American people that it was, something new that they needed to actually like watch out for.
Right. I mean, and on this kind of question, it's right. It's worth kind of, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to this kind of question of how will we fight, and how does one win a war against an abstraction? Because the war is, of course, not just against Al-Qaeda. It is a war on terror. And how, in what way does this kind of tee us up for a war that can never have an ending? And I'm looking particularly here at these kind of top paragraphs where Bush is drawing a kind of clear distinction between even the wars of the recent past that America has participated in, right? The war in Iraq a decade ago, where a decisive liberation of territory, swift conclusion, right? Or in Kosovo, where no ground troops are used, right? That he's kind of even referencing these types of wars that might be familiar to the American people, to say nothing of something like World War II that, right, ends with kind of formal surrenders and, peace treaties and the like between, state actors. But let's look at this paragraph right here in particular. Our response involves far more than instant retaliation and isolated strikes. Americans should not expect one battle, but a lengthy campaign, unlike any we have ever seen. It may include dramatic strikes visible on TV and covert operations, secret even in success. We will starve terrorists of funding, turn them one against another, drive them from place to place until there is no refuge or no rest. And we will pursue nations that provide aid or safe haven to terrorism. Every nation in every region now has a decision to make. Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists. From this day forward, any nation that continues to harbor or support terrorism will be regarded by the United States as a hostile regime. Nara, did you want to jump in here?
Yeah. No, actually, I mean, I think this part is actually very, it's really striking, because there is this sense that there are different layers, right, to this war, because there is, it may include dramatic strikes visible on TV, but also covert operations and some things that people are not going to learn. But I think like how actually this is setting the tone here of this, a division of the world, and a sense that the United States is going to lead, and some people have, and other countries have to lie behind, they have to be behind them. How actually that there is this sense of that there is this need of crafting a new coalition in this sense, and very like black and white terms, like if you are not with us, you are against us.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll talk about the extent to which the kind of almost like the Manichaean logic of a Cold War gets kind of picked up and reapplied here. But I think something that's really interesting when we think about, again, this kind of question of like the new wars and the conventional wars between states, is the way in which terrorism and the kind of threat and the appeal to terrorism is also going to be something that can frankly fuel like quite conventional American imperial exploits, as we're going to see in Iraq. And that, rather than thinking about these things as kind of completely different, I would kind of encourage us to think about the ways in which a kind of, that these frameworks actually like interpenetrate. Right, so like every nation, every region now has a decision to make. Either you're with us or with the terrorists, right? So there is already, you could argue, a kind of teeing up for the logic that will lead us into the Iraq War, which is a conventional war against a state. It is an invasion of a state. But the way that kind of, again, like terrorism functions here in order to kind of justify that.
Yeah, and also just a comment that after reading these documents, I was actually, I mean, I really like to read documents, and then it motivated me to look for some other things. And something, if I may share my screen now?
Yeah, please.
Something that to me was actually very important, because we were reading this document here, right? And then there is this, that this is the speech in right after, so it's September 20th.
Yeah.
And then you do have, wait, I think I unmarked. Oh, here, no, wait. One moment, because I accidentally unmarked here. So, I mean, I cannot find right now. Oh, here. So there is this moment in which is asked, oh, why do they hate us? And then they say here, they hate then Bush says that they hate our freedoms of religion, our freedoms of speech, our freedom to vote and assemble and disagree with each other. And it's interesting to see that how actually this, in a couple of weeks later, that there is this other speech by Bush, like around 1 month later, in which he delivers this: the terrorists attacked the World Trade Center, and we will defeat them by expanding and encourage world trade. And it sounds like this, like funny, like wordplay, right? They attacked the World Trade Center, we are going to expand the world trade. But how actually then this idea of freedom becomes expanded to beyond like civil liberties, and how actually since the very beginning there is this conflation between fighting terror and expanding trade, right? And free trade around the world. That like freedom becomes this very, it is actually seen at in this very broad sense, and I don't think that is accidental. That is going to encompass like different forms of freedom, including the freedom to exchange.
I mean, even primarily the freedom of exchange. I mean, and right, Bush is simply echoing a kind of Washington consensus that you know, is truly ascendant and wins the day at the end of the Cold War. That you know, that economic liberalization will necessarily produce kind of political liberalization and reforms, and that, you know, I think there's a kind of growing recognition of the kind of tensions that are inherent between kind of capitalism and democracy. You know, in our own moment, but certainly in, you know, 1992, the kind of, it is gospel that those two things go together, and it is almost impossible to promote one without the other. And
right. I mean, how actually the weakening, like the growing dissent around the Washington consensus is exactly in this moment in which you had 9/11, right? So how actually this also becomes, you know, a route for reigniting this idea that the neoliberal model is essential.
And the right, which is, and I used I'm like a little off script here for a moment to say that this is like particularly like this is particularly kind of jarring, at least to me, someone whose work is like on kind of like Islamic militant groups, because they are they're by no means opposed to kind of like a neoliberal order, that their internal organizations, their kind of their structures, but even like a lot of like what is thought as their like age-old ideological, you know, religious imperatives have been so filtered through neoliberalism at this point, that it's like, if it weren't so actually tragic in terms of like the cost of human lives, it would be like humorous to think of some sort of great face-off between you know, an organization like Al-Qaeda and kind of the forces of neoliberalism. So I will say that the you know, this was this kind of formative moment, and we're kind of reading here what George W. Bush is saying to Congress and to the American people. And it's kind of interesting also then to look at some of the responses from the kind of foreign policy community at that time and in the immediate aftermath of 9/11. Right? To what extent is Bush getting any sort of like pushback, or what is the kind of chatter about kind of among those policy classes? And we had included this article, which Nara, do you think you can actually screen share that article?
Okay.
That would be the nasty, brutish, and long.
Mm-hmm. One moment. It's loading. Here.
Yeah, so right, it's kind of echoing Thomas Hobbes' kind of depiction of the state of nature, and right, this is from the Brookings Institute. So again, kind of like your allegedly like nonpartisan, kind of like middle of the road think tank, and it's fascinating that it. There's a bunch of things in this piece that we could look at, but there are a few in particular I'll draw our attention to. The first is that it echoes in an almost word for word manner the kind of sentiments from Bush's speech from September that we just examined. Right? He said, "This war is not like the one in Iraq a decade ago, when the United States and its allies had a clear territorial objective that could be swiftly achieved. It is also not like the war over Kosovo in 1999, in which the Serbs relented after 78 days of bombing Yugoslavia and NATO suffered no combat deaths." So it's kind of like, teeing up the same sort of like new wars framework, but wait, then it doesn't. Then it introduces something else, which I think it can be kind of both confusing in the kind of immediate context of this document, but I think also like really important for us to kind of keep in mind when we think about the ways in which the kind of terrorism and kind of pre-existing like conventional forms of American imperialism are kind of intertwined and becoming all the more so over the last few decades. Because then he says that the campaign against terrorism is instead much more like the Cold War of the past century. Right? Like the fight against Soviet communism, today's campaign against terrorism is likely to be nasty, brutish, and long. Because of the diverse nature of the threat, the United States has no clear vision of when or how the war will end.
Yeah, I mean, I also want to actually mention that this move between highlighting something new, but also trying to bring back some memory, right? That there was some other type of war that was also fought. So actually, there was this also idea of highlighting Al-Qaeda as also like other enemies that the US saw in the past when you look back to the Bush discourse. But I think here, what I think is actually interesting to see that the diverse nature of the threat, the US has no clear vision of when and how the war will end. So how actually there is this very amorphous elaboration here of what this war actually is. And how then I wonder how this actually can shape the dynamics of the war very much once you don't know when and how the war will end. So if you start a war without knowing when it will end, or when you establish the end point, or how this will be, how this will be finished, what's going to tell you that it's success or end, how actually this is going to very much shape the way that you fight the war.
Yes, there are no clear metrics for success here when the war is for abstractions. So for in the same way that the Cold War is to achieve freedom, right? How can you tell if the world is really free? And similarly, then this paves the way for a very expansive view of what the preservation of freedom means, such that any kind of leftist movement around the world is a threat to freedom that requires American intervention. Similarly, this kind of quest for total security a war against terror in all of its manifestations and all of its possible sites of refuge, this kind of creates the parameters for a war that is not just endless, but I will also stress boundless. And you see this in many of these documents as well. You saw this actually in the George Bush speech, where he gestures at the fact that the global war on terror is also a domestic one. And he will talk about how we will come together to give law enforcement the additional tools it needs to track down terror here at home. And we know kind of all that kind of comes in the wake of this. In terms of the Patriot Act, the surveillance of American Muslim communities, of course, NSA phone tapping, but also the government's 1033 program, which takes decommissioned military equipment and essentially gives it to local police forces to then roll out for in order to kind of oppose protesters. So thinking about endless war, I think, is really important. But we also have to remember that this war then also becomes boundless. And that means that it is going to also be kind of fought on the home front. I mean, I said we could say more about this little document, but we have so many others to get through that what do you think, Nara? Maybe we should move on to kind of the next great chapter here in the Iraq War.
Oh, I actually wonder though, because since there is this parallel with the Cold War, I wonder, I think it's actually interesting to see if they get some sort of lessons from this, and if somehow the Cold War becomes some sort of guidance, offer some guidance on how, again, because you just said that there is this boundless war and we don't know how it's going to end, but then is there any sort of a reference that you can use to actually fight this war?
Well, it's it's interesting that you asked that, because in the same piece that you have up, if you scroll down, I think it's a little bit later, the authors kind of talk about some of the lessons from the Cold War.
Okay.
And what are some of the mistakes? And to their credit, they actually already identify here in December of 2001 that George W. Bush is angling to go to war in Iraq, and then that will be a disaster, and that America will have to fight that war alone. That is kind of already apparent to them, but they end by advising a number of things. So the first is that what are the mistakes that were made during the Cold War that need to be avoided in this new global war on terror? The first is the kind of rollback of civil liberties that we saw with McCarthyism, and kind of cautioning and avoidance of any sort of, kind of parallel movement to squash civil liberties. The second thing that they identify are the kind of short-term alliances with various unsavory characters, and they specifically call out Spain's Franco, Zaire's Mobutu, and Chile's Pinochet. And the kind of alliances with various authoritarian regimes that that are undertaken in the name of freedom during the Cold War. The kind of question of the billions of dollars of dead-end interventions and superfluous weapon systems, and finally that the notion that political problems can be solved by military means. Right, these are kind of the things that they highlight as these were the lessons of the Cold War. This is what we did wrong, and this is what we'll have to kind of carry forward. But these laudable kind of statements are almost immediately in contradiction with the author's call to maintain alliances with the ruling regimes of Egypt, with Saudi Arabia, with Pakistan, to increase spending.
Happening at the same time. So these alliances were happening as this.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, America's already, Pakistan, they actually lift the sanctions on Pakistan in order to enlist, Pakistan as a kind of close ally in the war on terror and the war in Afghanistan. All right, kind of alliances with Egypt, with the Mubarak regime and the kind of ruling family of Saudi Arabia already go back decades at this point. And of course, these calls to increase spending and capabilities on law enforcement, intelligence, and basically to continue with the policies that engender anger toward America abroad, while also recognizing that anti-American sentiment is also, something that propels terrorism. I would argue that these bundle of contradictions could kind of never be resolved within the frames that we're given here.
Got it.
So the next chapter, though, is, of course, the war in Iraq. It's probably a good time to remind viewers that Congress has not declared war since 1942. and that the authorization of force that they gave to George W. Bush is kind of another chapter in this kind of the skirting of responsibility for war making. And that the road here has already been paved, though, of course, by extended conflicts in Korea, Vietnam, not to mention kind of covert and sometimes overt Cold War operations, you know, in the Middle East, in Latin America, Africa.
Yeah,
And
yeah, the historical role that the U.S. has actually played in coups in Latin America, from like failed attempts, like the Bay of Pigs, for example, and then the successful ousting of like democratic elected regimes, like for example in Guatemala, in Brazil, and in Chile, of course. And something that actually it's interesting that it just came to mind as you were talking about this idea of always, you know, boundless war, and how actually this intervention is lasting. Actually, once the Cold War was over, there was this sense, at least in Latin America, that there would be an end to military aid, right? Because the military aid to Latin America actually continued towards Latin America, let's say, continued throughout the dictatorships that were there. But once you actually had democracy, basically the military aid was, you know, then shifted to addressing narco trafficking and then radical populism, right? Yeah. So actually this, there is always a threat, you know. Yeah. I think that that's the sense here.
It's a revolving cast of characters.
Exactly, exactly.
The Cora, I mean not Cora, Nara, can I ask you to pull up that that document on the share screen, the resolution 114?
Here.
Is that the one?
Whereas.
Yes, our sea of whereases.
Yeah. whereas. Yeah.
Right, so this document that we're showing now, this is kind of joint resolution of Congress from October 2002 that authorizes the use of force in Iraq. And it's kind of worth reading over this document and the train of logic it creates in these kind of repeated whereas statements, where we have the kind of gradual progression setting the stage from the 1990 Gulf War to kind of weapons inspections, you know, in the mid-90s, sanctions, and this kind of notion that Iraq is this continued threat to the region. And then, hold on, let me see, coming back to the screen share so I can see this. Can you, Nara, could I have you just like scroll up a little bit so we can just kind of follow the logic here a tiny bit?
So Iraq?
Yeah, I mean, even just, I would just go back to the very beginning so you can see kind of like how they set the stage and how we begin, right? So we're starting right here, right? And because actually everything about this is going to try to ground it in these like previous authorizations of force that were given by, you know, Congress's past in response to kind of, you know, what was kind of interpreted as like very acts of Iraqi aggression. So you can just kind of see how this sets the stage here. And then kind of we can scroll down, you know, talking about Iraq and kind of not being in violation of kind of weapons inspections, you know, in violation of UN Security Council's resolutions, kind of so on and so forth. Yeah, and we can, oh yes, and the, yes, this is like this is a very important kind of little line right here, that the actively seeking nuclear weapons and supporting and harboring terrorist organizations. So this is the kind of first reference in this kind of resolution to the kind of idea of terrorism. And it will kind of continues to go on and on and on until we kind of finally get to really like the, you know, this key statement. Whereas members of Al-Qaeda, an organization bearing responsibility for attacks on the United States citizens and interests, including the attacks that occurred on September 11th, 2001, are known to be in Iraq. Okay, and that this, you see kind of very clearly here, the kind of knitting together of threats is not just this kind of notion of that there are potential weapons of mass destruction in violation of various kind of UN resolutions here, but the role that the kind of specter of terrorism and Al-Qaeda plays here in kind of justifying and selling this war to not just Congress, but to the American people. Now, of course, Al-Qaeda is not operational in Iraq until after the US invasion, at which point Al-Qaeda Iraq emerges led by Abu Musab al-Zarqawi and eventually morphs into the Islamic State. And that but this is the kind of notion that they are already there. Of course, this is very, very important. And this, I mean, I will say that then, this idea that that Al-Qaeda was kind of operative in Iraq at the time, or in this kind of like really significant way that would be allied with, Saddam Hussein's regime, should have struck anyone who studied kind of history of kind of contemporary jihad and Islamic militancy as insane. Because the anti-statist and anti-regime posture of Al-Qaeda and of many of these kind of groups was such that such an alliance was like very, very unlikely. Even if you will argue that kind of Hussein was kind of adopted a kind of a hostile position to Shia communities that Al-Qaeda would have been in favor of. But really the key point here is that the allusion to terrorism, even that it does this real political work, and it really helps justify a somewhat conventional war of American imperialism. And that we see that, and that this will kind of continue this like interplay between kind of the new wars of terrorism and the old wars of imperialism. They'll kind of continue to feed off one another in this sense. Now, of course, Iraq becomes one of the worst foreign policy blunders in American history. There are no weapons of mass destruction, but there is a massive insurgency after the American occupation. I mentioned that Al-Qaeda did not really have a presence in Iraq prior to the war, but gains one afterward. And al-Zarqawi's strategy is to foment this kind of full-on sectarian war in order to prevent the creation of a democracy that would be dominated by the Shia community. The troop surge in 2007 and 2008 does help to kind of pacify this situation. And by the end of the decade, there's talks of kind of finally bringing American troops home and transitioning to this like advisory and training role, which we're going to kind of talk about that a lot as being the kind of, this being the place where the kind of second decade of the war on terror goes, and what are some of the implications of that. Regular troops largely depart Iraq in 2011 and 2012, and the Obama administration signals this desire to pivot from this kind of universalized approach of a kind of global war on terror to something that looks much more like kind of discrete risk mitigation, something that is kind of far more measured. So we're going to look at that in a moment. But Nara, did you want to kind of jump back in here, and then maybe we even should pause for questions?
No, actually, I think it's interesting to I'm like following your presentation. I'm surprised actually to how quick actually a war that was going to be like new and different, etc., became very quickly a conventional war in Iraq. So I wonder if you think that this was some sort of like expected, like considering the dynamics at the time, and also even considering the very formulation of global war on terror. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I didn't completely follow the question.
I wonder because I think it's very impressive to me how actually there was this framing that this war was going to be new.
Yeah.
And then this turned into a very conventional war in Iraq. So I wonder if you think that this was something that was like expected, and if you think that there was something, for example, in the way that the very formulation of global war on terror, there was also, as I mentioned, there were different levels of this war. It's going to be fought at home and fought abroad, and it's going to be overt, strikes, but also covert operations and secret operations, things like that. because yeah, now I'm actually like wondering if this new formulation is actually like, you know, that the way that they portrayed it was actually even.
So there's a few things to say in this. And kind of one argument is that I think the kind of possibility of kind of conventional wars with states that were viewed as kind of those harboring terrorism was kind of, yes, already present from, you know, George Bush's speech that we reviewed. So that kind of, you know, possibility is ever present. But you could also argue that in some ways, you know, kind of after the invasion, the kind of Americans are undone in Iraq by their failure to appreciate that it is kind of a new war as well, right? It looked like a conventional war when they originally invaded a country, and they're kind of facing off against whatever kind of remnants of, you know, kind of the Iraqi military or fighting them. But it very quickly, you know, morphs into this counterinsurgency with like dozens of different, you know, militant groups which are fighting both, you know, the American forces and themselves. You know, so it has this kind of like almost like hybrid, you know, quality to it. You know, certainly and we can kind of get to this, sorry. We can kind of get to this a little bit later, but you know, if you look at the number of like troops on the ground, for instance, that America is able to kind of mobilize for the invasion of Iraq, if you compare the occupation, if you compare those numbers to say like the number that were involved in like the occupation of Japan or in Germany, they are really, really quite small in comparison. And that it kind of gets into this question as to how wars that actually don't have a great deal of democratic consent can be fought and can be maintained. And kind of we'll get there.
Yeah, to the next session. Well, yeah, just to actually highlight that if folks have questions, folks who are watching us on Facebook, if you have questions, you can post on the comments. Cora, our producer, is here to share your questions with us, and then we are going to have a specific time during the session to address these questions. Okay.
So I think though it's interesting to kind of move just because I feel like there's still so much to say here, to this kind of what I would call like this kind of like pivot point during the Obama administration. And, you know, there's not like an exact date of this, but I've given us to read this speech that Obama gives in May of 2013 at the National Defense University. And
you can share it?
Yeah, sure. If you want to pull it up, sure. Where he both alludes to this kind of, you know, the shifting nature of warfare, and in particular to the difficulty of dealing with a war that does not seem to end, all while gesturing that he would like to do just that. And this document is interesting as this kind of an attempt to fight a liberal war on terror. What does that look like, and what are some of the kind of structural limitations actually that prevent that project from maybe having the effects that we, or even, you know, President Obama seemed to have indicated that he wanted. Let's see, Cora, I'm looking at the section here, or not Cora, sorry, Nara. I'm looking at the section here where he talks, he says, for over the last decade, our nation has spent well over $1 trillion on war, helping to explode our deficits and constraining our ability to nation build here at home. Do you see that section?
Yeah, it's
right?
Highlighted on the screen.
Right here. So, and he kind of goes on about 7,000 Americans have been killed, and that the way that this is, you know, kind of the shadows of this kind of being felt back home. And then kind of goes on to this next section about being at a crossroads. And having to make certain decisions. We have to be mindful of James Madison's warning that no nation could preserve its freedom in the midst of continual warfare, right? This is that next paragraph. Mm-hmm. Neither I nor any president can promise the total defeat of terror, right? So this is like an about face from George Bush's speech after 9/11, right? Neither I nor any president can promise the total defeat of terror. That this is just simply not something that this kind of complete mitigation of all threats is simply not possible. Right? We will never erase the evil that lies in the hearts of some human beings, nor stamp out every danger to our open society. But what we can do, what we must do, is dismantle networks that pose a direct danger to us and make it less likely for new groups to gain a foothold, all while maintaining the freedoms and ideals that we defend. Right? We want to like have our cake and eat it too here, but part of this is going to come through a like strategic reduction in what the goal of the war on terror is. Right? It's not going to be, as he kind of specifies in this document, every insurgent group or every group that kind of uses terrorism, but those who are identified as kind of posing this kind of clear and direct threat to America and American interests. Now, what American interests mean, I think is like a really, it's good to keep in mind, right? This is from 2013. Ajay just spoke about this kind of, the role of like militarism in kind of global supply chains and around this precise time in the Obama administration, how American interests are being kind of broadly redefined as the kind of protection of global supply chains and the kind of free movements of capital. This document is like very fascinating. I'm not going to go into detail. He speaks very, very defensively about kind of the American drone strikes at the time, and is at pains to kind of talk about the legality of everything, that nothing America has done is illegal, that everything he's doing is kind of, he's submitting to these oversight committees and congressional reporting, right? We're trying to like fight the liberal, more accountable war on terror. And that he ends this document, or not ends, but he pivots away then from kind of this notion of a boundless war to addressing the root issues in the regions that lead to terrorism. And Nara, this is a little bit further down, a section that starts with, this means patiently supporting transitions to democracy in places like Egypt and Tunisia and Libya. Do you want to go there? Mm-hmm. There we go. Right. Right. We must strengthen the opposition in Syria, isolating extremist elements, working to promote peace between Israelis and Palestinians, right? Because such peace can reshape the attitudes in the region. And we must help countries modernize economies, upgrade education, and encourage entrepreneurship, because American leadership has always been elevated by our ability to connect with people's hopes and not simply their fears. Now, this sounds kind of nice, or it certainly sounds better than like what we had before, but like it's describing a reality that just never was, or a reality that rather was experienced in dramatically different ways than the president imagined, and it actually served quite opposite goals than those of kind of the kind of creation or preservation of peace and security on a broad-based scale. Right, so this is 2013 in May. 2 months, not even 2 months later, the US gives tacit approval to the coup in Egypt by General al-Sisi that overturns that country's first democratically elected government. The attempt to support regime change in both Libya and Syria go nowhere good in the end. And American diplomatic support to and aid to Israel is unflinching, despite the fact that settlement construction in 2013, the very year Obama's speaking here, reaches its highest point since 2000. And we need to add to this list that the kind of economic policies of kind of liberalization that had been pursued by America across the global South and in the Middle East in particular have proven utterly disastrous. We have not created a class of budding entrepreneurs, but really further concentrated wealth in the hands of a corrupt political elite and their very close allies. So this has been the actual like net effect of those even kind of notions of like the modernizing of the economies that he references here.
Is this modernization of economies was something that was like providing aid, was something that was like tried, or it was something that was in the discourse?
Yeah, well, he does. It's interesting because as this document continues, he, puts forward this suggestion that we can shift military spending away from wars and toward foreign aid, and that foreign aid kind of would be one of the ways of kind of building this like new and kind of secure and prosperous, Middle East that will kind of prevent the organization and emergence of kind of new terror groups. But it's like very interesting in this section when he talks about what foreign aid is. He says, right, for what we spent in a month of Iraq at the height of the war, we could be training security forces in Libya, right? I'll just put that out there because what actually does happen over, from like if you kind of think about the like war on terror and these kind of, two like big chunks of time since 2001, is that the first half of it does involve a lot of American kind of military forces, regular military forces on the ground in Afghanistan and in Iraq. And then the kind of domestic pressure to bring these troops home is met by and large by replacing them with a great deal of private contractors. And many, and particularly private contractors, are very active in the training of these kind of like police and security forces in other countries. And we'll kind of, we return to this point, but I think it's worth asking whether training security forces in states that are either kind of crumbling or widely regarded as illegitimate and oppressive by their own people, whether that really gets us out of this problem of kind of creating more, militant groups that are acting in opposition to the state system.
Yeah, because I also wonder this idea of providing aid, right? Also, it doesn't change the imperial nature of the relationship, right? Yes. So you are actually providing, okay, you may take the troops, out, but there are other, sort of like channels in which you can actually channel your domination, so there are, I'm not sure, when I read the speech, I think it's very much what you mentioned, like a liberal way of thinking, of treating and addressing this, the war, but it still doesn't change the domination, no. The nature of the domination, the relationship, which is domination.
Yes, there is a kind of there are structural limitations to like just, it's definitely like a more aesthetically pleasing and like, at least on like the rhetorical level than maybe some of kind of what preceded it or came after, but there are real structural limitations to a kind of a liberal war on terror. And maybe this is like probably a good point to also pull up, and I'll share my screen in order to do so. This map, which we also used in my session yesterday, but is I think really, really useful for us. This comes to us actually courtesy of Brown's Cost of War Project, who's also kind of co-sponsoring this event. And this is, kind of shows us the different theaters and regions where American kind of counterterrorism activities are occurring. And let me see if I can make it slightly bigger so y'all can see it a little bit better. The kind of guide here is that the stars are U.S. military bases or lily pads. These little yellow circles with the crosshairs, this is training assistance programs. The green arrows are military exercises, often also done in partnership with kind of local forces. This orange guy with the starburst is actual combat, and then these are drone strikes. Okay, so this is useful because, right, I mean, how many Americans know that our troops have had combat in Mauritania or Mali or Niger, Libya, Tunisia, Cameroon, Somalia, Saudi Arabia. They're far beyond kind of Iraq and Afghanistan. There is a way in which the kind of counterterrorism operations that we're currently engaged in become invisible to large swaths of the American people. And there's a few kind of reasons for that we're going to talk about, but this is not, this is not like a coincidence. There's not just because like Americans are lazy and like don't want to know what's going on. There's also a real way in which there's an attempt to kind of shield these facts of war from the American people. And the other thing on this map that I think is important to note is just all of the countries that we're engaging in training of their kind of police and military forces. and doing some sort of like joint military exercises with, including, of course, Nigeria, where over the past few days, the soldiers have opened fire on protesters who are, of course, out in the street, ironically, protesting police violence. And Nigeria has received a great deal in military aid, and we have trained thousands of Nigerian soldiers and policemen over the last 15 years. There is a kind of relationship, and we have to see even between, as America kind of tends to shift its focus from kind of American troops on the ground to kind of training and operations and trying to kind of upgrade essentially the powers of state violence of kind of various actors in the region. Like, this too is part of the global war on terror, but it has exactly the opposite effect as we would want it to. And because in fact, again, increasing the coercive capacities of states that are kind of widely viewed as illegitimate doesn't actually solve any sort of security problem.
Yeah, I think it's a good moment for us to take questions. Can we do that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, definitely. I've got a comment and a question, so I'll just share them both with you and you can address them however you see fit. Okay, so this is from Mara Kuhn. It is also interesting if we take in mind that the Taliban treatment of Muslim women has been employed as a justification to the US intervention in Iraq and Afghanistan. So that's the first, and then Josh wrote in, it's interesting to wonder to what extent endless war is total war, if not in the classic World War II sense of total mobilization, but in some more insidious way, entailing the boomerang effect we discussed yesterday, a militarized economy and some kind of prevailing mood, awareness, or anxiety.
I mean, yeah, I totally agree, and that the hopefully we'll have time to kind of get to that later on here. But that the right, which is why I like to again use this language of war that is not just endless but also boundless, and that it is boundless. It means it is kind of felt here, and it is felt in kind of areas of one's life that kind of seem not to be intimately connected with with the war or military. And yeah, I mean that kind of notion of Laila Abulughod has this kind of great book on like what's it called, like do Muslim women need being saved, or I'm butchering the title, but the ways in which the kind of appeals to kind of interventions on behalf of kind of Muslim women kind of also have done a particular type of political work here, I think is definitely worth noting. So let's then look at kind of, having surveyed this kind of massive field of operations, let's look a little bit at how this money, what this money means and how it's kind of been spent over time. I'm going to share my screen for another moment here so we can take a look at this. Right, this is our kind of breakdown. We're a little over $2 trillion in of kind of estimated costs for the war on terror, and you see from kind of this $31 billion mark in 2001 kind of peaking with this surge in Iraq in 2008, kind of going and then kind of going through this like little ripple or wave effect. Now, again, these numbers are astounding all on their own, but I want us to make sure that we're remembering again that it's not just the cost of the war on terror itself, but how it justifies a certain normalizes a certain level of military spending as something that is absolutely unthinkable to kind of reduce. Because these numbers, as high as they are, kind of pale in comparison, actually, to, hold on, I'm going to share a different set of numbers. So for some reason, I couldn't toggle back in between them, which is what I really wanted to do. Right, here's total defense spending over that kind of same period. Or actually starting at 2003. And the way that this is broken up is this is the kind of base budget in billions of dollars for the Department of Defense. And this is what's called the Overseas Contingency Operations Funds, which are specifically for war and kind of war on terrors. And then further, the kind of support base and support OCL. These are associated agencies within the kind of US government that are kind of, that support the military in some way. And this is kind of the portion of their budget that is directly involved in the military. So right from $437 billion in 2003, you know, reaching again, like thinking about that surge in 2008, 2009, kind of creeping ever upward here. Actually, 2011, 855 billion, right, being kind of the high point before we start to have a gradual reduction, and then under Trump, kind of just a continual rise. So even as the objective security situation in terms of terrorism seems to be getting better, and the Department of Defense will admit as such, these numbers aren't falling. And if anything, they're kind of, they've grown by over $100 billion just in the time that Trump is in office. And in my panel yesterday, I spoke about, this report that the Brookings Institute put out about like how it's unthinkable that just like the base budget here of these two categories between the DoD and the overseas contingency operations, that it's unthinkable that this could be below $700 billion, which was like, I mean, again, this is not even like going back to some like, primordial past.
Unthinkable?
It was unthinkable. It would be going back to like, 2016 levels, essentially. Right. So like, what are the new security threats that justify this level of spending? And, it kind of brings us, I think, into kind of this, the real second thing that we're going to be thinking about here, which is not just how much money we spend on the war of terror, but kind of what is the work that it's doing? And there's a few questions we could ask here, which is, right, is, how, and I think in Nara, maybe I'll kind of pose some of these to you, about the way that we think that the kind of war on terror, the kind of this continued specter of terrorism is functioning here in kind of in fueling this like ever expanding military budget, even as the military says that terrorism is no longer a primary threat. I don't know. What do you think?
So wait, can you like just repeat the question? So if terrorism is not a threat anymore, right? So what would be motivating this?
Yeah, or like what type of I mean, how should we explain, how should we explain this?
So I wonder if by any chance, like America sees another type of threat. For example, if it's not like terrorism, there is any other type of threat that is motivating that? Is this any sort of maybe a way of securing America's place, since the military has actually is also very much connected to American interests abroad? Is this something that is related to American hegemony, for example? I don't know, it could go like in many directions. I just wonder, yeah, I mean, I wonder if by any chance this threat has actually morphed into something else.
Yeah,
right?
so I think kind of, reading these budgets alongside some kind of recent documents, both strategy documents and kind of budget documents that the Department of Defense has put out over the last few years, kind of underscores just how much how useful the global war on terror was, again, for kind of like normalizing these like outsized defense budgets, that now it seems absolutely impossible that we could possibly, that we might reduce them. And that fishing for new threats to kind of to put in the again, if we have our revolving door of threats, we're searching for some sort of new adversaries here. I'm gonna share my screen for a moment on that note and look at this National Defense Strategy document that was released in 2018. Right. It is a fascinating read, right? And I've highlighted a few sections here, which I think we'll just kind of maybe read through together, and then hold on. We can kind of again continue to kind of discuss the relationship between kind of like almost like conventional American imperialism or Cold War frameworks on the one hand, and the kind of the new wars or terrorism on the other. Right, today we are emerging from a period of strategic atrophy, aware that our competitive military advantage has been eroding. We are facing increased global disorder characterized by decline in the long-standing rules-based international order, creating a security environment more complex and volatile than any we have experienced in recent memory. Interstate strategic competition, not terrorism, is now the primary concern in US national security. And so too, down here, we have kind of a reference to this increasingly complex security environment defined by rapid technological change, challenges from adversaries in every operating domain, right? And kind of so on and so forth. In this environment, there can be no complacency. We must make difficult choices and prioritize what is most important to field a lethal, resilient, and rapidly adapting joint force. And America's military has no preordained right to victory on the battlefield. And kind of further down, the costs of not implementing the strategy are clear. Failure to meet our defense objectives will result in decreasing US global influence, eroding cohesion among allies and partners, and reducing access to markets that will contribute to a decline in our prosperity and standard of living. Without sustained and predictable investment to restore readiness and modernize our military to make it fit for our time, we will rapidly lose our military advantage, right? So on.
I don't know. I see like a couple of things there. Because I think that is like first, if you think, can you go back a little bit up? Yeah. So here, if you are thinking here that first, inter-strategic competition, not terrorism, is now the primary concern in US national security. So you are thinking about a new sort of threat, you can put in this way. So you are actually moving, like there is a new target, let's say. And there is also something important, which I think is actually the complex security environment.
Yes, they keep repeating that.
Yeah, in the sense that, okay, so then the way that this document conveys is that today it's much more difficult to fight a war, and we are outdated. So it seems that they are using this complex security environment in which there is, like that, probably they are referring to also like cyber war and surveillance and things like that, besides, a more like a traditional war front. So combining this two, so then, okay, we need more money to actually update our military. So it's actually, so there are, so you see that that there is a new threat, right? That there is this interstate competition. And also you see how this, what I like is about this document is actually is much more straightforward, right? So I mean, okay, what is at stake here is really American interests. And how actually, if we fail to implement this, it's our, it's our
standard of living, and so
yeah, exactly, like standard of living. So I think like here there is this very much, it's very clear, very open, this connection between militarism and imperialism, which at the, maybe in other documents was somehow, disguised, maybe, I don't know, but here it is very much open, in which the expansion of this war to the world, or the domination throughout the world is actually necessary to keep our interests, including economic interests, stand.
And right, and it's interesting to note also, right, what's missing from this document. We don't have like this. There's no kind of great references to freedom or spreading democracy. Any of that kind of language that's associated with George W. Bush, with kind of the nation building, right? All of that is kind of gone. And yes, there's something like very to the matter of fact about this. But the other interesting thing that kind of comes up here, and I know that Ajay kind of briefly touched on this in our last session, is the way in which kind of China and Russia are kind of moving into view. as these kind of new potential threats on the horizon, right? So the section I've highlighted here, right? The central challenge to US prosperity and security is the reemergence of long-term strategic competition by what the national security strategy classifies as revisionist powers. It is increasingly clear that China and Russia want to shape a world consistent with their authoritarian model, gaining veto authority over other nations' economic, diplomatic, and security decisions. Like, I kind of can't even read it without like wanting to like, it's just like, oi, gewalt. Nara, how do you read this here in terms of the kind of slotting in of of Russia and China into this document, and particularly again like the relationship or how this might build off of the kind of the war on terror framing?
Well, I think it's actually it's important. If you think about a war, you have to single out an enemy, right? And I think here how actually this reference to China and Russia, like both, right? It goes like, almost like interchangeably in the document. Actually, it's very useful in creating this element that there is something that is like a threat, right? But I also wonder if there is some sort of like grounding reality. So then, to what extent is this actually like effective?
I think when I read this document, like the like impact of terrorism and the kind of global war on terror is both kind of explicit in some instances, right? Like the document will like identify, terrorism as still being a threat. It will particularly justify a hostile posture toward Iran because of the notion that like Iran is a state sponsor of terror. But I think that the framework of the global war on terror it's like the influence is almost a little more subtle in some ways, in that it is this kind of feeling of total precarity and exposure, of the world being so complex, so complicated, these like new situations that we can kind of barely grasp, and our only response is kind of like is readiness, kind of building this incredibly lethal force and prioritizing this, because if we don't, then nothing short of our existence is on the line. And that even that the almost like there's something like about the like affective on the affective register here, with the ways in which the notion of like security and precarity have been reworked to justify this kind of bottomless defense budget, even as the like real thing terrorism, whether it's Al-Qaeda or whether the Islamic State, kind of recedes from view. That kind of like affective frame of kind of constant insecurity that necessitates kind of constant vigilance. I think we see that here. And I have this one last passage here, which is kind of drives home, just the ways in which this kind of feeds back, to kind of America domestically as well, right? It's now undeniable that the homeland is no longer a sanctuary, right? Like America under siege. America is a target, whether from terrorists seeking to attack our citizens, malicious cyber activity against personal, commercial, or government infrastructure, or political and information subversion, right? New threats to commercial and military uses of space are emerging while increasing digital connectivity of all aspects of life. Business, government, and military create significant vulnerabilities, right? During conflict, attacks against our critical defense, government, and economic infrastructure must be anticipated. And so this too is kind of part of the way in which the boundless nature.
Yeah, I was going to mention exactly that, how actually this is a very good example of the idea of boundlessness, how actually you are then expanding this war to several domains. And I actually very much liked this idea of this affective framework, because in the end, this was something that was very useful in galvanizing support to the other wars. And I think like maybe today, so I wonder to what extent today this could actually work.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I can speak.
The sense of the sense of precarity, it actually does play a role in the sense of we are defenseless. and how actually then we can you can imagine how this can turn people, can actually make people support this.
Yes, I mean, I think this, like I've written about this kind of recently about like how, kind of this global, this framework of kind of constant insecurity, demanding constant vigilance that the kind of global war on terror introduces into American life has come back to like reshape American gun culture, for instance, in these really formative ways, and how we should like think about like the kind of creation of these like, citizen soldier, kind of like vigilante or militiamen, within this framework as well, that like there's a threat, it's everywhere, and we citizen soldier need to be on a high alert at all times in order to guard kind of real America from all sorts of interlopers. In yesterday, my colleague Adam Elliott Cooper, he referenced the kind of the three racial folk devils, I think was his language for this, which was great, right? The immigrants, the criminals, and terrorists, and the ways in which these kind of three get grouped together. And this is another way that the war on terror kind of continues to inform what's happening, you say, right here. So like if you're to read the Department of Homeland Security's budget requests, for instance, you will see them justifying the need for a wall along the kind of country's southern border through precisely this language, that the kind of an open border will allow terrorists and criminals to kind of be, coming through. Of course, like we have like actually no record of someone who's committed a terrorist attack coming through our southern border. People have flown in though, but these facts are kind of beside the point, because the mere reference of terrorism, I think, continues to do this, like it continues to justify what might otherwise kind of like not pass the sniff test, like concentration camps and children in cages.
So then I think like even if, for example, the references to China and to Russia in these documents, if they are not necessarily like factual, in the sense that they are maybe not offering a real threat like to the US, for example, or even like the reference to Iran, right? Yeah. To Iran. So then, I mean, at least, but they still play a role in terms of expanding this budget.
Yeah,
I think that actually, which I think that actually then it becomes the main point here, because you use this threat and this sense, and you sort of work out this sense of defensivelessness to then okay, so then we have to expand more, and you have to keep expanding, and use this idea of like unthinkable.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess that and of course, like the irony, at least for me, is that, right, like countries like Russia are threatening, but not necessarily in the way that like America thinks about it, right? Countries like America, I kind of, second Ajay in viewing like Russia as kind of a kind of almost like a lodestar of an emerging like authoritarian nationalist order. That has many kind of parallels in other countries, including many of whom are American allies, not to mention our own and our own government, which I think is an aspiring authoritarian nationalist government. And that so like there are certain threats that we can talk about, but they're not the ones that are kind of identified here, I think, in this document, or they're kind of identified by the Russia hawks or the China hawks in general.
Like not in the way that the document is framing them.
So maybe we will, Cora, do we have any questions or anything that we want to turn to?
Yeah, we have a couple comments that y'all can respond to. Let me pull those up. So these are from Ayala. Seems to me that like World War I, Iraq War was an attempt to maintain legitimacy of the regime via the empire status having the upper hand. And then she later wrote regarding Nara's argument, I think war, she meant to write, is often a training and testing ground for new strategies, technology, and arms.
Yeah.
We have a question.
I don't know. I wonder, you mentioning how actually these countries are like other countries in which, for example, the US trains the security forces, and of course that in the end some of the, there is I imagine that there is this very like exchange of like techniques and technology, like some things that probably are used then abroad that is going to be then appropriated by American army, and the other way around.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the colony is always like the theater of experimentation.
Yeah, exactly.
From the, really from the kind of earliest iterations onward, and I think we continue to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There is one question that just came in as I was reading those off to you that I can throw your way too, unless you want to wait. Okay. So this is from Nelson. This question may be outside the scope of this panel, but I am wanting to hear something about what a progressive, realistic American foreign and military policy would be given the world we live in, and what a reasonable explanation of our interests would be. Can you offer any guidance on this question?
I think it's a great question. I think it's it is like the $1 million question, actually, like for the American left right now, which I think has not given a great deal of thought often to foreign policy, or to the ways in which kind of the domestic priorities are kind of inherently linked with a certain kind of American foreign policy posture. Yeah, I mean, I can't pretend to have like a comprehensive answer, but there are some like interesting, attempts. I will mention like, for instance, like the, Quincy Institute has put out some kind of interesting policy papers that would kind of argue for a great reduction in what is considered American interests. What?
A great what? I think
really scaling back what are deemed to be like vital American interests. And I think there's a little bit of like difficulty there because, right, a left does not want to be like merely isolationist. A left kind of has to have some kind of, some sort of kind of international vision at the end of the day, and view of the ways in which, again, like those very porous boundaries between kind of the domestic affairs and international affairs. I mean, as someone who's like works on the modern Middle East, I'm just like, I would just be happy if we could have like a triangle, like a Hippocratic kind of approach of like doing no harm, like whatever that might mean. Certainly not trying to help in any ways, because our help is often quite counterproductive. But I think there are other, kind of more concrete things that circulate around, say, conditional aid, particularly around military aid. That could be kind of like promising starts, but I think that this is a place where like people, progressives and kind of people on the left, they need to do a better job at articulating what are going to be the foundations of a kind of new left foreign policy.
Yeah, and I also think that something important is to actually question this idea of abstract like national interest, so like countries are not homogeneous like blocks, and there are if you think of what like interests of the Americans, what that is going to move forward, like what Americans like elite's interests, is also important to consider that there are, if you want to think from a more like leftist progressive perspective, is also to consider that there are the peoples in each countries, they are also segmented like by class, for example, and you have to consider how this is going to, how some sort of action is going to actually strengthen some sort of like internal dominant groups as well, or not,
I mean, and I think maybe this is like a good way to transition to kind of the last thing that we'll probably have a chance to discuss today, which I think would be part of any sort of kind of like a progressive recalibration of American foreign policy, is how it is that we regain some sort of democratic control over the use of state violence and state force. And right, that it's not that there's like something like inherently good about like state violence or state force, but there is a potential within the kind of through the mechanism of the state of exerting some sort of democratic control over it. And that and I think this is the kind of last piece in understanding how we get boundless war and endless war, is how these wars are increasingly fought without democratic consent. It's no kind of coincidence that they accompany kind of a growth in neoliberalism as a project that is bent on demobilization, depoliticization, and is is incredibly hostile to democratic control. And that, so, thinking about, this questions also is asking, well, how is it then that we kind of gain some sort of like real democratic control over the military, over kind of the use of state violence more broadly? Right, I mentioned a little bit before that we've had no congressional declaration of war, of course, since 1942. But in contrast, we've had this kind of expansion of executive war-making powers, and that there have been, through things like, I think, Vietnam in particular, we have had some lessons that chiefly that unpopular wars cannot be maintained through conscription, and that it has been much easier to kind of outsource fighting to the private sector. And to kind of, and this also kind of helps make these wars increasingly invisible to the American public for reasons that have kind of very much to do with the nature of kind of private military contractors and the way that they fight. So we kind of, and so I want to actually kind of end by talking about that and the, growth of, the kind of role of contractors or capitalism more broadly in kind of maintaining American military spending and American imperialism. I think we can see this in two major places. So the first is just that, again, the kind of a shift toward using kind of contractor labor rather than American troops makes war less visible and less subject to democratic oversight. And the second is that it's not just when we're talking contractors, we're not just talking about the kind of what's called the private military companies that are essentially like mercenaries in the field, or are sometimes doing the job of training for foreign security forces. But we're also just talking about your run-of-the-mill weapons and equipment manufacturers who have a massive kind of lobbying presence in Washington and are kind of always pushing for greater and greater spending, and greater kind of budget acquisitions from, or contracts from the Pentagon. So, thinking about the way in which, and in that sense, they have a lobbying group essentially like the pharma or any others do, and that also kind of has a huge role to play here. But I'll say that the growth of contractors, we can really trace back to this kind of the privatization of the American military. It kind of begins in earnest in the 1990s, which is not surprising at a time that kind of all sorts of things are kind of being turned over to private hands, from education and healthcare to municipal water supply. Sorry, I'm getting binged from my children, which is just hilarious. But it really, this effort to privatize the American military receives this boon from Donald Rumsfeld's appointment as Secretary of Defense, and actually on September 10th, 2001, so a day before the attack of 9/11. Rumsfeld declares war. And what does he declare war on? He declares war on the Pentagon's bureaucracy and promises, oh my gosh, to leverage the private sector's spirit of competition and innovation to create a leaner war machine. And one of the firms that kind
Can I ask a question very quickly? Do you think that then there was also this sense that in the same way that the state was inefficient in other areas, so the military was inefficient?
1000%. And the kind of this kind of if everything else has been privatized, why should violence be any different? But of course, that move, which is so pivotal, really does render any sort of democratic control or oversight of violence all that more kind of precarious.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So of course, one of the firms that gains enormously from this shift is Blackwater, which has been rebranded as Academy with an I at the end, which is founded in 1996 by former Navy SEAL Eric Prince, who hails from this kind of wealthy Michigan family of conservative power brokers, including our current Secretary of Education, who is pursuing the privatization of American schooling with the same gusto. But the use of these private companies enables leaders to bypass public oversight of warfare. This is why they are useful. In the, they're not useful. They don't cost any less. Even like the Libertarian Cato Institute, like came out with a report where they're like, actually outsourcing this stuff doesn't seem to save us any money, right? Like they got great champions of the private sector. Like we have to, when we're like looking at the data here, so it certainly doesn't help kind of save any money. Although these kind of, they will argue that in this kind of new war environment, and as the nature of armed conflict evolves, the kind of private military sector, it argues it's more nimble, it's more creative, and thus it's kind of better equipped to deal with these like non-traditional adversaries.
Well, in the end, the discourse that, for example, that later on becomes that the technology and this complex military, like this complex environment, comes very handy with this idea of privatization of contracts, because technically, I mean, at least the way that they portray it is that this is a very like a flexible, let's say, military. Yeah. And then, there is this perfect marriage between, this discourse that you have a new world, new military landscape that is a very complex and shifting environment. So, and then you need then this very flexible and very, shapeable like military that is not necessarily this very like heavy state stuff.
Yeah, then you need like nimble disruptors in your kind of in your imperial violence sort of category, right? But I'll like quote for you in the kind of John Sopko, who's an American Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction, right? He'll note the only people who don't know what's going on and how good or bad of a job we're doing are the people paying for it, the American taxpayers. Right, so these kind of private military companies are like perfectly suited for waging war without democratic consent. Mm-hmm. And then it's worth, of course, specifying that as with with private prisons at home, for instance, we don't want to like necessarily like fixate on this. Like the problem is not just the private military, contractors. But they do again have this kind of they do have this kind of incredible role in terms of making war less visible and kind of removing democratic oversight. So just in terms of how many are operating in the field, estimated about 650,000 contractors in kind of various fields. And these are not all kind of like just like mercenaries. This really is spread throughout a kind of a number of different, job functions. But, in Afghanistan, the numbers are something like 67% of American forces in Afghanistan are actually contractors. So this is one way that you can bring your troops home. Right. So in the words of one report, because contractors operate in the shadows without effective public oversight, they allow policymakers to have their cake and eat it too by appearing to withdraw while keeping proxy forces in theater. So this is why this kind of period of the last, 8 or 10 years, as there's been a kind of public pressure to bring troops home, has also been one that, of replacing those troops with kind of these like private security or private military companies.
And this move to keep private contractors is something that is steady throughout this past year. So even with this, so then it's also relevant to this like liberal fixing of the war, because as you mentioned, you can also tell that you're bringing troops home without actually ending the whole thing.
Yeah, and these right, and Obama mentioned kind of like these like military training exercises, and one way that you bring American troops home, right, is you in theory you kind of like create more effective like police and military in the countries that you're hoping to leave. And contractors have been, and these kind of security companies have been very active in that world. So like Dynacorp, for example, has provided police training in both Afghanistan and Iraq. It currently has forces to support the Saudi Arabian National Guard and the Royal Air Force, right? And in total American spending on such services tops about like estimated about $200 billion annually. So we're talking like a huge amount of money, and kind of if you're working off that larger figure of a kind of more comprehensive military budget of about $1 trillion, about 20% of that, and maybe even more. And of course, the growth of this industry continues unabated, despite these numerous reports linking companies to misconduct, to human rights violations. Right, Americans might recall that over half of the interrogators who were working at the Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq were employees of CACI International, contractors employed by Blackwater, of course, killed 14 civilians and injured 20 more when they opened fire on Nisour Square in 2007. But yeah, again, despite these kind of isolated, or what will be argued are these kind of like isolated instances of misconduct, they're too valuable of a political tool to kind of to walk away from, because yes, you know, it allows us to kind of have our cake and eat it too.
There's one more question if you want to address it before we perhaps close for the session, since we're getting towards that time. This is from Aisha. Going off that, what do you think the role of internationalist left liberation movements can contribute to building progressive foreign policy? Is it possible for those in bureaucracy to collaborate with them?
Yeah, I mean, I think it might even prove to be necessary for some people in bureaucracy to cooperate with them. And I think we have to think kind of broadly about like what these coalitions like can and might look like. I honestly though, I don't know. Nara, do you want to speak to this?
No, I think it's actually, I don't know, it actually reminds me the very dilemma, like, should we use like some policies to ameliorate, or should we just go like full force for something like completely radical? And I don't think that this is necessarily exclusionary, you know, exclusive. You can actually think about the importance of participating in policies, having in mind that, you know, all these issues that we considered, but also, you know, and then to also have, you know, in the long term, something like, okay, we actually have to rethink what American interests are. We have to rethink, you know, so I guess it's not necessarily something exclusive.
I mean, I think that, like, at least theoretically, the way that I approach this question has a lot to do with how we define security and how we think that security can be procured. And that the kind of, I very much do see the kind of domestic and the international system kind of proceeding in parallel lines, where the kind of, you know, particularly as states become more and more unequal and kind of are forced to basically uphold kind of structures of domination which work for fewer and fewer people, they become more coercive. And that the view of, you know, our view, you know, there's this kind of very jaundiced view of security as something which is only obtained through military force or through police force, through prisons, right? A kind of like punitive view of the acquisition of security, whether that's at home or abroad. And so, right, one way of kind of intervening here is to kind of flip that logic on its head and think about, you know, sites of intervention which are not kind of punitive, but may actually produce the actual security of the type that, you know, we might actually want, not just, you know, here, but, you know, abroad as well.
Yeah, and I also think that there are, it's very important to consider that there are so many problems that they are not, that actually, like, for example, violence or even like crime, if you want to expand to even, you know, broadly, they are reflections of inequality, like unequal arrangements. So actually then like using security, using violence, you know, securing the way that we conceive today, or using violence, a more like tough approach is actually not going to address the underlying, you know, structures that are the reasons for these very problems. So it's also considered, it's also important to think about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like thinking about, right, again, this kind of question came up, you know, yesterday. If we're, you know, conversation domestically has kind of moved, you know, almost in like this kind of very rapid way over the last few months about kind of like defunding the police and what that might mean. And the idea that, you know, that is not merely kind of a withdrawal or an absence, but also a kind of a different type of presence and a different type of structural arrangement, and that I think we have to take that logic actually and apply it kind of like to an international level as well, where it's not just merely like a withdrawal, an isolationist kind of posture of kind of America, but like a different type of engagement. And yes, I mean, kind of just to like pick up on what Ajay said, like a true reworking of American foreign policy along kind of, you know, left or progressive lines would require this kind of great confrontation with capital. There's like just no way to avoid that. And the kind of an attempt to assert some sort of kind of public control, again, even if it's through the mechanism of the state, of kind of the movements of private power. And I think that is, you know, that those things need to be on the horizon. And yeah, I mean, I think I still view like the state as very much a necessary part of this. You know, I think that some people don't necessarily think in those terms, but I do kind of think about the states as and thinking about ways of like truly gaining democratic controls over states in a way that can kind of prioritize this like public good over these kind of private interests. Nara, do we want to say anything else here before we kind of wrap up?
No, I think we can move to the end considering the time.
Yeah. Okay, so I think then, yeah, we will. You said there's obviously like so much more that you know, we could say on this question. But we are going to break, and we're going to actually be back not so in like just a few minutes for our kind of closing panel at 4 o'clock, where we can kind of continue to weave some of this together, also with some of the insights from earlier today.
Yeah, so stay tuned. We are going to still be here.
All right.
We'll see everyone at 4. Thank you both so much. It was great.
Thanks.
Okay. See you soon.
Yeah.
So hello, everyone. We all assembled?
Like almost. Vijay and yes.
So hello to this gloriously full panel, the final one of Empire in Crisis, a teach-in and symposium offered by the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research, but also with a number of sponsors, Colombe Foundation, Justice is Global, Verso Books, N+1, Veterans for Peace, DSA International Committee, Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, If Not Now, National Lawyers Guild, and the Costs of War Project, all of whom we thank profoundly for helping us to make this event happen. It means the world. So I would like to introduce both myself. Hi, I'm your moderator. Rebecca Ariel Porte is my name, and I'm a member of the core faculty here at the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research. And also the topic of our panel for this closing session, which is American Imperialism, Present and Futures. So I'm excited to proceed through our opening remarks, and because we are many, I'm going to be introducing people as we go, as we work to answer some of the most profound questions at the heart of both theory and praxis in turning the very deep problems of imperialism today. And we've already had some really, really deep and intricate instruction on those matters earlier in our two-day symposium. There's not really a kind of order, unless it's the order of technology, to the way that I'm doing these introductions. So I'll start firstly by thanking particularly our panelists who are joining us from very different time zones, where it is getting on to be night. We are so glad that you are here, and in fact, I think it is with one of those panelists in distant time zones, whom I would like to begin, if it's all right with her, and that is Jeanne Morefield of the Department of Political Science and International Studies at University of Birmingham, where she is a senior lecturer. Her scholarship sits at the intersection of political theory, history, and international relations, with a special focus on the relationship between liberal politics and ideology, and the legacies and contemporary practices of British and US imperialism. Dr. Morefield is the author of Empires Without Imperialism, Anglo-American Decline and the Politic of Deflection, and Covenants Without Swords, Idealist Liberalism and the Spirit of Empire. And she is currently completing a book on the political thought of Edward Said, and has written for a number of both academic and public-facing venues. So we welcome you, Dr. Jeanne Morefield, and you may begin at will.
Thank you. You also pronounced my name right, which is Jeanne. No one ever does that well, so thank you. Appreciate it. It's nice to meet you. And I'm really delighted to be here, so thank you so much for asking me. It's amazing that this event is happening, that you guys are working so hard to highlight an issue which should be obvious to everyone, that America is an empire, that American imperialism is bad for the world, and that American imperialism is bad for America. And all of those things are things that, that seem central to what you guys have been dealing with. At the price of nearly $1 trillion a year, the United States operates 800 military bases in over 70 nations, with military personnel working in approximately 160 countries. America's global primacy emerged after the wreckage of World War II, and when the US basically stepped into the shoes of other empires to keep ensuring that Imperial resource extraction and wealth distribution remained undisturbed despite decolonization. And to be clear, decolonization happened despite the US and its much vaunted commitment to democracy and national sovereignty. In 1960, when national members of the General Assembly brought Resolution 1514, the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples, to the floor of the United Nations, the resolution was opposed by the United States. In a gesture of protest, the one Black member of the US delegation, Zelma Watson George, stood up and applauded as it was adopted anyway. From 1949 until today, the United States of America has overthrown or attempted to overthrow or interfered in the internal politics of over 50 sovereign governments, some of them more than once. Most of these were in the global South. Many were democracies that had the temerity to nationalize their natural resources. Following the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2001, US foreign policy has been unleashed from even limited constitutional restraints, leading to a war on terror with no end in sight. This war also plays out mostly across the bodies of men and women and children in the global South and then the formerly colonized world. And it is consistent across administrations. So for all the hullabaloo about Trump's sort of betraying our allies and damaging our reputation in the world, aside from his explicit racism and bellicosity, there is remarkably little difference between Trump's foreign policy and that of his predecessors. So here then is the disconnect. We live in a sprawling, or you do, I no longer do, in a sprawling, destabilizing global menace of an empire. I live in the former empire, propped up by a massive security budget that accounts for half of all federal discretionary spending. And yet, from our presidential debates, you would have no idea that this was the case. And at the end of the day, the details of the world's military hegemon exist somewhere on the periphery of most Americans' self-understanding, as though, like the sun, it can't be looked at directly. So over the years, I have focused on the sort of dense rhetorical apparatus that helps to explain this disconnect between American imperialism and most Americans' sense that we are not an imperial people. And there's a lot that goes into that disconnect. But in the interest of time, I just want to talk about the rhetorical tick that is, I think, most important. And that is the centrality of deflection in our national imaginary. And by deflection, I mean the way that pundits and foreign policy analysts and New York Times op-ed writers and presidents respond to any global atrocity committed by the United States by declaring, don't look at that, look at who we are, right? Don't look at that massacre, invasion, bombing, look over here. Or in Anna Marie Slaughter's words, look at the idea that is America. That invasion of Iraq, that was truly unfortunate, but that's not who we are. We are leaders of the free world. Yes, those drone strikes killed a lot of people, but it's okay because we are champions of human rights and democracy. When Barack Obama declares in 2014 that he believed in American exceptionalism with every fiber of his being, he was declaring to the world that no matter what we do, that is not who we are. Don't look at Yemen, look at me. And that inability to look directly at the ugly thing pervades so much of American life. Don't look at 80 years of slavery and 70 years of Jim Crow and 50 years of mass incarceration. That's not who we are. Look at the promise that is America. And so if you're tired of that deflection and you want to make a change, how do you punch through that wall of denial and amnesia and disavowal? I think you do it by first taking a page from Edward Said. Quote, when we consider the connections between the United States and the rest of the world, he said, we are, so to speak, of the connections, not outside and beyond them. It therefore behooves us to grasp the role of the United States in the world of nations and power from within that actuality and as participants in it, not as detached outside observers. So it's not enough to cast a cool eye on the United States and make declarations about foreign policy. It's not enough to do that. We as citizens and scholars and activists have to start thinking about ourselves as caught up in the imperial power that sustains the nation. We have to start understanding all of the ways powerful interests benefit from our lack of awareness about the size of the security budget, or the 3 million people who have died as a result of the Iraq war so far. We have to start thinking like the anti-colonial activists in this country in the 60s and 70s who consistently linked, and this country, I mean America, consistently linked racial and economic justice with the struggles of men and women in the global South. We need to model our thinking on Martin Luther King's commitment toward the end of his life to tying racism, poverty, and the Vietnam War together. And a good example of this, scholarly example of this, I think was one of your readings, which is Stuart Schrader's book, which I believe, right? What do you guys, I think, talked about this, that links racist militarized policing in the United States to America's racist militarized counterterrorism campaigns abroad. We need to start thinking more about the relationship between our shameful lack of a national healthcare system and the size of our security budget and the forms of economic austerity that we forced on countries throughout the world. And I think most counterintuitively, I think we need to see Donald Trump simultaneously as both an evil buffoon and someone with a weird Tourette's-like ability to inadvertently say true things, right? When he calls nations shithole countries, when he brags about his nuclear button, when he blatantly calls attention to America's use of assassinations as foreign policy, and when he points to Joe Biden on North Korea and says, like he did last night, that's a typical political statement, he's not wrong, right? Which doesn't mean he's right about anything, but it does mean that right here and right now, we have the opportunity to look at that dysfunctional form of imperial politics that he exposes and confront it. Hillary Clinton called Trump a third world dictator. And the response of everybody is always shock at that, shock that this could be happening to us. What if we were to frame it otherwise? What does the fact that this third world dictator is happening to us tell us about the relationship between the United States and third world dictators, about the creation and disciplining of something we call the third world, about the multiple forms of democracies and experience with politics that have been silenced and repressed and twisted beyond recognition by this imperial state throughout its history? What if we were to take Trump as an opportunity to reflect in a way that is honest rather than deflect in a way that is incessantly navel-gazing? And I want to just end by suggesting that maybe the best way to confront that deflection is again by imagining the world, in the words of Edward Said, imagining the person whom you are discussing, in this case, the person on whom the bombs will fall, reading you in your presence. And I think it's time to start reading America in the presence of empire and not looking away. That's my shtick. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. What an opening salvo. Fortunately, I don't have the job of following it up. That falls to another one of you. And I'm really hoping that it will be Laleh Khalili who starts next. Laleh Khalili is a professor of international politics at Queen Mary University of London and the author of Heroes and Martyrs of Palestine, The Politics of National Commemoration, Time in the Shadows, Confinement in Counterinsurgencies, and Sinews of War and Trade, Shipping and Capitalism in the Arabian Peninsula.
Thank you so much for having me. It's incredibly exciting to look at this panel with lots of friends across the screen. It's an incredible honor, and I'm very grateful. And the conversations that you guys seem to have been having have been just incredibly amazing as well. I was looking at the reading lists and the material you provided, and it seems like a very rich set of discussions. And you're absolutely right. Jeannie is a very hard act to follow. So I'm going to also talk about the empire and the violence of the empire. But I'm going to start with a story that is quite interesting to me. So everybody in the US knows about Eddie Gallagher, a sniper, a US Navy SEAL sniper who committed a number of atrocities in the field and in the battlefield, and who was actually other soldiers, other Navy SEALs actually reported him to the Navy NCIS, the investigative body, for the atrocities that he had committed. He went through a court-martial, and then he was pardoned alongside a number of other soldiers that had been also similarly convicted of various kinds of atrocities in the field. He was pardoned by Donald Trump. So one of the things that was very interesting about this, and I follow the US military fairly closely on US military blogs and read a lot of the different things that US military officers write. And it was interesting to me that a number of US military officers were actually very discombobulated by this pardon. And part of the reason that they were discombobulated was because they felt that what Trump was doing was actually dismantling a set of rules that reinforced a kind of hierarchy, a military hierarchy and military discipline that was so central to the work of these military officers. Now, what was interesting for me in that story was that, of course, this kind of a pardon has a very long history. In fact, the one living US president that is constantly now being sainted by the liberals and the left, Jimmy Carter, also pardoned the person who had led and committed the atrocities at My Lai, and so in Vietnam. And so, in some senses, these kinds of presidential pardons for people who commit atrocities is not new. But what was interesting for me in this instance was that I had looked at the pardon of Lieutenant Calley and compared it to this, and I hadn't seen military officers actually to speak about that pardon having undermined military discipline. So this made me actually wonder about what was specific about this particular moment that made some officers complain about this. And it brought up a broader question for me. And that broader question was that it also seems that Trump is doing something else. Not only is he in some ways undermining particular forms of military hierarchy and discipline, but he's doing this in a much broader way. He also seems to be dismantling, in many instances, the liberal institutions that have shored up the US empire since the end of the Second World War. He seems to be actually attacking some of those institutions which have been absolutely crucial to the US empire in all of these years. And it's not because he's an anti-imperialist. It's not because he's somehow, an agent of Putin or some other fantasy that some have, but rather the reasons that he does this is because he believes in an empire as a force of utter and absolute coercion. And of course, there is that notion of empire as a violent thing that needs to have domination. It does not have to have an element of consent. It doesn't have to have a hegemonic control. For Trump, empire is intended to be a full force thing. Now, for me, this is actually quite an interesting puzzle, because in some ways, why does a significant portion, and he's got a very large base of support among businesses, among the bourgeoisie, and in a lot of different sectors of the US. So why is it that such a significant body of USians defend and support such a thing that actually undermines their own dominance, hegemony over both, capital accumulation in the world and also the projection of US force elsewhere? And I've been thinking about this a little bit, and I don't have final answers, but I want to say that in part it's interesting to me that liberalism, I've written about this in my second book, Jeannie's also just talked about it, and I'm sure some of the others will speak about this, but liberalism has provided a kind of an ideology and an alibi for the US since the end of the Second World War. On the one hand, it has been the scaffolding for US hegemony worldwide, and that liberalism has gone hand in hand with not only liberal capitalism, not only forms of capital accumulation that the US has supported via enforcement of contracts and global treaties and various kinds of standards of capital accumulation, legal, accounting, etc., etc. But also that liberalism has provided an ideology that has underwritten US intervention in a lot of places and acted as an alibi for it. So every time that the US invades some place, that those kinds of liberal reasons have been trotted out, whether it's because we're saving brown women from brown men, whether it's because we are rescuing some parts of the world from their own backwardness, whether it's because we're bringing democracy. And we're doing all of these things because we are the most law-abiding, we're the best, the kind of self-delusions that Jeanne just talked about. But interestingly, this liberal consensus, at least Trump seems to be kind of undermining that, and Biden represents a shoring up of that liberal consensus. So what we're seeing here is the mailed fist of Trump in a velvet glove that Biden offers, and the curiosity of this is in this moment is that we do have a kind of a fissure. It's not a major one, it's not a big one, but it is happening. So the question then becomes, why is it that this small fissure emerging? So one of the reasons for this, obviously, is because of the ways in which the post-Second World War liberal order has fallen apart in many ways. And we see the emergence of new powers and new forces worldwide, both economically and militarily. Although none will actually, of course, match the US, because the US still spends on its military the amount equivalent to the 9 next biggest spenders in the world. Nevertheless, we see the emergence certainly of, for example, economic powers in China, and to a lesser extent in India. We see the emergence of the EU as a kind of a bloc, although that is an aging bloc and it's falling behind. But there's also internally within the US, we see the emergence of a new generations of people that are actually demanding, making claims on the state in ways that we haven't seen in a long time. So there is, in this moment, for example, everything around the Black Lives Matters, but also the wildcat strikes by teachers and nurses and by hospitality workers are actually events that are happening that we haven't seen something quite like it in a long time. We also see at this moment, in some ways, the uncloaking of the right wing. We see the emergence of neo-Nazis from the shadows in which they have lurked. They have never gone away, but we see their emergence onto the streets. And I think it's all of these pressures that are being placed on a system that has been relatively stable for the 50 years internally are also resulting in some of the fissures that we're seeing in the top layers of power in the US. Some of the things that I actually want to also point to is that it's important for me to also say there is a crisis of masculinity happening in the US. The emergence of feminism, the emergence of queer ways of being, the emergence of new forms of mobilization around things that the Combahee River Collective called identity politics, a kind of a radical program of action, which was always going to also be imbricated with socialist programs, but which demanded the recognition of people as particular communities. All of these things are resulting in certain forms of crisis. The emergence of the right wing, in part, is a response to this. And we see this kind of a crisis of masculinity demonstrated in ridiculous things like whether or not people wear masks or not. It's like, I'm going to be manly and I'm going to subject myself to a deadly virus because I'm bigger than the virus. And we see that also I don't have to make some sort of a Freudian joke about those guns being phallic symbols, but I'm going to do it anyway. And so there's an element of these guns being trotted out, which to me do seem like a kind of a replacement for some form of lost masculinity. And of course, we see a lot of the instances of violence, and I'm not joking here anymore, of people being incredibly violent, and these massacres that constantly seem to be happening often do have a very distinct and present gender element, where often the people who are engaged in this are either young incels or men who have been either accused of or convicted of domestic abuse. So these forms of masculinity are something that we also have to pay attention to. And I think Trump is in some ways the embodiment of this kind of a masculinity in crisis, the embodiment of a white supremacy that is rearing its head and coming out of those dark shadows, scuttling into the light. And I think that in part, those shadows always served the liberal hegemony well, because they could always claim, as Jeanne said, that look at me, I am not that thing that you're saying. The dark shadows contains the baddies. And that story is falling apart now. And I think that in part, what we're saying, aside from the global context in which the US empire is coming under an enormous amount of pressure and is being questioned, I think internally it's also arriving in these fissures. This is not necessarily going to be a brilliantly positive thing. The balance of forces is not yet known. The white supremacists have the guns and we don't know what they might do. But I think it is an interesting moment and change is happening in one ways. And I want us to pay attention to that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Laleh. So our next speaker is Tobita Chow, the director of Justice is Global. And Tobita has been organizing campaigns for corporate accountability and racial and economic justice in Chicago since 2009. He was a key leader in bringing Moral Mondays to Illinois, served as chair of the board of directors of the People's Lobby, and has led trainings on the global economy and globalization on 3 continents. He co-founded Justice is Global and holds a master's degree in philosophy from the University of Chicago and a master's degree in divinity from the Lutheran School of Theology at Chicago.
Thanks. Thank you all for having me here. Really excited to participate in this panel. So what I'm going to talk about specifically is the growing US-China conflict and the rise of xenophobia, particularly this year, although there's a longer history to that. And, this is a topic that I've researched and written on, but I've also worked with a number of grassroots community organizations in different parts of the country, including some Chinese American and sort of Pan-Asian American groups who have been impacted by the anti-Asian racism that has been a part of this trend. So the topic is xenophobia, anti-China politics, what some, particularly starting this year, have been calling the new Cold War. In national security circles, sometimes it's called great power conflict. And I think we saw in one of the earlier sessions, they looked at the 2018 National Defense Strategy Summary, official document coming out of the Department of Defense. And they talked about a pivot away from the war on terror towards confrontation with so-called strategic competitors. And they list China, Russia, and Iran as the so-called strategic competitors of the US. But in practice, whenever this topic of conversation comes up in national security circles, they're mainly focused on China. China as the so-called strategic competitor to the United States that calls on a reorientation of strategy around what they call great power conflict. So, there's a history of this that goes back decades, but it's sort of really hit center stage in public discourse this year with the pandemic. And I remember in January when the mainstream media started to take the pandemic really seriously for the first time. And in the space of that single news cycle, I could see the writing on the wall that anti-China narratives were going to become a much more prominent feature of US political life, and that there would be a wave of racism and xenophobia that would go along with that. And actually in early February, so before the pandemic even really took root properly in the US and blew up in, starting in New York City, I was in downtown Chicago in the Loop, and I was walking next to an Asian woman. She turned out to be Chinese, and a complete stranger accosted her and started yelling at her, and then spat right in her face, got right in her face and then spat right in her face. And it was about the pandemic and dissociation of the pandemic with China. And so I knew then that things were going to get quite bad, as indeed they have. So since then, we've seen Trump and right-wing leaders, the Republican Party, using these racialized terms like China virus. They set very early on a messaging strategy that would use China as a scapegoat to distract from the administration's horrible mishandling of the pandemic by saying that China is to blame for the pandemic. This is something that China did to us. It is not Trump's fault. And they also, as a part of that strategy, said that they would use China to go on offense against Democrats by accusing Democrats of being soft on China or even being in collusion with China, having betrayed the country. And that you need to vote for Republicans because the Republicans are the ones who are loyal to the United States, loyal to the nation, and will defend the nation against this foreign threat, which the Democrats will not do. This has turned into conspiracy theories, a series of conspiracy theories. There were conspiracy theories claiming that Black Lives Matter was in fact a CCP plot, a plot of the Chinese Communist Party that was active in certain circles of the right and made appearances on like Fox News, like places with a bigger platform. We now see a very vicious conspiracy theory targeting Biden through his son, claiming that Biden is personally a tool of the CCP, and that if Biden wins, then the Chinese government is taking over control of the United States. They're going to run with that. I think that conspiracy theory is going to intensify in the likely event, knock on wood, of a Biden victory. They'll use that to explain away the Biden victory and delegitimize the election result. We've also seen Chinese people and organizations of Chinese people being targeted by these conspiracy theories, accused of being spies, groups accused of being CCP front groups based on very little evidence apart from the fact that they are ethnically Chinese. So this is what we've seen coming out of the right this year. And unfortunately, we've also seen too much of the Democratic Party establishment choosing to respond to this by trying to compete with Republicans for who can be most anti-China, by saying that actually you cannot trust the Republicans to protect the nation against China. Look at all the business dealings they've had and so on. And we saw this very vividly. This was so dismaying in last night's debate between Biden and Trump. A very, for me, excruciatingly lengthy section of the debate was Trump and Biden competing over who could accuse the other of having the deepest ties to China, with the shared assumption being that if you're connected to China, that is inherently something that is corrupting and sinister and delegitimizing, which has some pretty ugly implications for people who are Chinese. And I am also of Chinese descent myself. Yeah, I have a deep personal stake in this. So it's gotten really bad this year. It has, however, been a long time coming. The sections of the US ruling class, particularly in the national security establishment, have been wanting greater confrontation with China for years, for decades. In fact, George W. Bush, early in his first term, was preparing to pursue a strategy focused on China. This was early in his first term. It was disrupted by 9/11 and then the pivot to the war on terror. But following that, we had Obama's pivot to Asia that was all about trying to contain China. There was a military aspect to that they never managed to really pull off, like pulling significant military resources out of the war on terror towards confronting China. The TPP trade deal was also part of that pivot to Asia strategy. The idea there was that the US would organize a large set of allies surrounding China to sort of seize control of this section of the economy and outflank China's attempt to rise in the global economy. I think that an important part of how we need to understand this is that this has just gotten worse and worse, particularly this year, but going back a decade since the financial crisis in 2008 and 2009, the global economy has never fully recovered from that crisis. Global economic growth has been very meager and weak during the course of this entire decade. And it's deceptive if you look at the stock market and all that, but underlying that, we have a very weak global economy, shrinking prospects of economic growth at the global level. And that has pushed a whole range of countries, but in particularly the US and China, into a framework of zero-sum competition over these shrinking prospects of global growth, right? So all these governments, one thing they all feel compelled to do is to secure healthy economic growth for the national economies. So the US and China both feel compelled to do this. The prospects of economic growth are shrinking, and this is pushing them into a stance of zero-sum competition with each other. This has economic aspects. This has implications for the tech industry. It also is connected to this increasing sense of military competition. And what we've seen is a rise, along with this framework of zero-sum competition, a rise of nationalism and authoritarian tendencies. This is happening both in the US and China. It is also happening globally on every continent. And what we're seeing is a very dangerous feedback loop that we've seen happen over and over again this year between the US and China, where aggressive nationalistic moves on one side will trigger a reaction on the other side that is similar in spirit, that will then trigger more nationalism and aggression, and so on and so forth. This is a very dangerous dynamic. And I'll just end by saying that we have a lot of obstacles on the left in terms of how we are going to respond to that. It is clear that this is a bad tendency, a bad trend that we need to oppose and build an alternative to. But there are a lot of obstacles here. There's a lack of experience and understanding in the US left of China, of the US-China relationship. Even anti-Asian racism is like a pretty unfamiliar topic to much of the left. It is not like anti-Black racism. It is not like anti-Latinx xenophobia and so on. So there's, I think, a lot that we need to sort of catch up with and just understanding this topic. And in addition, I think in the previous discussion before this, they mentioned that progressives tend not to focus much on foreign policy. So that's true. But in this case, it's even worse than that, because the attention that there has been to foreign policy has been really focused on the war on terror. And this great power competition between the US and China has some deep differences from the war on terror. The dynamics are very different, and what we need to do to oppose it and build an alternative is very different. And this is all work that is still ahead of us as the left.
Thank you so much, Tobita Chow. And we will move on at this point in the conversation to Sara Salem, Assistant Professor of Sociology at the London School of Economics and Political Science. Dr. Salem's work explores the connections between post-colonial theory and Marxism, with special attention to the context of Egypt and the period of decolonization in the mid-20th century. She's also an editor at the journals Sociological Review and Historical Materialism. Her first book, entitled Anti-Colonial Afterlives in Egypt, The Politics of Hegemony, will be published by Cambridge University Press in 2020. And it's a book that builds its analysis of the afterlives of Egypt's moment of decolonization through an imagined conversation between Gramsci and Fanon around questions of anti-colonialism, resistance, revolution, and liberation.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. And this is such an incredible panel and such a really incredible program that you've put on so far. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about now is political economy, and in particular, which I know is a theme today, and in particular, the links between US empire, political economy, and the Middle East and North Africa. And sort of like Jeanne was saying, where in the US, there is not often a recognition that the US is an empire. I think from the vantage point of the Middle East, it's really difficult to forget that the US is an empire, and it really has been such a central kind of locus of US imperialism. So I wanted to start with a quote from Fanon in The Wretched of the Earth, where he says, 2 centuries ago, a former European colony decided to catch up with Europe. It succeeded so well that the United States of America became a monster in which the taints, the sickness, and the inhumanity of Europe have grown to appalling dimensions, end quote. So a lot of incredible work has kind of explored the expansion of capitalism across the Middle East and North Africa, and in particular thinking of the ways in which colonialism and capitalism in the form that they come together has produced these infrastructures of extractivism, exploitation, and the structuring of entire economies towards sort of the exporting of raw commodities. And in Egypt, I think there was this moment in the 50s and 60s where this was challenged through an anti-colonial project that very much saw this dependency on global capitalism as a barrier to meaningful independence. But of course, with the 1970s, kind of the counter-revolution against anti-colonialism and third world socialism in the form of the Washington Consensus came about. And we kind of see the consolidation of the US as a global superpower, although of course it's always been a colonial power at home as a settler colony. I think from the perspective of political economy, this shift in Egypt towards the free market meant, on the one hand, this turn towards foreign capital, foreign goods, but very importantly, a geopolitical alignment with the US and with US empire. And we've seen the disastrous political, economic, social, and psychic effects of this in Egypt and across the global South, not least with the IMF and World Bank structural adjustment programs that began very early on. And I think one thing that I've been thinking quite a bit about that I wanted to pose is also in thinking about the future of US empire and kind of the afterlives of US empire as well, how we see this project expand primarily in the Middle East through also the Gulf states and Saudi Arabia. And this, I think, becomes especially clear from the perspective of neoliberal restructuring. So I'm really interested, for example, in Adam Haneya's work, which has showed how neoliberal restructuring across the region has actually been carried out by this coming together of US empire and Gulf capital. And I think in Egypt today, it's over 85% of foreign direct investment that comes primarily from the Gulf states. But I'm also interested in this, still the continuing entanglement of British imperialism in the region. So rather than seeing US imperialism as something that replaced British imperialism, that we still see quite a few traces of that. And of course, the afterlives as well of the Ottoman Empire. So how we can think of these multiple kind of entanglements, particularly when we look at the economic crisis that's engulfing the region. And so to me, it seems that one of the main afterlives of US empire is precisely the ways in which this project has been taken on and expanded through these different vectors in different parts of the world that in some ways have become detached in some way from it. And I just saw today as well, I mean, speaking of structural adjustment, that there are new structural adjustment plans being proposed now to discipline countries for spending on health provisions during the global pandemic. So, and I know Egypt, at least over the last year, has been one of the countries where new structural adjustment programs have been proposed and seem to be underway. At the same time, I think another thing that I was thinking about in preparing for today was this question of resistance, and in particular, the ways in which resistance across the region has often pointed to some of the challenges I think facing us on the left or as a global left. So it's now been almost 1 decade since the revolutions across the region. And of course, since then, we've seen several more, including in Sudan. And I think the moment that we find ourselves now in Egypt is one where there's a lot of reflection, a lot of questioning about what happened in 2011 and what's happened since. And I think one question that seems to come up quite often is this question of internationalism and international solidarity and how to think about that in our current moment. So what many of us have thought about in reflecting back to 2011 was that it seems clear that this revolution wasn't just a national affair, although of course nationalism was a theme, and that because of the strategic centrality of the Middle East, as many other places are as well, to the US empire, anything that's national is always and already international. So we've wondered quite a bit about this difficulty of revolutionary uprisings that even as they did in 2010 and 2011, when they happen in quite a few places at the same time, still seem somehow disconnected from one another, and including from revolutionary uprisings in the metropole as well. So this kind of led me to pose this question about internationalism. And, you know, as Ruthie Wilson-Gilmore has reminded us, speaking of abolition in this case, she has this really great quote where it's abolition has to be green it has to be red, and to be green and red it has to be international. And I think this quote captures so strikingly what lies ahead of us. So our collective struggle for the earth, our fight against capitalism, but also especially our struggle to deepen internationalism and international solidarity. I think in many ways, neoliberalism and US empire have done much to damage or weaken infrastructures and sentiments of solidarity. So when I think of the presence of the US empire in the region, I think of how it's become entangled in so many areas. And most recently, we see these with the shameful peace deals that have been made between the Gulf and Israel, and of course, including today, between Sudan and Israel, although Egypt, you know, was the first country to do this over 30 years ago. So the question of solidarity also makes me think about our connections to one another, how they're mediated so carefully by surveillance, both online and offline, but also how the kind of shrinking of movement and travel, the increased policing of borders, and what all of that also means for coming together and questions of solidarity and particularly internationalism. And I think internationalism, because so much of my work has focused on that, you know, the anti-colonial moment in the 50s and 60s, I just find it quite a striking thing to think about in terms of how it kind of rises and falls across time, and how different economic and political moments produce very different understandings of international solidarity. So I wanted to end with, I started with Fanon, but I'm going to end with Gramsci and his obviously very famous quote that the crisis consists precisely in the fact that the old is dying and the new can't be born. And in this interregnum, a great variety of morbid symptoms appear. So it really does seem like we're in a moment during which the old is dying, and perhaps it's true also that the new cannot be born. And I think it's definitely true that there's a great variety of morbid symptoms. And yet I think amongst all of this, and something that came to me quite a lot when I was preparing for this, was also the growing resistance that we're seeing to a global order that I think for many people has never been tenable, but that is increasingly becoming untenable for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And we'll move then to Vijay Prashad, who is the director of the Tricontinental Institute for Social Research. And Vijay Prashad is an Indian historian and journalist, the author of 30 books, including Washington Bullets, Red Star Over the Third World, The Darker Nations, A People's History of the Third World, and The Poorer Nations, A Possible History of the Global South. He's the chief correspondent for Globetrotter and a columnist for Frontline India. He's the chief editor of Leftward Books in New Delhi, and he has appeared in 2 films, Shadow World and 2 Meetings.
Okay, it's great to be here. And hi, Laleh. Nice to see you over the Atlantic. Guys, the Bolivians just kicked the American ass. So I don't see why you guys are so despondent. I mean, you know, you're just talking about resistance and defeat. They just kicked the American ass. I mean, that's incredible. Last year in October, news came from Bolivia. I actually received a phone call saying there's going to be a coup and they're going to kill Evo. And I remember calling Chomsky and saying, let's do something. And we released a statement. And 24 hours later, General Williams Kaliman, who was trained in the United States, walked up to Evo Morales and said, get out of here. It's really interesting that no liberal, no constitutionalist on both sides of the Atlantic objected to the fact that Evo Morales' mandate didn't end till January. In other words, he had won the 3rd election, not the election in October. The mandate for the previous election lasted till January. Not one bloody constitutionalist, talk about the hypocrisy of liberals, said that let him at least finish the mandate for the 3rd election. Not one fucking constitutionalist in the United States, not one liberal, not one newspaper, New York Times, all these bullshit papers, including The Guardian, which is a piece of shit. They all backed the coup And now that Arce has won, they're all saying it's celebration time. It's not celebration time. I want all of you to come to account. Every single one of you. The editor of The Guardian first on the list. And then forget the New York Times, Washington Post, the crap they post. It's incredible. Now, after this victory, giving Evo Morales a lecture in the Washington Post about the things he did wrong. This is after the fact that the OAS is naked in front of the world for having lied in the preliminary report. Guys, this was so hideous to see liberals and people on the left in October, November last year criticizing Evo Morales in the middle of a fucking coup. In the middle of the coup. Liberals, people that we know, guys, that we know, that we break bread with, coming in public and saying, well, you know, there was fraud, or that he was trying to be a dictator. I sat down for about 8 feverish weeks and wrote a book about this. And the book is called Washington Bullets. And Evo wrote the preface to the book. And I just want to read one line from the preface, because 2 lines, actually, if you don't mind. The one line he said, this was very moving. He said, this book brings the infinite instance in which Washington bullets have shattered hope. Washington bullets shatter hope. That's what imperialism does. You know, that level of violence breaks the confidence of people that they can actually build history. When they killed Sankara in 1987, they shattered hope in Burkina Faso. That's what they did. They have to pay a price for it. This is not just merely theory. They have to pay a price for this. The last 2 lines of this preface are really prophetic. He wrote, we have the conviction that we are the masses and that the masses over time will win. This was a triumphant election. This is the first time I've seen in under a year for a people to walk out of a coup. And it was a coup. It was a coup d'etat. To walk out of a coup and say, we're not interested in this coup government. We're not interested in Carlos Mesa. You know, you've been the president before. We've had it with you. 14 years of Evo improved the condition of life of people. They died. Patricia Arce had a haircut, her face painted red. She was humiliated on the street, but she was not humiliated. She came back and she is now a senator. That's Patricia Arce. That's what the people are made of. Imperialism can throw anything it wants at the people. But the people are like Patricia Arce. They will come back. And that's the lesson in the history of imperialism. When we teach about imperialism, when we think about imperialism, we cannot allow our discourse on imperialism to dominate our minds and demoralize us. Just because they have 800 bases doesn't give them the right to make me feel small. I will not feel small because Donald Trump is an asshole. I refuse to feel small. I'm just not going to let it happen. Patricia Arce did not allow what happened to her. And therefore, what I'm saying is our theory has to be dialectical. It cannot be the theory that suggests that imperialism is either eternal or total. It's not total. It's an incomplete system which will fail completely all the time. In the remaining few minutes I have, let me get a little more theoretical, if you don't mind. Sorry, guys. It's just that, you know, we got to pick up the pace on this because we really have to refuse to let them dominate the terms of our discussion. You know, we have to create our own categories. We just don't take the categories from them. You know, we take the categories, we turn them around. That's what Hegel at least taught Marx. So the 2 quick points I want to make. One is borrowed from Utsa and Prabhat Patnaik, The Theory of Imperialism, an excellent book, because what they argue is that contrary to a lot of Western Marxism, which has lost its way and never really understood imperialism, it is a truth, it is a truism that there are tropical zones in the world that produce resources that are necessary for capitalism. You just can't grow coffee in Sweden, however hard you try. And so resource fights are very key to this. There's lithium in Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina. There's also lithium in Cornwall. But I don't think the people of Cornwall are going to allow their soil to be broken because resource extraction is not in my backyard. It's from somewhere else. And the prices have to be suppressed in order to prevent price inflation. And part of imperialism is just that. You got to overthrow resource socialist governments. That's why the Bolivarian revolution in Venezuela has to be punished. Punished. They're trying to punish the Venezuelan people because they said the price of oil should be set by us. Punish them. Vicious punishment through hybrid war of what the Venezuelans tried to do when Chavez first won an election. He won an election. And the moment he won an election, Monk, after whom the School of International Studies is named at the University of Toronto. I can't believe, you're throwing statues of slavers. That asshole has a building named after him. The Monk School of International whatever. He's the head of Barrick Gold. Right after the election of Evo, Barrick Gold's head, Monk, said that the authoritarian needs to be kicked out. Seriously? And you're seriously going to maintain a building named after him at the University of Toronto? He wanted to overthrow the Bolivarian revolution long before Nicolas Maduro came to power, which is why the Maduro question is a false question. These people have always wanted to overthrow the Venezuelan revolution. Get that straight. It's a straightforward resource conflict. You want to say that this is anachronistic, artificial, whatever. When I said in November that it's the lithium guys, don't forget about the lithium. There were people saying he's a conspiracy theorist, doesn't know what he's talking about. People accuse me of never having been to Bolivia. That's amazing. He's he's a conspiracy theorist. Yes, I am a conspiracy theorist because do you know why? Imperialism is a conspiracy to take our resources for somebody else's benefit. That's why it's a conspiracy. And it's been a conspiracy for hundreds of bloody years. So wake up to that. Don't give me nuance when this is the history. What did they do to the people of the Congo when they took the rubber and when they cut people's legs off, hung it around their friends' necks? That's not a conspiracy. That happened. They overthrew Arbenz because United Fruit couldn't take the modest land reforms. It's not my conspiracy, it's their conspiracy. They are the conspiracy. They conspired to overthrow the government of Jacob Arbenz, Mohammad Mossadegh, and so on. It's not my conspiracy. I'm just telling you what they conspired to do and in some cases did. So that's the first thing that I'd just like to put on the table. The second thing I'd like to put on the table is a great book from Leftward Books called The Veins of the South Are Still Open. Essays edited by Emiliano Lopez, an Argentinian scholar. Essays by Attilio Boron, great scholars in here. The second thing is, as a consequence of globalization, US, particularly Silicon Valley firms, made a big bet. They allowed their products to be manufactured outside the territory of the United States. The thing that they controlled was intellectual property rights and advances in technology. And guess what? Here the Chinese have kicked your ass. Because what the Chinese did was, and I remember this when I was researching poorer nations, part of the 1978 reform was you can come and take advantage of labor in Shenzhen. We're going to let you, said the Chinese government, but you're going to have to turn over science and technology, both science and technology. This is something the Indians never did. And Chinese labor, by the way, cannot be substituted. Indian labor is relatively less healthy, relatively less educated, and relatively underfed. That means that they're going to get sicker. They can't follow instructions as well. And because they are underfed, they just don't have the stamina to work as hard. It's not so easy, Mr. Trump and Pompeo and all you people who actually don't know anything you're talking about. It's not so easy to just pivot out of China. I don't know what they're talking about. Where will you find labor? Because of the Chinese Revolution, which is being exploited. Fair criticism. You want to jump on me for that? Fine. But nonetheless, it's a much higher caliber of labor than anywhere else in Asia, anywhere else. So that's a pipe dream. Your economy is going to collapse because you don't understand what you're doing. But linked to this is they relied on the new intellectual property rules, which were the TRIPS and TRIMS rules, which go into the WTO, the World Trade Organization. This means that the product was to be patented, not the process. So all these Silicon Valley firms rely on the fact that patenting is going to be respected. And guess what? The Chinese said, we don't really respect all that. And I salute them for it. And so what's happened is, why are they going after Huawei? They're going after Huawei because Huawei, ZTE, all these firms are 1 or 2 generations ahead of American companies. Not one liberal Silicon Valley firm has come out in public and says we oppose the Cold War. Not one, because they all will benefit from Trump. Not one of them. None of these Googles. You know, this black turtleneck liberal bullshit is nowhere in evidence. They're all right behind Trump in this Cold War, hybrid war against China. Every one of them. Not one of them has any liberalism when it comes to their self-interest, because China is 1 or 2 generations ahead. It's in terms of GPS technology, robotics, hydrogen, high-speed rail. China technologically is ahead of the United States by far. Last year, for the first time, more Chinese patents were registered, which is really a new thing. And last year, more Chinese authors authored, multiple authors, scientific peer-reviewed journal essays than American-based authors. That's amazing. It's in science and in tech. Remember, I said both. And that's what this Cold War is about. It's not irrational. It's not because Trump is an idiot. It's the US ruling class that understands that the basis of capital accumulation in the United States, which was produced globalization, is now under grave threat. And that is the reason why, not just the pandemic, that the latest IMF report came out 10 days ago. That's the reason why IMF report said, next year, whatever growth there will be next year, please pay this in mind, 60% of global growth is going to take place next year in China. 60% of global growth. This use of military power against China, it's bipartisan, it's existential. It is a desperate attempt by a dying country to protect essentially the only patent it has, its brand. That's it. It's lost everything else. That's why what you said is so correct. Don't look there, it's us. We are the shining stars on the hill. Seriously? You are not the shining stars on anybody's hill, guys, because guess what? The Bolivian people kicked your ass. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Vijay Prashad. Following Vijay is BISR's Suzanne Schneider, who is our Deputy Director and also member of the core faculty. And she is the author of Mandatory Separation, Religion, Education, and Mass Politics in Palestine. And her writing has appeared in Mother Jones, The Washington Post, and Foreign Policy, among other outlets. And she has also just recently completed the manuscript for a forthcoming book called The Apocalypse and the End of History.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. I'm usually the potty mouth, but there's just no way I'm going to be able to compete with this. So, in any event, it's really wonderful. Thank you. It's so great to have everyone assembled for this. I'm going to speak only very briefly because I just led our session on the kind of global war on terror and kind of the, a little bit on the kind of the new competition between states as well. But I wanted to kind of just like pick up on, something that Laleh mentioned in terms of kind of Trump's dismantling of the kind of international institutions that have facilitated this imperial order in the post-World War II era. And to kind of pose, for us collectively, almost like a series of questions about what exactly will replace American empire. If we are to kind of accept this, as Vijay just said, and kind of as others have kind of indicated that, this notion that we are actually an empire in decline, and in our kind of last throes in some respect. And what exactly is going to replace this? And right, there is, of course, this danger of, a kind of retreating to this purely isolationist stance that's frequently invoked by nationalists, frequently invoked, particularly, by people who oppose kind of endless war in America. It can often get framed as this kind of American first kind of nationalism. And certainly any sort of progressive foreign policy requires an internationalist framing, even if that relationship is no longer militarized. And, ironically, thinking about the kind of new nationalism as one sort of alternative world order that's on the horizon, I think is something that we need to take seriously because, and ironically, of course, right, for all the fetishization of national sovereignty that happens among these folks who are kind of preaching the new nationalism, this movement is like deeply global. And its leaders sense that their authoritarian impulses are actually quite compatible. And, we'll see this in Hungary, in the US, Russia, India, Israel, Brazil, Egypt, right? That there's this kind of new era of global strongmen that's emerging that very much regards one another as allies. And that the frequent retort then kind of surveying this situation is that the threat posed by this kind of resurgent authoritarian nationalism is precisely why we need to preserve the liberal international order that is inseparable from American empire. And that that is our kind of, I think, like the most frequent like response, certainly from like a foreign policy establishment. So beyond kind of like outlining these two positions, I think what we really need to do and is have a little bit of a more expansive political imagination and think about how we can articulate some alternative to either this kind of rising authoritarian nationalism on the one hand or a liberal imperialism on the other. What will be some of the kind of the foundations of an alternative order and how might we articulate them? So this is something that I'm kind of personally thinking about a lot and just kind of wanted to outline and we can kind of talk about together. So I'm gonna cut short there so that we can turn to our first to Ajay and then to our discussion.
Thank you so much, Susie Schneider. So our last speaker is Ajay Singh Chaudhary, whom many of you know. He is the executive director of the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research and a core faculty member specializing in social and political theory. He holds a PhD from Colombe University and a Master of Sciences, I think that is, from London School of Economics. His research focuses on social and political theory, Frankfurt School critical theory, political economy, political ecology, media, religion, and post-colonial studies. He has written for The Guardian and +1, Los Angeles Review of Books, Quartz, Social Text, a number of other public-facing publications, and is currently working on a book of political theory for the Anthropocene, which I believe is still titled The Exhausted of the Earth. Yeah? All right, Ajay.
That is the title. And I'm actually so, like Suze, you can probably even hear it in my voice. I'm going to probably, for a wide variety of reasons, cut myself a little bit short on this opening sort of salvo. I did 2 hours on political economy of imperialism just a little while ago, so it's a little intense. But I am so happy, I have to say, and in fact, I was thinking of just ceding all my time, but I just want to say I'm so happy to hear what people are talking about on this panel so far. Where we started yesterday in the very introduction, in fact, from me, was in fact that this is a particularly auspicious week to be talking about this stuff because of what has just happened in Bolivia. And, we ended on kind of a note of pessimism, I think yesterday, around this question of praxis. And it's exciting to hear so many people really pushing, I think, towards a real sort of praxeological direction. And I don't mean that in some kind of like vague hand wavy way. I mean something, yes, as Vijay said, something far more than resistance, right? Something that is in fact a true politics of power, a true politics of building power. And so it's the things that really like stood out to me and that I want to connect, I think, to just some of the themes that we've been talking about over the course of these 2 days is so much this question of the stymieing of the project of decolonization that did, I just want to put this on the table. There was like the road not taken. And I think this came up in Jeannie's talk. I think this came up in Laleh's talk to an extent. The sort of stymieing of a different path that led through the decolonization of whatever you want to call it, the third world, what many scholars now call the global south, however you want to put it. And also this question of responsibility. And I cannot stress this enough, right? This, as Jeannie said, the sort of pundits, the op-eds, the media, Laleh talked about this in ideological terms. I mean, there might be a few things to be defended about Western Marxism here as well. You know, there are, you know, ideology critique. It's nice to hear empire on the table. It's also nice to hear ideology critique on the table, things that the Anglo-American left sometimes doesn't really like to do too often. But yes, these forces have never been held accountable. And right now, their vision, that the picture of the world they paint is not believable. And when Laleh was talking about, you know, like new generations with new demands, wildcat strikes, Black Lives Matter, this stuff in the United States, but it's also spreading in other parts of the world. You also have, you know, movements like La Via Campesina. Sorry, I can't really speak Spanish properly, so if someone wants to correct me on that, great. But you have peasant-based movements, worker movements, movements of non-workers in all across the world. And like, this is a potential political force. And I think we have to take it very, very seriously and really start orienting our thinking about it. And one of the things that, Sara mentioned was this sort of question of internationalism and solidarity, and thinking through Gilmore, that wonderful line from Gilmore. And I was actually desperately looking around. People probably saw me on the video for my notes from 2 sessions ago, because I also had some of these lines from her in there, where she says, you know, this might reorient our thinking about what class is, and what a class subject is, and what a political subject is, right? When we put these things into the conditions of the contemporary global economy, especially some of the things that Toby was talking about, things that force us into a kind of zero-sum politics, but also into, frankly, the ecological context. Also, in the context that it is like today, as we went over, I think in excruciating detail, empire does not work for most Americans in a way that one could make the argument, as like, frankly, the AFL-CIO did in like the mid-century, that yeah, American national interest, American empire is good for business and good for us, right? As long as it's paying off. It's not paying off anymore. This is a tremendous opportunity if we are willing to rethink how we imagine sort of what the political subject is, and also just like this is not like all just in exercise in the imagination. It's also then, okay, well, like, let's start building out those organizations. Let's start making those connections. One of the reasons I'm happy we are doing this is, in fact, like a joke I say to students often is like, there's nothing magic about internationalism. It is literally like people working across boundaries, like calling, like there's letters, there's calls, there's people move one from place to another. Like, it's not like you have to like really, really explode the universe to make it happen. It does mean, though, you have to build and possibly change some of the ideas that are on the table. And I think if there's anything else to say here, I just want to make sure. I mean, there's so much else. I mean, especially on this like media stuff. I mean, for once, it would be so wonderful for any of these people to be held accountable. And yes, it is true what Vijay pointed out, and it's the same story from the Iraq War as well. And I think it's very telling, right? These things were actually very predictable. Respected authorities are like, oh my God, yes, the Evo case is over the top. Before the election was called, before the ink was dry on the ballots, probably, they were already saying, oh, there's funny business going on here. Oh, and yes, not only through the election, but the Bolivian people through months and months of struggle, including some pretty fucked up shit. I'm happy to curse as well. I'm glad that sort of door was opened. Right? I mean, this is not just a coup government. It's not just an American-backed coup government. It was a, whatever you want to call it. I would openly call it a fascist government, a proto-fascist government, when you've got Inez holding that like ancient Bible and like lighting indigenous like materials on fire. I mean, that's not like code, right? And then they're beating people in the streets. That's also not code. That is just the real deal. And people fought back, and yes, and they won. But the struggle continues. And that is, I think, what we are all sort of here to talk about. And I'm really excited to hear more. I'm gonna have to step away for 1 second, but I'm really excited to hear more about how we think that these trends can unfold, particularly in these new conditions, which I actually do think provide us with grounds. And this is weird for me, who reads a lot of pessimistic guys, right? Who thinks it's funny to put Adorno was right on a t-shirt. I do have a streak of optimism about things. So with that, I will hand it back to Rebecca and to all of you.
Thank you so much, Ajay. So just a procedural note that I'm going to open it up to discussion, and we'll pause, I think, about 10 till and see what our questions are from the audience. So I was really struck by so many of the synergies that were happening throughout this discussion, but I'll limit myself now to kind of asking the broad bore question. So Sara, I was thinking back to the bit of Gramsci that you quoted about the old dying and the new which cannot be born, and in that fissure all sorts of morbid symptoms appear. And I was also thinking about, as we kind of layered so many different interpretations of imperialism on top of one another, how it also seems true that is true at some scales, but not at others. That in fact, there are scales where the new is already sort of manifesting in various ways. So I'm interested too in this question of political imagination that Susie laid out for us so concisely in her remarks. And all that's a build-up to say that I'm wondering if we can speak maybe a little bit towards that kind of both present and future-oriented position in the form of this very simple but also very large and difficult question, which is what are we trying to build, right? The theoretical track, and also how are we trying to build it? So if anyone would like to weigh in on this question of what are we trying to build? Do we have ideas about what these new political forms might look like? What do we make of the etiolated visions of the nation, or the fact that internationalism necessarily has to look different, even as imperialism looks different in our contemporary set of crises?
Why don't I jump in? Because I tend to get depressed, but I try to stop myself. And in part, I try to stop myself because I think, well, for two reasons. Number one, I acknowledge the fact that I'm in my 50s, and a lot of the change that is going to happen through the work of people who are at least a generation perhaps more younger than me. And so I think I want to acknowledge that there is actually movement happening, and that movement that is happening is happening in all sorts of ways and in all sorts of places and in ways that I don't necessarily know about and I don't want to speak for. So that's one of the things. But the second thing, and I think this one comes from experience rather than from an acknowledgement of the frailty of age, and that is that I lived through the Iranian Revolution. Yeah. And until the very moment that the Iranian Revolution happened, nobody thought that it was going to happen. And even when it was going to happen, all of the experts, even most Iranians, didn't think that it was going to end up the way that it did. Now, obviously, the Iranian Revolution also ate its own children in all sorts of ways, but nevertheless, the transformation that it brought and the transformation that it wrought, not only for Iran, but for the entirety of the Middle East, and perhaps in some ways for the world, was one that was not anticipated, not even by the revolutionaries themselves. And so I think that in some ways, I don't want to predict. I can't predict. But I do think that when things happen, they will happen in the moment. New forms will emerge in the process of mobilization. New alliances, new solidarities, both nationally and transnationally, emerge in all sorts of parts of the world, and they will happen in ways that we don't necessarily anticipate them, and they'll be sparked from places that we don't necessarily expect. So I just want to sort of indeterminacy and the possibilities and joy of accidents that may happen and people don't anticipate them is something that I want to put in a word for. And that might be because of those, because we have been in some ways doped by those what Vijay called crap papers, the news reports that we hear that make us think that nothing is going to happen or things are only going to turn out a particular way. And so maybe it is that we don't anticipate these things because we have been, in some ways, our senses have been they have been blunted by everything that we are fed. And so it's when an amazing event happens, it is in a way like a rending of the curtains. And so that sense of anticipation and yet not knowing what to anticipate is perhaps the moment that we're living in right now.
Yeah, thank you. So a bid for the powers of the indeterminate, I think is a really useful way to begin this discussion, which in many ways is less about prediction proper, right, than thinking about what is thinkable or what is imaginable. So I think Laleh's remarks take us right up to the limit of what is imaginable. So I think perhaps Vijay wanted to speak. So.
Yeah, I mean, I actually want to say that, Laleh, some of this is not just in the imagination. So 5 years ago, the landless workers movement in Brazil held a meeting called Dilemmas of Humanity in Sao Paulo. And actually, it's out of that meeting that our institute developed. The Tricontinental Institute came out of that meeting because out of that meeting also came the International Assembly of the Peoples, which is 200 organizations from around the world based in about 100 countries, including, like the Workers' Party in Tunisia, Democratic Way in Morocco, Communist Party in Nepal. I mean, there's 200 organizations in the assembly, and our institute is essentially the research arm of the assembly of the people. And just recently, we held a global action called the Week of Anti-Imperialist Struggle. And I hope you got to see the posters, the anti-imperialist poster exhibition that people had done. During the pandemic, thousands of people were out demonstrating, with WHO rules and so on. In February, we held something called Red Books Day. 60,000 people came in public and read the Communist Manifesto in their own languages. I mean, I'm just saying all this stuff because this shit happens in the world. This is internationalism. We are building it. It's patient. It takes time. It's 1 million meetings a day. It's with large organizations that can't move, in the same way as NGOs can, because these are mass organizations with mass memberships, which they're accountable to. So one of the things that's happened, I think, in the discussion of internationalism is that people are just too much in a hurry, they just think it's going to happen in a minute, there are language issues, there are cultural issues, there are political traditions that are different, when you have a communist organization dealing with a social movement, there's an enormous amount of trust that has to be built. So, I mean, what I would say, that's why I started with Bolivia, is that we should take our lessons from reality, from the concrete, not from theory. And you build your theory based on what the concrete is suggesting to you. And right now, if you look outside your window, the concrete is suggesting there's lots of people building internationalism. And so from that experience, let's develop a theory, not the other way around.
Sorry, so I know
Rebecca.
Sorry, so I know we had several people who wanted to weigh in after that, and I think I saw Susie and Ajay. Is that correct? So
I think Toby was ahead of us.
Yeah,
I thought.
okay, all right, yeah. So
our other panelists go first, and then
yeah. So Toby.
Yeah, so I think the world we really want is going to be based on grassroots, proletarian-led global solidarity. So that's what we want to build. Okay, so then a problem is right now in an increasingly nationalistic environment, and thinking in particularly about the growing US-China conflict, like that sort of grassroots solidarity, building it between the US and China, the world's two top economies, has gotten increasingly difficult. And this is my interest in the US-China conflict actually came out of this, sort of as I was trying to figure out how to build those relationships and build power in that way. You know, we had Trump started the trade war, and then everything has escalated this year. So, my take on this is that before we can build the deep kind of solidarity we want in order to win the world we really want to see, we need to find our way past this increasingly antagonistic relationship between the US and China. And there are also other examples in the world where there are, you know, these increasing nationalist conflicts. But US and China is a dominant one, and it is increasingly sucking in all other parts of the world into this sort of US versus China dynamic. So how do we, so it's like, how do we build an alternative to that? And I think the opportunity here is around countering nationalism, antagonism with the need for cooperation. And both the immediate crisis of the pandemic and the sort of permanent crisis of climate change are two, I think, really good places to start building a kind of politics that moves us in the right kind of direction, because I think it's possible to make the case and build mass support for the need for international cooperation, and in particularly between the US and China, to meet these like key global challenges that increasingly just everyone understands are real. Well, okay, there are some exceptions with denialists on the right or whatever, but the vast majority of the population understands are like it is in their interest to come up with real solutions to these things. And this summer we actually did a project where we organized volunteers to call into voters in Michigan and Pennsylvania, so two of the key swing states in the US this election, and we just talked to these strangers over the phone about like what they were feeling about the pandemic and what they were hearing about China and how they felt about China. We surfaced a lot of the anti-China sentiment that we knew was out there based on polling. And then we tried to figure out, well, how can we move people past that? And one of the ways we did that is by saying things like, you know, if the US and China work together to develop vaccines, we get through this much more quickly, and we could get everything back to normal much more quickly. And the scientists in both countries, they're trying to work together, but you know, we've got the Trump administration getting in the way. Isn't that messed up? And like, people got that. Like, I was very encouraged by how frequently we were able to move people significantly off of the anti-China stuff based on just like a 15, 20 minute, or sometimes even shorter conversation. So, you know, these nationalistic, xenophobic sentiments are out there, but around China, I think my reflection on that is that they're relatively shallow. It's possible to move people past them, and it's possible to make significant progress moving people towards you know, not the kind of left internationalism we want, but in a more internationalist direction in the course of like a single conversation. So I think there's like some real potential there. And I think we can see something similar, a similar opportunity around climate. I think the climate movement is a part of the progressive movement in the US with a lot of potential in the years to come. especially if under a Biden administration. Biden's not the climate champion we want, but I think there are real openings for the climate movement under a Biden administration. And I think it is very, well, not very easy, but surprisingly easy, I think, to make the case that we need the US and China to work together and not be at each other's throats in order to achieve the climate solutions that we need. And I think we can make that case at a mass level. So I think those are some opportunities that we have ahead of us in the next decade or two, and that there's some real hope there, even though I can also see that this is going to be a period where the US-China relationship is going to continue to be a source of like grave danger.
Thanks, Toby, and I'll hand it over to Jeanne.
Thanks, you guys. I mean, so can I do a kind of half Laleh, half Vijay in the middle, where I think that theory and practice are both happening in these really exciting ways, and I see a kind of forgive me if I keep quoting Said, but as I get toward the end of this book, my brain is so centered in this, I can barely get out of his head. And this language of contrapuntal thinking, that that the relationship between the inside and out seems more versatile and more porous than I've ever seen it. So I see in theory, for instance, in my field, an increasing intolerance for sort of liberal analytical thought, an increasing intolerance for the kind of nascent imperialism that's implicit in that, and really many more people pushing sort of what we do toward a kind of absolute engagement with anti-colonial thought, with the history of decolonial thought, with all of this stuff is happening simultaneous with, I think, these really important movements, which are similarly making these contrapuntal moves. So, you know, like what's happening and what was happening in Standing Rock is an astonishing example of an American anti-colonial movement that is entirely about resource extraction and protection, and it brings together all of these these colonial threads. So it brings together the veterans who are making connections between resource extraction in Iraq and what is happening in the US and with the water protectors. And so I see a kind of like exciting tension that's happening even as I feel despondent, that I think there is an actual moment when change is happening. that it's happening academically at a time when there are no more jobs, when none of us are going to be able to do what we do, is a little depressing. But at the same time, I think that those connections are there and they're really fertile, and I see them in my students and they feel fairly irrepressible, and I take an extraordinary amount of hope from that.
Thank you, Jeanne. And I know Sarah wanted to get in here. And then I think to Susie and Ajay.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. I think that I really enjoy thinking about the role of the imagination, and I think in some ways don't see it as split from kind of reality or concrete events. I think in lots of ways, concrete events themselves do so much to stretch the limits of the imagination. And to me, you know, revolutionary moments are that. And I think that's why sometimes it's frustrating when people talk about revolutions as having failed, or, you know, were these revolutions and so on, because I think in many ways they do so much more than that moves us beyond this kind of binary of success and failure. And I think revolutions and revolutionary moments have this entire life world around them that, you know, often precedes them by decades or even longer, that shows how much of this is happening in ways that we might not recognize visibly or might not recognize as politics if we don't have that kind of expansive definition. But I also, I mean, I have to say, I am also really hopeful about the future. And like Jeanne, I think a lot of that does come from teaching. I feel like there is there is something hopeful about being in the classroom and also hearing kind of students talk about politics and the way in which they're politicized today. I remember after the last election here in the UK, and Corbyn, it was the very tragic loss that happened. But I remember going to university the next day and having all these discussions with students. And I mean, for many of them, there was this element of disappointment, but I think it was also so clear that some kind of generational shift had happened. At least to me, it seemed that way. And I think that is something to be hopeful about. But also, even in the context of Egypt, I think we have an entire generation that's grown up with these stories of revolution and these memories of revolution. And I think that that is something that lives on in really important ways. And of course, is part of the imagination, right? And pushing those limits, even at a time where, at least there's a very strong counter-revolutionary force.
Thank you, Sarah. And we'll go to Susie. Susie, are you there?
Sorry, my connection is like cutting out a tiny bit. Can y'all hear me? So actually, I'm just going to pick up on what Sarah was saying, and I think about kind of the Egypt quite a bit, and the kind of unthinking, support in 2013 from the U.S. administration for the al-Sisi coup, of course, oust the democratically elected government. I had a very strange encounter, like a few months after that, at the Middle East Studies Association, where I ended up like chatting with a fairly like high-ranking official from the State Department who had decided to drop by our proceedings, and he like really was willing to go to the mat to defend this, as kind of, and for all of the kind of like ideological reasons, I think. That might be familiar to us, right? That this is an Islamist government, it's going to oppress women, it's kind of antithetical to democracy and secularism, and that we have, and I bring this example up because I think that, part of our like expansion of political imagination and thinking about a new internationalism also is going to entail pushing a little bit at the bounds of what we imagine our allies to look like, what types of like coalitions and alliances that a left can enter into, and recognizing that the kind of forces and progressive forces or in across the global south might not look like they do in America or in Europe, and that the absolute terror of anyone whose like politics might be informed by some sort of reading of Islam is frankly an impediment, I think, to kind of crafting any sort of like meaningful alliances. Not that like, right, that there won't be things to quibble with people who do take those positions, but that the kind of that like almost knee-jerk reaction that we can't possibly do, have any sort of relationship or do business with any, with people who could like identify as Islamist. Like this is an example of one of these kind of like hard ideological barriers that come down, that kind of, and they come to define who our, potential kind of allies can and cannot be. And of course, it's all garbage, right? Like we have very close alliances with Saudi Arabia, with various Gulf states that, certainly are not kind of professing a more liberal version of Islam than the Morsi government. But that there is again, a way in which this kind of ideological work kind of makes certain types of alliances impossible to even like think about or speak about. And that too kind of has to be, I think, part of the expansion of the political imagination that we're talking about.
Thanks, Susie. And Ajay.
All right. I felt like I sped through that opening bit for a bunch of reasons, and now I can slow down a little bit and like a little less dizzy, a little less high on the moment. But and I just want to say to Jeannie, don't worry, this is a Saeed safe space. It's cool. We're okay with that. But I really wanted to come back to this question. And I think Sarah put it really well. Like, it's not a dichotomy, imagination, action, of course not, right? And it's not to be obvious, right? Theory, practice, theory, yada, yada. And I really think it's really, really important. And again, I want to sorry, I always do the synthetic thing. It's just kind of my jam. But like, as Laleh was saying about the like Iranian Revolution, right? Like this is a lot of something that I also studied quite a lot. And yeah, it's so many different things coming together in a way that was completely not anticipated, as she was saying, right? Like, and totally confounding to political analysis at the time. People were like, what the hell is this thing? Like, I remember this was like a big topic in political science for a while. It was like, what is that? Like, and not to say, that's not like I want to hold up that model, but I do think it helps us sort of where in this question of how we are going to be changing how we imagine certain kinds of concepts or certain kinds of categories. So Rebecca mentioned earlier, yeah, like I've been doing a lot of work on climate politics and yeah, and I also, yeah, I modeled my own work on phenomena. I do think about it quite a lot of this question of exhaustion and people being exhausted. And I think that, and that being a question of sort of global political economy, that being a question of global ecology, and that also being a question of things that the left really never anticipated. Here I mean explicitly the Marxist left, with which I self-identify, right? And you know, there was always a thought that most people in the world would become proletarians, like in that sort of strict definition. It's not really true. It's not really the case. That didn't really happen. Actually, if you look at recent demographic work, particularly the world over, but even in places like the United States and the United Kingdom, it's almost like 50-50. Like there are more people who are either in informal or non-work relationships, like at least defined in that classic political economy way. So that's part of our imagination. What connects those people into a political project? And we talk about some of the movements that we have been talking about here, right? Taking our cue for theoretical thinking from actual movements, they are not always led by the vanguard of the proletariat, right? They're not always led by the most advanced class position, right? And I think particularly, I've been framing a lot of my comments over this weekend. It's not a weekend, it's just 2 days. I don't know why time is anymore. But in terms of the Anglo-American left, because I do think that there can be a real desire for the easy, it's really funny because it's often painted as doing the real politics, but to go back to the easy answer, which is we're gonna build up all the labor power ever, and then it's gonna lead to the revolution or something like that. And it's but that's not how, not just the Iranian revolution, but if I go all revolutions, go use the Egyptian example, Sarah, Nasser comes from what, junior officer class? What do you, that's not a strict proletarian revolution. This is, I think, some of the things we have to be thinking about, and what connects. And that, again, the Gilmore quote sticks with me so much because she has in there space in that imagination for a lot of different kinds of groups. For example, I'm sorry, I didn't write it down, but whoever mentioned Standing Rock, right, which is an explicit, right, anti-extractive movement, not based around an ontology of labor, but based around an experience or a feeling of ecological crisis. And the other thing that I'll say is in this sort of exhaustion frame, I mean this literally, there's a German word, I learned about this recently, which I love. So there's always a German word for everything, right? And this is Zeitkrankheit, which is the disease of the time. And I like to say that people are sick and tired by our times. And we see it. And this is something why I often push back, again, echoing Vijay, on some of the pessimism, because I see it. I see people doing all kinds of stuff that was not happening. I remember what 10, 20 years ago looked like. It was not happening then. There was the very large anti-war movement, for example, 2001, but it was very, very different in tenor and in structure and in approach and in imagination than what we are seeing now. And I think part of this is also an exhaustion with the official story, the official realism. I think this is the ideological story that I think both Jeannie and Laleh have been really bringing out here. It's just not believable anymore. It's just realism, like liberal realism, is just not plausible anymore. I had to review a book several years ago. I won't say which one, but like it was like one of these things that Vijay basically just called for the head of, and I think correctly. And you know, I was just going through it and I was like, these are like bald-faced lies that like anyone who like, and you don't need to be like, yeah, like a PhD guy, like you, like any human being would be like, these are bald-faced lies. These are not true. This is nonsense. And I think that that is actually there in the world. That said, and this is maybe me throwing on my own wet blanket, I do think there are a couple things that we should be cautious about. One is that like, this is and Gramsci's already on the table. Politics is not determinate. Like, not determined by social position. It's informed by social position, like that sort of post-socialist stuff is crazy, but it's informed by social position. It's not determined. Things can, like these feelings, these like, to use that Raymond Williams phrase, right? The structure of feeling, these can go different ways. So like, we have to like actually work on organizing it and on the theoretical dimension. The second one is, you know, on this question of I don't want to get too much into it. I actually hate talking about US electoral. I'm gonna have to do it again next week. But like, I actually worry a lot about a sort of American green nationalism or American green capitalism. And I think there's more than one, you know, I've been working on climate politics for a while, and there's definitely more than one, you know, climate realism, as I would say, like real realism. And there is a right-wing version, and we heard it a lot from Democrats during the primary season, especially. People being like, yeah, we're gonna decarbonize the world and we're gonna make all the tech here, and right? Keep all the IP here. We're going to sell it to everyone piecemeal. We're going to take all the stuff from wherever we need it. Like, it was like horrifying, because that is actually a potential rebuilding like in a horrific way of the sort of a version of the so-called like golden age, of the post-war golden age, which I don't think we should romanticize in the slightest. So I think there is a real danger of that, and of sort of green growth narratives. And then Susie thankfully broke the sort of seal on realpolitik, if I can use that, right? Which is like the kinds of movements and the kinds of politics that we are imagining now in terms of internationalism, of anti-imperialism, of a new solidarity, might involve alliances, comradely relations with those that we don't quite understand or always agree with. And I think that this is true not only in the sort of Islamist case that Susie cited, but when we're thinking about some of the questions that Toby was raising about like US-China relations. I think part of any American political project that is coming to power in the United States is going to have to almost certainly, and especially through the climate lens, it is about a 10, 20-year range tops that for people to really deal with this. It seems like China, I follow this very closely. Like, I'm not trying to defend them as like a perfect government or something, but are more than willing to play ball on this if Americans and Europeans weren't gigantic fucking idiots, to sort of echo the thing. So you'd have to be kind of cool with saying, I'm going to work with, you know, the Chinese Communist Party, the sovereign ruler of China. Like, and like that might make some people discomfort. It doesn't discomfort me that much, I'll admit, but like I think we have to be thinking along those terms as well. And I think, yeah, I think I'll just stop there.
Thanks, Ajay. And I'll go to Toby, and then I'll just remind people that we are almost to our 5:50 mark, whereupon I hope we will take some questions. So Toby, go ahead.
Okay, so I'll try to be quick. I think this point about green nationalism is really important. This sort of like what we see from a lot of the Democratic Party is, so, you know, I mentioned before, I think there's like signs of hope that even under a Biden administration, which is not ideal, we can make some progress on climate. But there's sort of like a green MAGA, like a green version of MAGA, like the clean energy economy is how we're going to make America great again. And I think this is so destructive. So my pitch here is that so Vijay talked about how China is leading in a bunch of different tech fields. So clean energy technology is definitely a place where, in terms of scaling up and expanding capacity, China is by far the world leader in a variety of clean energy technology fields. If you want to make a lot of clean energy stuff, China is the best place to do that because they've just scaled it up, they've invested, they've got all the expertise and so on, and by far like beyond the US, beyond the EU. What are the consequences for addressing climate change and decarbonizing the global economy as quickly as possible? It means you need to draw upon the capacity that China has spent years and years and years investing in that does not exist anywhere else. The quickest way to decarbonize the US economy is, in fact, to draw upon the resources that the capacity that exists in China with these Chinese firms. We ought to be working together with the clean energy industry in China to see like how can we draw upon those resources to decarbonize the US as quickly as possible, and then similarly to do that with the rest of the world. If we were serious about, if that was our key priority, like dialing down carbon emissions ASAP, that would be the way to go. And instead, we've got this idea of competing over intellectual property rights for clean energy technology, competing with China over who's going to control the solar industry and electric vehicle industry and so on, which is just so foolish. It's like we're competing for who's going to be the top dog in a planet that is heating up and burning up. Like this is nuts. I think there is maybe some potential to pick a big fight around intellectual property rights, because Vijay named this as key to how the US and other global North allies have maintained control over the global economy in recent decades. It is also an enormous obstacle to global climate action, and China and other global South governments have brought this up in past climate negotiations, that intellectual property rights over clean energy technology locks lower income global South countries out of those technologies. They have to pay more in order to access them, and it's very difficult for them to build up their own clean energy industries. The US has been, along with other wealthy countries, but the US has been a leading villain in that fight, blocking any attempts to dial down the restrictions on intellectual property rights or to create an entirely new alternative around clean energy technology. And this intellectual property rights issue is also a key point in the US-China conflict. So I think this would be an interesting fight to take on in the next few years. My question though is like, I'm not sure how to turn that into a narrative that will mobilize enough popular support behind it, because intellectual property rights sounds like so abstract. So how do we turn it into something that people can understand and really feel in their gut and get mobilized around? That's a question. But it would be an interesting fight that gets at the climate issue and also gets at these structural problems within the global economy that are like propping up US imperialism. So yeah. Rebecca, you're muted.
Thanks, Toby. Thanks, Toby. So Vijay, did you want to weigh in briefly before we get to questions?
Sorry, I was just talking to myself, but no, it's, you know what, look, there's a campaign ongoing called the People's Vaccine, which is about the COVID-19 vaccine, which is a direct hit against the regime of intellectual property rights, because and here, you know, again, I mean, look, it's true. I'm a senior fellow at the Chongyang Institute of Financial Studies in Beijing. It's true, but I'm not a paid, you know, spokesperson for the Chinese government. And I just want to say that because this is the
safe space for that too. Don't worry.
This is the shit you have to deal with every day. You know, you say anything and somebody comes at you and says, "Oh, why don't you're funded by Cuba or you're funded by China." I'm actually not by the government. I'm not actually, but I still believe the Chinese have made a public pledge saying that they're willing to put their vaccine into the global kitty, and the Americans haven't. They're conducting vaccine nationalism. So actually, Toby, this is a great issue because it's meaningful to people around the world, that let's break intellectual property rights when it comes to key pharmaceutical drugs. It was there on the table during the AIDS campaign, AIDS crisis. It's there back on the table. And it's no surprise that it's the UN AIDS organization, UNAIDS, which is in the lead in the People's Vaccine Campaign. And it's a direct attack at intellectual property rights, which is bullshit, because most development takes place with public financing. Moderna just got $25 billion from the US government, and then they're going to sell that damn vaccine, you know, the vaccine doses back into the private sector. It's bullshit. I mean, I don't understand why you have a private sector in pharmacy anyway, because it's all underwritten by public funding, and then they make money off the things. You know, there should be no private sector in pharmaceuticals. It's ridiculous. It's a waste of human imagination. So this actually, Toby, is a great way to open the question of smashing the intellectual property regime, coming back to climate from vaccine.
Wonderful. So we have time for a little bit of Q&A, although probably not to deal with all our questions here. But Dennis asks, I'm curious about how you put the theory of what you want to build into practice. How are you going to spark this kind of mobilization, especially when, as you have recognized, the media plays a big role in agenda setting and avoiding critique of current political regimes?
I think movement is happening, hasn't it? I mean, isn't it, as Vijay said, there are organizations happening all around the world, and certainly in the US itself, there's all sorts of, again, movements happening outside the purview and view of the paper. So I think that mobilization is already there. It's just a question of how it's going to join up in ways that that goes beyond the very successful everyday transformations that they enact.
And let's go to Ajay.
Yeah, just to sort of build on what Laleh was saying there. I mean, just to use one example, for, I believe, and even the papers had to, even the Times had to report this, right? Black Lives Matter has in fact been the longest and largest sustained protest movement in US history, I believe, like, believe it or not, or maybe at least since for the last 40 or 50 years. So I'd have to check like my facts on that, but like during a fucking pandemic, I mean, like I got coronavirus. I was very, very sick. And like one of my first times like out in public, actually a bunch of comrades were like, oh, it's nice to see that you're alive, was like a Black Lives Matter protest. Like that like was the first time a lot of people in my neighborhood here in Queens, like were out in the street together since for like months. And that's people like putting a lot on the line for, I mean, it's not just that it's mobilizing with a lot on the table. So I do think it's not it's that a lot is happening. That said, I think, yeah, the media plays I think the left sometimes underplays the role of the media. I mean, I don't know how anyone could have lived through the UK elections. I was in the UK a lot during the UK elections, and of course during the American Democratic primary. It's just wall to wall media points, that just media like attack, because even a moderately left-wing government, and let's be realistic, right? That's what someone like Sanders represents. That's what even Corbyn, that's what someone like that represents, like is in one of these imperial centers is such a threat. Even if, right, like I was saying this, making this argument during the Democratic primary, I was like, if Bernie wins and there's no support, and everything, just the movements evaporate, and Congress is against him, and the Senate is against him, and the courts say no, just basically not, speaking of IP, not enforcing IP laws, maybe just turning the other way, and probably not like maintaining a lot of the military posture would do more good than most of the rest of his platform. And I say that as someone who truly believes that in the United States we have like the most reactionary like stance towards social service and stuff like that. But in terms of this larger sort of politics, I do think that was a real possibility. And I think in addition to the sort of question of the absurdity of IP, which is so obvious, again, these questions of things like vaccines. I think there's also a question of like really posing that this is a barrier. Like don't you want don't you want this to stop? Like there's this great line from Benjamin. I'm teaching Benjamin right now, so it's all in my head, right? Right, but you know, it's a famous one. Everyone loves it, right? Maybe revolutions are the emergency brake, right? And it's like, I really think that's like a winning message right now. It's like, don't you want this to stop? And I don't mean that in the sort of liberal way, like let's go to brunch, but literally like Indian farmers are fucking setting themselves on fire. And I know this is happening in other places as well, North Africa. Oh, like there is a lot of affective, and it's not just despair. I love the idea of exhaustion. And like, I think we can pose that quite a lot of these things that seem like, maybe like, how do I sell someone that? It's like, this is what's keeping that away from you. This is what keeping that slowdown away from you. This is what's keeping the possibility for a like more pleasurable, more sustainable, I'm not saying it's utopian, but a much more pleasurable, much more sustainable life. And like this stands between you and that, like, and it's very, very obvious. Oh, sorry, that's it.
So we'll go to Toby, who I know has something quick to interject, and then I think it might be time to wrap it up.
Cool, thanks. Okay, yes, the media institutions are antagonistic towards us. However, it is possible to like hack them. So like BLM did that this year. The Sunrise Movement, I think, also did that very successfully back in 2018 with their big action against Pelosi. I think Trump, a big part of why Trump is president, is he was able to present himself in a way that the liberal media, they couldn't turn away. They couldn't help themselves from giving him a platform, right? So that's something that that's something the far right does. That's something that we can do too. And one last point is if you try hard and test some things out, you can find allies in some surprising institutions where you would not expect them, even in the US. I don't want to say more about that.
So I'm so delighted that we are actually able to end the event on a strain of perhaps hard to access sometimes, but unrepentant optimism, right? There is something of steel in that. So thank you so much to our panelists for your participation in this event. Thank you so much again to our co-sponsors, the Colombe Foundation, Justice is Global, Verso Books, N+1, Veterans for Peace, DSA International Committee, Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, If Not Now, National Lawyers Guild, and the Cost of War Project. We are so happy to have had your support and to have been able to host this event. So the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research thanks you very much.
It's always such a depressing way in Zoom things that you just end, right?
There's no good way to end them.
You can't go for a drink or anything, you know. It's so depressing.
We can start singing the Internationale.
Arise, you prisoners.
Yeah, exactly. Each of us in our own language.
I'm more interested to know what are you drinking in your house, Laleh, at like whatever it is, 12 in the night.
It's 11 o'clock. There's 3 of us in this time zone.
What are you drinking? That's what I'm asking you.
I'm actually not drinking until 11th of December because COVID is fucking with my head. So.
Oh, fuck.
Yes,
that's like a real sacrifice.
Water. Yeah.
I don't get the connection.
What's the 11th of December?
No,
it's drink with your head. You drink more. What's the connect?
I was drinking a lot more. I was drinking a bottle of wine every day when we first went into lockdown, which is why now that the term has begun, I'm not drinking until the term ends because it's just
the term. That's what's dictating. Yeah. Oh God, that's depressing, Laleh.
You know, I'm worried I'm going to get drunk and I'm going to write something in an email to a student that I'm going to regret, which is why I'm not drinking.
Everything is forgiven during the pandemic.
Yeah. Well,
except Rudy Giuliani. That's not forgiven.
Oh God.
That asshole is going to be called to account for that.
I'm much more worried I'll get drunk and write something to my vice chancellor. I mean, that
you should just do that.
It's like the way that UK higher education has approached COVID, which is to go a full-on shock doctrine, is just, I mean, you couldn't have a more naked example of a neoliberal power grab than what we're seeing in the UK right now in the UK universities. It's amazing.
What's happening?
But by the way, I think you might want to stop sharing this on Facebook.
Yeah, I was
about
to
to say,
this
is still live on Facebook and so on. So
people
I
are
don't know
watching
who's managing that. Can we quit that and just
Are
have a
we
little
still
chat
live on
when we
Facebook?
go?
I am going to stop this stream and just say that this is
because
actually
that's
really
obscene,
good.
man.
This
That's
is
obscene.
No, I don't. You guys knew that.
No, she was just going to say something private, and I saw suddenly live on Facebook.
I am going to stop the stream.
I just saved your job.
I'm going to stop
because these people are petty, you know. They're petty. They take a clip and they, you know.
I am going to stop the stream. I just want to formally say thank you to everyone before I do so again. And also, it's very funny, like, even though we can't all have a drink, this is exactly what we would normally do after Brooklyn Institute classes. That's what we do with working and adult students. It's nice to at least see people talking about it. So in any case, thank you all, and I will turn off the stream now.
Right.
I just wanted to dial it down, man. That's all I was looking